Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? I'm a little tired, but honestly, sitting here and sharing paranormal stories from around the world makes all that fade away. I seriously love what I do. Thanks so much for sending in your experiences. Keep them coming. And don't forget to drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from. Also, make sure you're subscribed and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any new videos. Alright, get comfy, head to bed, turn on your nightlight, and let's dive into today's paranormal experiences. So, let me tell you about this weekend that still gives me chills when I think about it. It was sometime in the mid-2000s, let's say 2006. I'd planned this extended weekend getaway with my then fiancée Marisa at this famous old pink hotel on the Gulf Coast. The kind of place that looks like it belongs on a postcard. Arched windows, palms swaying, that whole grand old resort vibe. But it also had a history. Over the decades, it had gone through different lives, glamour, decline, being used for things it was never meant for, then sitting quiet for a while before being restored and reopened. Beautiful on the outside, with a weird feeling tucked into the corners. Now, here's the key detail about me. I'm extremely allergic to cigarette smoke. Not, I don't like the smell, I mean my body reacts fast. So I'd made a point to reserve a non-smoking room, and I'd even mentioned it twice. Once when booking, once again a day or two before we arrived. I was trying to do everything right. We get there after check-in, luggage in hand, feeling that little rush of vacation finally started, and the front desk hits us with, "Your room isn't ready yet." They're very sweet about it though. They tell us to relax in the lounge, and they comp us a couple of drinks while we wait. Marissa's laughing, making the best of it, talking about how we're going to walk the beach after dinner. I'm trying to settle into the mood. About 40 minutes later, someone comes over, real polished, concierge energy, and says our room is ready. We head upstairs, and the second I step over the threshold, I know. I don't even need to sniff around or check anything. It hits my face like a wall. Someone had smoked in there recently. Maybe they opened a window. Maybe housekeeping sprayed something. But it didn't matter. My chest tightened immediately. That prickly, awful start of a reaction. I looked at Marissa and said, "Don't unpack. Not one thing. We can't stay in here." So I go back down to the front desk, trying to keep my voice calm because I'm already uncomfortable and I don't want to sound dramatic. I tell them the room reeks of smoke and I'm allergic, so we need another non-smoking room. They relay it to the manager on duty. His name tag said Gordon. I remember that for some reason. And he comes out with this smile that's just a little too fixed. And he really, really wants me to stay in that room. He starts offering solutions: carpet deodorizer, an ozone machine, air fresheners. We can take care of it right away, all that. And I'm standing there thinking, "Sir, I am not negotiating with physics." I tell him, "I appreciate it, but this is medical. I can't gamble on it. I need a room that hasn't been smoked in, period." So we wait again, another 40 minutes or so. At that point, I'm exhausted, and Marissa's being incredibly patient, but I can tell she's disappointed. The whole evening felt like it was slipping away. Finally, they give us a new room. And honestly, it was a better room. A view straight out toward the water, the beach stretched like a pale ribbon, moonlight glimmering out there later that night. And when I walked in, nothing. Clean air, no smoke. My body relaxed immediately. We unpacked, got ready for bed, and I remember thinking, okay, we're good now. There was a ceiling fan above the bed, one of those old-fashioned ones with a wall switch that clicks through settings. Off, low, medium, high. Before we went to sleep, I set it on the lowest speed, just enough to keep the air moving. Now here's where it shifts. The room is cold, way colder than it should have been. The AC is running, but it feels like it's overdoing it. And then I notice the ceiling fan. It's not on low anymore. It's moving fast, like medium, maybe high. And I'm lying there squinting up at it, trying to decide if I'm half dreaming, and then it starts speeding up. Not gradually, not the way a fan ramps up when you change settings. It's like something is pushing it. Faster, and faster, and faster. It got so fast it stopped looking like individual blades and started looking like a solid disc. The kind of speed that makes you think, that thing is going to come loose, like it's going to rip out of the ceiling and turn into a flying weapon. Marissa is asleep beside me, totally peaceful, not stirring at all. And I'm just lying there, frozen, watching this fan spin like it's trying to escape the room. Finally, I get out of bed, walk over, and flip the switch to off. The fan doesn't even hesitate. It keeps going, full speed, like I didn't do anything. I remember standing there with my hand still on the switch, flipping it again, off, low, medium, off, like maybe the mechanism was stuck. Nothing. That fan kept running at that same breakneck speed. So I go back to bed, and I don't wake Marissa, because what am I going to say? Hey, the ceiling fan is possessed? I'm trying to be rational, trying to find some logical explanation, but my body is buzzing with fear. And I'll just be honest with you, I started praying. Quietly, not out loud, just in my head, with that very focused, very serious kind of prayer you do when you feel like something is in the room with you. And as I'm praying, the fan starts to slow. Not immediately, but little by little, like whatever momentum it had is being taken away. It's still spinning even though it's switched off, still spinning, but it's slowing down until it looks normal again. At some point, my eyes got heavy and I fell asleep. Morning comes, bright daylight. The room looks harmless, beachy, normal. The fan is completely still. Marissa stretches, smiles, starts chatting about breakfast, and I decide I'm not going to say a word. Not yet. I don't want to freak her out, and I'm still trying to convince myself it was some electrical glitch. So I go into the bathroom to shave. The sink is running, the mirror is fogging a little, and I'm halfway through scraping my jaw when I hear it. A voice. Not muffled conversation, not TV noise, not something from the hallway. A voice, right on the other side of the bathroom wall, loud and sharp, like someone shouting from inches away. "Get me out of here!" I stopped shaving instantly, just froze with the razor in my hand. And it wasn't one of those moments where you wonder if you imagined it. It was clear, commanding, desperate. I stepped back, listened, waited for anything else. Footsteps, another voice, a door, anything that would make it make sense. Nothing. Later, after we'd left the room, I checked the layout. I wanted it to be another guest's bathroom on the other side, someone messing around, someone yelling at a friend. But there wasn't another room there. Not one that backed up to that wall the way it should have if that voice came from next door. And I didn't tell Marissa. Not that day, anyway. I just carried it with me, this strange, cold little knot of knowing. Like for one night, in a place that wore beauty like a costume, something unseen decided to remind me it was still there. You know how people say old houses make noises? Creaks, pops, the occasional thunk like something heavy shifted in the walls. I used to repeat that to myself like a mantra after I bought my first home. This compact little place in a quiet pocket of Minneapolis, built in the early 1950s. And I'll be honest, while I lived there, I didn't realize how much I was brushing aside. It wasn't until I'd moved out, until the air around me felt normal again, that I understood there had been this constant, low-level sense of company. Not scary exactly, just persistent. Like the house always had someone lingering just out of sight, staying behind in the rooms after I left them. Let me back up a bit. I'm not someone who runs around calling everything a ghost. I'm pretty skeptical by nature. But I also think it's naive to assume we understand everything. Some things happen, and you can't neatly file them away. The house had a history. 2 owners before me. The first couple lived there for decades, folks who apparently adored that place. My neighbor to the north, Ralph, had been on that block since the neighborhood was new. He was the type who watered his lawn like it was a sacred ritual, and he knew everybody's story. From Ralph, I learned the original owner, Marvin, worked for an engineering firm and was always tinkering. Not just casual DIY, serious, let's reroute this wiring kind of tinkering. His wife, Elaine, was the gardener. The yard used to be her pride and joy. Tidy beds, careful pruning, the kind of landscaping that looks effortless because someone worked on it constantly. And apparently, they loved that house the way people love a family member. Not just a building, their building. So when I moved in and I started feeling like I wasn't alone, I chalked it up to exactly that. A home that had been lived in deeply. A place that still held a little echo of someone else's routine. At first it made my skin prickle. Then, weirdly, it became familiar. Almost comforting. Like I was connected to the house somehow. But there were 3 nights. 3 very specific moments. And those are what still stick to me. The first time. It was maybe 6 or 7 months after I bought the place. By then I had a cat, an orange little menace named Juniper, the kind who acted like he owned the deed. He slept on my bed most nights, and I'd learned his whole vocabulary. The casual ear flick for normal sounds, the sprint down the hall when he'd cornered a bug, that smug, look what I found attitude. That night, I was half asleep with Juniper curled against my side when I heard a thud. Not a house settling, not the furnace, just one heavy, solid impact, like something dropped from a short height. Juniper woke up instantly. He stood at the foot of the bed, rigid, ears forward, staring at the bedroom door like it had offended him personally. We waited. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, and then, thud, again. Juniper flinched and scuttled back toward me, low to the mattress, like he wanted to disappear into my ribs. I was tired enough that logic felt like a blunt instrument. I thought, okay, either the house is being weird or someone is in here. I need to know which one so I can sleep. So I got up and moved toward the stairs. And this is the part that's hard to explain. The moment I stepped out of the bedroom, everything felt suspended, like the house was waiting. I stood at the top of the stairs and listened. Nothing. Not quiet. Not late night quiet. Nothing. The house was close enough to a highway that there was always a faint wash of traffic. Always. Even in winter with every window shut, you'd hear it like distant surf. I went down to the main floor, barefoot on those old wood boards that complained at every step. I checked the kitchen, the living room, glanced into the office. More out of obligation than fear, because some part of me already knew where I was going. I walked straight to the sunroom. That room had these big, sliding glass doors that looked out onto the backyard and the little deck. A streetlight outside threw this pale glow across everything. I stood there, staring out, listening to the absolute dead quiet. And after a few minutes, the world returned. At first it was subtle, like someone turned the volume back up. Then the highway sound was there again, steady and normal, like the city had remembered how to breathe. The moment I heard it, the tension drained out of me like water down a sink. I went upstairs. Juniper was on the bed waiting, not panicked anymore, just watching me like, well, you satisfied? And the next morning, in daylight, I realized how strange it was that I'd felt calm the entire time, like I wasn't searching for an intruder so much as responding to something that had called me down there. The second time, a few months later, late summer, I slept with the AC running because the air near the highway always left dust in my nose and a headache behind my eyes. That night I woke up instantly, like someone yanked me out of a dream. I don't even remember hearing a sound, but my body reacted like there had been one. Eyes open, heart hammering, breath sharp in my throat. Juniper wasn't in bed. Normally, that wouldn't mean anything. He'd wander at night. But in that moment, it made everything worse. He'd become my little alarm system. If he wasn't bothered, I wasn't bothered. I lay there listening. And after a while, I realized it was happening again. That impossible silence. No hum from appliances. No distant cars. No night insects. Just blank. It was around 3 a.m., and I got hit with this overwhelming urge to go downstairs. Not curiosity, more like certainty, like my body had already decided. I got out of bed and went to the stairs. Juniper was sitting at the bottom, looking up at me. The second my foot hit the landing, he bolted past me and ran upstairs, straight back to the bedroom, as if to say, "You go, I'm good." I didn't turn on lights. The street lights outside gave enough visibility, and honestly, I didn't want to break whatever night vision feeling I had. I walked straight to the sunroom again. No checking rooms this time, no second guessing, just straight there. I stood in the middle of the room, staring out into the bluish yard. And then I heard it. Right behind my right ear, a whisper, soft, close, intimate in the worst way. "Hey." It wasn't loud. It didn't echo. It wasn't like it came from across the room. It felt like it happened inside my space, close enough that, for a split second, I almost expected to feel breath against my skin. I turned slowly, stupidly, like turning fast might make it real. Nothing there. Just the room, the sliding doors, my reflection faint in the glass. And then, like a switch flipped, the highway sound came back. The city exhaled. And the instant it did, my fear evaporated. I went upstairs, and Juniper was on the bed like he'd been waiting at a checkpoint. I got back under the covers and fell asleep, which still feels insane when I think about it. The third time. After that, a couple of years went by without anything major. The usual small stuff, an odd noise here and there, but nothing that made my stomach drop. But around that time, I noticed something new with Juniper. Sometimes I'd wake up, and he'd be sitting upright on the bed, staring into the room. Not at me, past me. His head would slowly track from one side to the other, then stop at the doorway, like he was watching something cross the space. And he didn't want to be touched when he did it. No purring, no leaning into scratches, just focused, alert, uncomfortable. It happened a handful of times, always late, always in the upstairs bedroom. And then came the last night. It was between 2 and 3 a.m. when I snapped awake. This time there was no thud, no slow buildup, just a whisper so close it felt like someone leaned over my face, and it said my name. Elliot. Not shouted, not spoken normally, whispered like a secret. Juniper launched off the bed and dove into the closet, which was where he always hid when strangers came over. He didn't just run, he vanished, like pure instinct had taken over. My face tingled. That sounds dramatic, but it was this unmistakable sensation, like warm breath had brushed the skin between my nose and my mouth. And I just lay there, wide awake, frozen, listening. And again, the silence. No highway, no wind, no furnace, nothing. And while I lay there, my whole body had this animal certainty that I was being watched, that if I moved, if I even rolled over, I'd be acknowledging something I didn't want to acknowledge. So I stayed perfectly still for what felt like forever. Eventually, the world came back online. The distant rush of traffic returned, a normal creak somewhere in the house, the small, ordinary noises of life. A few minutes after that, Juniper crept out of the closet like a soldier returning from battle, blinking and tense and offended. But I didn't go back to sleep. I was in that house maybe another year after that, and nothing like it happened again. Not once. I even had a friend stay with me for a while not long after, so I was rarely alone. And maybe that changed something. Maybe it didn't. I've tried to find logical explanations. HVAC quirks, half-dream states, the way silence can play tricks on your perception. And sure, maybe it was any of that. But here's the thing. Nothing like that ever happened before that house, and nothing like it has happened since. So all I can really tell you is what it felt like. It felt like the house had a presence. Not cruel, not threatening, just there. Like something deeply familiar with that space was aware I'd arrived, and sometimes, late at night, it reached out in the smallest ways. And when I think about the original owners, the love they poured into it, the years of habit and attention and care, it's hard not to wonder if a piece of a person can linger the way a scent lingers in old wood. Old houses do have lives of their own, and sometimes, when someone loves a place enough, it might not let them go completely. So, I've been into paranormal stuff since I was a kid. Ghost stories, weird coincidences, that whole world. And honestly, in all those years, I've only had maybe a couple moments that might have been something. Nothing I couldn't shrug off with a, yeah, but it could have been X. But what happened recently? That was the first time I walked away thinking, I genuinely do not know what that was. It was last weekend, Saturday night, I think. I was at my late mom's place, in the bedroom that used to be hers, with the door shut behind me. She passed earlier this year after a long illness, and we'd finally started going through her things. The slow, careful kind of sorting where you'll find a sock and suddenly you're holding back tears because it smells like her laundry detergent. Anyway, I was alone in her room, going through this tall cabinet, pulling out papers, old scarves, random little boxes of important things. My partner, Mara, was in the apartment too, but not near me. She had the kids, Luca and Nina, out in the back area, messing around with some plants and a small cleanup project. And while I'm leaning into the cabinet, I hear it. A dull thump. Not a knock, not a tap, a thump, like someone gently but firmly bumped the door with a knuckle, or even a single finger. Then a pause. Then another thump. Then another, irregular, spaced out, almost like whoever was doing it wasn't trying to communicate, just doing it. At first I ignored it. I thought, it's probably the kids being weird. You know how kids will just randomly knock on doors for no reason and then sprint away laughing like gremlins? But it kept happening. So I stepped closer to the door and listened. The sound was definitely right there, right on the other side of it. Another thump, then a quiet beat, then two more. And then, this is the part that makes my stomach tighten even now, I pressed my palm flat against the door. Another thump landed, and I felt it. Not just the sound, the vibration. A very specific, localized little jolt through the wood, like something had made contact directly with the surface. It wasn't the building settling. It wasn't a rumble. It wasn't a distant bump from another room. It was on the door, right under my hand. At that point, I was sure it was one of the kids. So I opened the door, fully expecting to catch Luca or Nina mid-giggle. And there was nobody there. Just a dark, empty hallway. No footsteps, no movement, no oops. Nothing. I stepped out immediately, kind of half laughing because I didn't want to feel as unsettled as I suddenly did, and I called out, "Okay, who's messing with me?" I walked across to where Mara and the kids were, and they were all together like they'd been there the whole time. Busy, hands dirty, mid-task, not even remotely in prank mode. And there's something you can just tell as a parent, right? When a kid's guilty, you can practically smell it. They weren't guilty. They weren't even confused. And the timing made it worse. Because from the moment I heard the last thump to the moment I pulled my hand away and turned the handle, it was basically 1 or 2 seconds. There's no way either kid could have thumped the door and teleported to the other side of the apartment that fast, especially without making a sound in the hallway. I don't even know how many times it happened. At least 8 or 9 thumps, maybe more. And they weren't rhythmic. It was random, like thump, thump, pause, thump, longer pause, thump, thump. After I checked on everyone, I went back into that bedroom. I shut the door again, stood there for a moment just listening, and then I went back to sorting through the cabinet. And it stopped. Completely. No more thumps. Not one. Like whatever it was only happened until I opened the door, and once I did, it was done. I've tried to make it make sense. I've replayed it over and over, trying to give it a reasonable explanation, because I want there to be one. But I can't get around the fact that something I couldn't see seemed to be thumping on that door, and I felt it with my own hand. And I'll tell you something else, too. That bedroom had always felt a little off, even before my mom passed. Not like haunted mansion creepy, more like a quiet heaviness, like the air sat differently in there. I'm not saying it was her. I don't even think it was, honestly. But something about that room has never felt completely comfortable. I know it's not the most dramatic paranormal story. No floating objects, no cold hands grabbing ankles, no shadow figure in the corner. But to me, it's one of the strangest things that's ever happened. Because I still don't have an explanation. And I swear to you, I would love to have one. So, my family and I moved into this rental about half a year ago. An old 2-unit place built sometime around 1912. We're on the top floor, and the whole house sits in this quiet little historic Midwest town where everything looks like it has a story. What's wild is, it's only a short drive, like 5 minutes, from the street where my grandma grew up. So it already feels kind of layered, you know? Like the past isn't far away here. Anyway, the basement is where we do laundry and stash all our extra stuff, so I end up going down there a lot. And listen, I'm not the type who freaks out easily. I'm the person who falls asleep to horror movies. I love creepy games, spooky stories, all of it. When we first moved in, my younger brother Milo and I actually joked about it. We were like, "Oh yeah, guaranteed this basement has the ghost of some old-timey maniac." Just messing around. But I don't really laugh about it anymore. At first, the basement didn't seem like anything special. It's got that typical old house vibe. No windows, thick wooden beams, exposed brick, cobwebs that look like they've been collecting rent for a century. But nothing I hadn't seen before. In our last place, my bedroom was literally in a basement, though to be fair, it was finished and bright and totally modern. This one is the complete opposite. This one feels like the house is holding its breath down there. The basement is split into 2 halves, too. The neighbors have the right side, and we've got the left. Our part is basically a long, narrow stretch, like a hallway that goes on a little too far. The washer and dryer sit along the wall, and then, at the very back, there's this door. And I know how dramatic that sounds. There's this door. But it's not a normal door. It's a rough wooden door, like someone slapped it together quickly, and the beams around it have these long nails sticking out, way longer than they need to be, like teeth. The first time I noticed them, I remember thinking, that can't be safe. Like, who does that? Who leaves nails like that? It looks less like construction and more like a warning. At the beginning, I'd go down there, switch on the light, toss clothes in the washer, and leave. No big deal. But over time, the more trips I made, the more I started noticing this shift. It's hard to explain without sounding strange, but the energy down there feels wrong. Not, ooh, spooky basement wrong. More like emotionally wrong. Like the air itself is heavy. And I'm someone who picks up on that kind of thing. I've always been sensitive. I believe places can hold on to feelings the way fabric holds on to smoke. Like if something intense happens somewhere, fear, grief, panic, it can sink into the walls and stay there. Maybe that's just how my brain works, but I felt it before in certain rooms, certain buildings. During the day, it's not as bad. It's still creepy, but manageable. Sunlight doesn't reach down there, obviously, but somehow daytime still softens it. Nighttime is a different universe. Tonight, for example, I went down to grab my laundry from the washer, and right away I knew it was going to be one of those nights. The second my foot hit the basement step, it felt like the air got thicker. Like walking into a room where someone just stopped talking. And I realized something I've been doing without even thinking about it. I avoid looking toward that back corner, toward the nailed-up door. It's like my eyes just slide away from it. Like my body's quietly saying, don't acknowledge it. And the whole time, I had this sharp little instinct screaming in my mind, don't turn your back. Which is awful, right? Because to leave, you have to go up the stairs, and the light switch is behind you. So you climb, and then you reach back and shut the basement light off, and suddenly there's just this open mouth of darkness behind you, swallowing the bottom of the stairs. Normally I just flick it and go. Tonight, I couldn't. I walked up backward. Not fully, but enough that I kept looking over my shoulder the entire time. Step after step, heart thumping, jaw clenched, trying to act like I wasn't scared even though nobody was there to impress. I felt ridiculous. But I also felt like if I stopped watching that darkness, something would move. And the second I stepped into our apartment and shut the door behind me, honestly, it was like someone lifted a heavy coat off my shoulders. I felt the pressure vanish, like the basement couldn't reach me anymore once I crossed that threshold. What messes with me is, there are other weird things in this house. Our landlord told us the place was built before the big war, and you can tell, everything's narrow and uneven and old-fashioned. Apparently, the section we live in used to be the servants' quarters, and there's this little boarded-up door in my sister Elise's closet, tiny, like only a kid could crawl through it. The landlord claimed it was some kind of old hiding space people used back then, like a precaution during wartime. Maybe that's true. But the combination of all of it, the secret little door upstairs, the heavy air downstairs, that nailed-up room in the basement, makes me feel like there's a part of this house that doesn't want to be remembered. And I can't shake this belief, this real, gut-deep feeling that something bad happened in our side of the basement, specifically behind that wooden door. Maybe it's my imagination feeding on shadows and old stories, but it doesn't feel like paranoia. It feels like something is still there. Not a person, not a sound, just a presence, like a stain you can't scrub out, no matter how many years pass. And the worst part is, I can tell it notices me noticing it. Okay, so I'm gonna take you back to one of those childhood nights that gets stuck in your brain like a splinter. Sharp, tiny, and impossible to ignore. It was summer of 2002, and I remember the timing so clearly because it was the same night my favorite new cartoon had just premiered on TV. I was 8, which meant two things. Everything felt like a big deal, and staying up late was basically a sacred event. So I had a sleepover at my best friend Mia's house, at her mom's place. Mia was the kind of friend you could be weird with without feeling weird, you know? We camped out right in the living room so we could keep the TV on while we drifted off. I was obsessed with this sci-fi movie at the time, Treasure Planet, and I was trying so hard to convince Mia it was the greatest thing ever made. Like, I was doing the whole, no, wait, watch this part, every 5 minutes. Anyway, we eventually conked out on the floor with blankets and pillows, the TV glow fading into that fuzzy half-sleep. And then, something woke us up. It had to be around 3 in the morning, because it felt like the dead center of the night, when houses make creaks and the world is too quiet. But it wasn't a creak that woke us. It was the indoor wind chimes. Not gently tinkling, like they were going nuts. Clattering like there were actual gusts of wind rushing through the house, like someone had opened every window at once. And at the exact same time, from outside, right near the front yard, it sounded like a full-blown animal brawl. Not just one stray cat yowling, more like a whole swarm of them, snarling and screaming and tumbling over each other. Mia and I sat straight up, wide-eyed, frozen. You know that kind of fear where you don't even talk at first because you're waiting to hear if it gets worse? And being 8-year-olds with zero bravery and too much imagination, we decided, nope, absolutely not. We're telling your mom. So we tiptoed down the hall, clinging to each other, and we went to the bedroom where her mom and her older sister, she was maybe 13, had gone to sleep. Mia opened the door, and this part still makes my stomach drop when I picture it. The bed was there, the blankets were there, but they weren't. It wasn't like they were just turned over or tucked into the corner. It was like no one had even been in it. The room felt wrong, empty in a way that didn't make sense. Mia, trying to be brave, climbed onto the mattress and goes, hello? Why is no one in here? So for a second we assumed, okay, maybe they moved to another room. There were a couple other bedrooms. We checked. One room, empty. Another, empty. And then the panic kicked in. Because it's one thing for a bed to be empty, but it's another thing for a whole house to be empty when you know people are supposed to be there. We started flipping on lights, every single one. That bright, harsh light that makes nighttime feel even stranger. We looked in the kitchen, the bathroom, the laundry area, anywhere a grown-up might go if they couldn't sleep. Nothing. And the logical part of my kid brain started making a checklist even though I didn't have words for it. The front door was locked, the back door was locked, the keys were still on the hook, and her mom's car was in the driveway. Mia started spiraling, whisper crying really, because her mom had had some creep who used to bother her, and Mia was convinced, absolutely convinced, that he'd come back and taken them. And I remember thinking, how could someone take 2 people out of a locked house and leave everything behind? Like even at 8, it felt impossible. But we were standing in the impossible. And then, it's like the tape skips. Because the next thing I truly remember is morning. Mia was there too, in the same spot. And we sat up and just stared at each other, because we both had the exact same look. Wait, did that really happen? Here's the weirdest part. We couldn't remember going back to sleep, not even a blur of it. But we vividly remembered searching the house, turning on lights, checking rooms, that sick feeling growing in our chests. So the second Mia's mom and sister walked out like nothing happened, hair messy, yawning like a normal morning, we basically pounced. Where were you last night? Why weren't you in the bed? Did you leave the house? Were you outside? And bless her, Mia's mom didn't laugh at us. She didn't do the whole, you were dreaming thing right away. She actually paused and listened, like she could tell we weren't just making up a spooky story for attention. She said she didn't remember getting up in the night, but she also didn't act like we were lying. More like she found it unsettling too, in that quiet adult way where they don't want to scare you more. What's wild is that Mia's mom still brings it up sometimes, like she remembers enough details to validate that something strange happened. But Mia eventually forgot. Like totally. Like it got erased from her brain. And that bothers me more than the wind chimes, honestly. Because I remember us talking about it for years afterward, obsessing over it, trying to explain it, asking each other if we remembered the same parts the same way. And now, when I mention it, she looks at me like I'm describing a movie she never saw. Most people I tell are polite but dismissive. My partner's explanation is the obvious one. Dream, sleep paralysis, kids hyping each other up. And look, I can accept that as a possibility. But it doesn't quite fit, because two kids remembered the same sequence, the same panic, the same empty rooms. So I still think about it, and I've been told, ask her mom and sister if they remember. And I probably will someday. I just haven't yet, because life has been heavy for them lately, and it feels wrong to drop a ghost story on top of real problems. But yeah, that was the night the wind chimes went wild, and for a few hours, it felt like the adults in the house just blinked out of existence. And then morning arrived like nothing ever happened. So, this is one of those stories that still makes my throat tighten a little when I tell it. Back when I was 19, this was around 2014, I went on a scuba trip with my parents to Jamaica. We weren't exactly rolling in money, but my mom worked in travel, so she had this magic ability to make things happen. She managed to get us into this gorgeous old-school resort, one of those places with history baked into the walls, where you can almost feel the decades of famous guests and whispered conversations. It had that soft, candlelit vibe at night, little garden paths, flowers everywhere. Quiet, private, like the world got turned down to a hush. On the second night, I was feeling that classic, I'm technically an adult, I want my own moment energy. So I told my parents I was going to take a walk. There was this pathway that ran along the beach, but it wasn't a wide open, let's go swimming stretch. It was more tucked away, lined with palms and thick bushes, like a leafy tunnel. I wandered down it until I found a hammock, and I just melted into it. I remember staring straight up at the stars and listening to the ocean doing that steady, rhythmic thing, waves tapping the shore like they were breathing. It was unbelievably peaceful. And then, maybe 10 minutes in, something shifted. You know how your body sometimes notices something before your brain fully catches up? Through the trees, I saw a figure coming down the path. A woman. And yes, she was wearing white. Like full-on white dress, the kind that immediately makes your brain go, oh, come on, of course it's white. She moved calmly, not hurried, not stumbling, just smooth. She reached the point where the trees opened toward the water, except that section wasn't an easy beach. There were rocks, uneven and sharp, and the water there was more like, don't even try it water. It wasn't far, maybe 6 or 7 meters from where I was, but it was separated enough that it felt like I was hidden. She stepped onto the rocks, and she didn't struggle. No careful picking her way across, no hesitation. She sort of drifted over them, like her feet already knew exactly where to go. Then she walked into the ocean, in the dress. I remember this sudden spike of panic, not even for myself at first, but like, is she okay? Is she about to do something? And I didn't want to scare her by popping up like some creep in the dark, so I called out as gently as I could. Good evening. She stopped. turned her head toward me. And the thing is, she looked right at me, like she actually saw me. She gave me the softest little smile. Not creepy, not blank, almost kind, like hello without words. Then she turned back to the water, and she was just gone. Not walked farther away and I lost sight of her. Gone. 1 second she was there in white, wading in, and the next second there was only the ocean. I went ice cold, like blood-drained, stomach-dropping, full-body shock. I genuinely thought I might throw up. I flew out of the hammock so fast I nearly tangled myself, and I started half jogging, half power walking back toward our room, forcing myself not to sprint like a cartoon character. Every few steps I'd work up the courage to glance over my shoulder, and every time I did, I felt worse. And then, out of nowhere, I ran straight into my dad, like practically chest to chest on the path. We both blurted something at the same time. Me, what's wrong? Him, are you okay? He told me that he and my mom had been relaxing in their room, and suddenly my mom, Dana, just sat up and went, "We need to find you. Right now, something's wrong." No explanation. Just this immediate, absolute certainty. And my dad, without arguing, got up and came looking. So we walked back together and I told him everything in this breathless rush. The hammock, the white dress, the smile, the moment she disappeared. When we got to the room, my mom grabbed me and held me so tightly it almost hurt. I started talking, and she didn't even look surprised. She just said, really quietly, "I knew it." Later, when I replayed it all and tried to figure out timing, it hit me. My dad found me a little more than halfway between our room and where I'd been lying, which means my mom's sudden wave of dread, her "something is wrong" moment, lined up almost exactly with the moment that fear hit me out there. And honestly, I don't even care what I saw. I don't know if it was something supernatural, or some trick of light, or my brain being weird in the dark. I truly don't know. But what I do know, the part that makes me emotional every single time, is that my mom felt me. Like she was connected to me by some invisible thread, and when that thread snapped tight with fear, she felt it on her end instantly. That's the part that stays. It makes me feel so lucky, in this deep, tender way, to have a mom who doesn't just love me, she catches me. Like some kind of living guardian angel. And yeah, even saying that now, I'm getting teary again. So, let me tell you something that's been seriously messing with my head. My older sister, let's call her Mina, got divorced recently, and she moved in with us along with her 2 daughters, Leah and Noura. Our rooms are right next to each other, like, we share the same wall. You can hear normal stuff through it. Someone getting up, a drawer opening, little everyday noises. Except this isn't every day. One morning, Mina and the girls cornered me in the kitchen like they'd caught me in some kind of lie. They were like, "We heard you laughing last night. Weren't you the one saying you were exhausted and dying to sleep?" And I just blinked at them. Because I genuinely didn't know what they were talking about. I said, "What? No, I fell asleep the second I hit the bed. I didn't laugh. I didn't even talk." But they were so certain. Like, not maybe or we think so. They swore they heard it. I figured, okay, maybe they heard something else. Maybe the neighbors, maybe a weird sound outside. Maybe one of them dreamed it and the others got influenced. You know how that happens. Then tonight happened. I'm literally in bed, getting ready to sleep, and Mina texts me from the next room. "I just heard your laughter." And my stomach did this weird drop because I hadn't made a sound, not even a cough. I'd been lying there scrolling quietly, then put my phone down. No video, No audio, nothing. So I text her back immediately like, "What are you talking about? I've been silent." And she replies, dead serious, that she messaged me the moment she heard it. Like, not later, not earlier, not maybe it was before. She's saying it happened right then. Here's the part that makes my skin prickle. She insists it's not just a laugh. She says it's my laugh, a little giggle, and she swears it doesn't sound like anyone else in the house, and it doesn't even sound the same each time, just unmistakably me. She told me this has happened twice since late spring, once in early June, and then again tonight. And apparently the first time wasn't just a quick noise. Leah and Noura both backed her up and described it like this. They said they heard me giggle, then stop, then giggle again, then stop, then again, and then finally, silence. Like it came in little bursts, spaced out, as if someone was reacting to something funny in the dark. And I'm standing there hearing these three people describe the same thing, and I'm trying to stay calm, but honestly, it's hard not to feel unsettled. The thing is, I'm not religious. I'm not the type to go, "Oh my God, it's demons," or anything like that. My brain doesn't even go there. If anything, I'm desperate for a boring explanation. So I tell Mina, maybe it's birds. Because where I live, there are these seabirds that sometimes make this eerie sound, like a choked up cackle. If you're half asleep and you hear it through a wall, I could see how your brain might label it as laughter. But she immediately shuts that down. "No," she says, "it's your voice." And then she adds one detail that makes it even weirder. For about a year, I wasn't even here. I was stationed far away, hundreds of kilometers from home, living around other people constantly, sleeping in shared spaces, the whole thing. And not once, not even once, did anyone ever tell me I talked in my sleep, or laughed, or made strange noises at night. Mina said while I was gone, this never happened. Not a single time. According to her, the giggling only started after I came back. And I'll be honest with you, even when I tell myself there has to be a logical reason, it's hard to fall asleep quickly after that. Because once someone tells you they heard your laugh when you didn't laugh, you start listening for it too. So we'd just gotten back from a week in Miami, rolled in late Sunday night. And you know that specific kind of tired that hits after travel? The kind where your body's home but your brain is still halfway on vacation. My wife, Jenna, was completely wiped. By about 9 p.m., she was already out cold. I wasn't quite there yet, so I stayed up scrolling and decompressing until around 11. Our bedroom setup is a little maze-like. The bedroom connects to the bathroom, and off the bathroom there's this small reading nook we turned into a workout corner. That's where the treadmill lives. The treadmill faces the window, and it has this big screen built into it, like a little TV. Even when it's not running, the screen stays on in this dim standby mode, so there's always this faint rectangle of light floating in the dark. Anyway, I head into the bathroom and flip on the main light. From where I'm standing, I can see straight into the treadmill nook, maybe 20 feet away. And right away, I notice something off. That dim rectangle of the treadmill screen is partially blocked in the lower corner by something round. Not shaped like a person, not like a hand, nothing detailed. Just this perfectly round, dark shape, like someone had held a balloon right in front of my line of sight. And the weirdest part? It wasn't moving. It was just there. I squint, trying to make sense of it, and my brain starts doing that late night thing, half logic, half imagination. So I flip on the second bathroom light, brighter this time, and look back. And it's gone. Completely. Now the treadmill screen is fully visible, crisp rectangle, nothing blocking it at all. I walked into the nook, checked behind the treadmill, around the window, even the corners like I was going to catch, I don't know, a balloon ghost? Obviously, there was nothing. No object, no shadow source I could figure out, no explanation that felt satisfying. But here's the thing. I didn't feel scared. Not dread, not panic. More like mild confusion. Like, okay, that was strange. And then my tired brain just tried to file it away. So I brush my teeth, shut everything down, and crawl into bed. About half an hour later, I'm finally ready to sleep. I set my phone on the nightstand, roll onto my side, and immediately, Jenna bolts upright like she'd been launched. She lets out this sharp cry in the dark and scrambles straight into me, shaking, babbling, clinging to my shirt like she's trying to climb into my ribcage. And she keeps whisper yelling, "There's a bear. There's a bear in the room." A bear. At that exact moment, all the calm I'd had earlier evaporated. Because now I'm thinking, wait, did I actually see something? Is someone in the house? My brain instantly connects the round shape I saw to her absolute certainty, and suddenly I'm wide awake. I grab my phone flashlight and sweep it across the room, fast. Corners, closet, the bathroom doorway, under the chairs. Nothing. No movement, no sound, no anything. Jenna, still breathing like she just ran a sprint, even gets up and checks under the bed herself, like she's not going to rest until she proves it's empty. We do a full little inspection, and of course, there's nothing there. Eventually, we calm down. She's still shaken, but exhausted. We both manage to fall asleep. The next day, we talk about it in the light, trying to make it make sense. Jenna tells me she saw a black bear, solid, unmistakable, walking toward her side of the bed. She couldn't say if it came from the bathroom or the hall, just that it was suddenly there. She said it got low next to the bed, like it crouched, and that's when she panicked and shot up. And then, gone. And honestly, I don't know what to make of it. Part of me thinks it could be pure timing. Sleep deprivation, travel fatigue, brains misfiring in the dark. Another part of me can't shake how oddly aligned it was. Me seeing that round, blocking shape on the treadmill screen, and then Jenna waking up convinced there was an animal in the room. So I'm left sitting with this uneasy little question that I can't quite answer. Was it just tired minds playing tricks, twice in a row? Or did something actually happen in that room that night, and we both caught different pieces of it? So, what I'm about to tell you happened a long time ago, and then, weirdly enough, it came back again just recently. I grew up visiting my parents' place way up in the mountains, the kind of place that feels like it's been forgotten by the modern world. Their cabin and little farm sit miles from anything you'd call a neighborhood, maybe 5 kilometers to the closest neighbors, and the nearest small town is close to 2 hours away if the roads behave. For most of my childhood, there was no cell service, no electricity, no internet, nothing. At night in the 90s, if you wanted news, you'd hold your breath and fiddle with the radio until a station barely came through, and even that felt like a miracle. Only in the last few years did things change, first with solar panels, and later, satellite internet. But for the most part, that land stayed the same, quiet, wild, and honestly, a little watchful. Near the house, there's this enormous slab of rock, like a giant boulder that decided to settle in for good. It has 2 little cave-like hollows in it, and a river runs close by. The strangest part is how the water cuts under the rock in one section, like it's slipping beneath it to keep a secret. And that's where the music comes in. When I was about 6, my older brother Mateo and my sister Lena swore something happened one evening around dusk, maybe 7 p.m., when the sky was turning dark blue and the first cold of night was sliding in. They said music started playing from inside the rock. Not faint, not maybe I imagined it, not something you'd mistake for wind. They described it like a whole group of instruments, strings, pipes, even something that sounded like a drum, playing this old folk-style tune. Clear as if someone had set up musicians inside the stone itself. My mom, Elena, said everyone just froze. Even my dad, who's the type to explain things away before he admits to being spooked, went quiet. The dogs didn't bark the way they would if a stranger were around. They just stood there stiff, ears up, staring toward the rock like they were listening too. That wasn't even the first time it had happened, apparently. My parents said they remembered something similar way back in the late 80s, years before I was even old enough to understand what a story was, let alone tell whether one was true. Still, stories are easy to believe when you're little. I figured it was one of those family legends meant to keep kids from wandering down to the river alone. Then I heard it myself. I was around 11 the first time, old enough to know what real music sounds like, old enough to know the difference between an animal call and a melody. It was after midnight, and the moon was so bright it made the river look like polished metal. I remember that part clearly because the light was strong enough to cast hard shadows. And from that rock, right from those small cave openings, came music. Not a song I recognized, not the kind of tune people play in that region either. It felt older, continuous, like one long thread of melody that didn't start so much as it simply existed, already in motion. It went on, easily an hour, maybe more. It wasn't like someone hit play and then stopped it. It was just there, steady, flowing, almost gentle. And I hate admitting this part because it sounds like I'm romanticizing something creepy, but it was beautiful. It made the hair on my arms lift, but it wasn't ugly or harsh. It was haunting in the way a distant choir is haunting, like it reaches a part of you that doesn't have words. That time we were camping closer, maybe 60 meters from the rock. Same kind of night. Cold air, bright moon, that pale light making everything look sharper than it should. And there it was again, pouring out from the same exact spot. Same style, almost the same melody, like it was repeating itself, or like whatever was playing it only knew a few songs. Now, here's the thing people always ask. Was it a radio? A speaker? Someone messing with you? I get it. That's the logical answer. But my parents always kept a pack of dogs, never fewer than 5, sometimes more. Those dogs were basically an alarm system with teeth. If a fox so much as breathed near the sheep, they knew. If a person stepped onto the property, they knew. If anything unfamiliar approached that riverbank, they'd be barking and charging long before you could blink. But when the music played, the dogs didn't race down there. They didn't surround the rock. They didn't bark like they do when there's a real, physical intruder. They watched. They listened. They stayed close. And my mom, she's always been a little superstitious in the way mountain people sometimes are. She'd say, very calmly, that the dogs protect us from things we can't see. Not just foxes, not just strangers, other things. The deeper truth is, my family had enough odd experiences in those mountains that the music wasn't even the only story. My dad used to say the land had its own moods. Some neighbors believed the mountains were alive in a way you can't explain, like they hold power the way storms do. Natural, real, indifferent, and not always safe. So nobody ever went down to the rock while it was happening. Not once. Not to investigate, not to shine a flashlight in, not to prove anything. Because what if it wasn't a prank? And what if getting closer was exactly what you weren't supposed to do? Then, just a couple months ago, my parents heard it again. They couldn't pin down the exact date, but it was late February or early March. Same location, same rock, same impossible clarity, like the stone itself was acting as a speaker. And my mom told me about it with that careful tone people get when they're trying not to sound afraid. but also not willing to pretend it was nothing. So that's the story. I don't claim I know what it is. I just know what I heard, twice, and what my parents heard again recently. And I'll be honest with you, I believe there are things outside our understanding. Not in a dramatic way, not in a ghost hunter way, just in the quiet reality that humans don't get to know everything. Still, I keep thinking about that melody, about how it sounded like it belonged to the mountain more than it belonged to any person. And I can't help wondering what you think it could be. Hey, so I should probably start by admitting I'm not some hardcore paranormal person. I'm open-minded, sure. I've done a couple ghost tours for fun. I'll watch spooky videos like anyone else, but I've never had anything happen to me that felt real. Nothing that actually got under my skin. I work overnight in in-home healthcare, and a little while back I got placed in this new house. It's a freshly renovated 3-bedroom place, but right now there's only one person living there. The kind of shift where, if everything's stable, I'm allowed to sleep a bit. That first night, I barely slept. I always need time to adjust in a new home. New sounds, new layout, different feel, you know? But this was different. There was this weird tension in the air the second I stepped inside. I kept telling myself it was just anxiety. New assignment, new environment, whatever. Then around maybe 3:40 in the morning, the power went out. And I'm telling you, I don't even consider myself afraid of the dark. But the second the lights died, my whole body reacted like something had just walked into the room. I froze, like full-on, heart-pounding, throat-tight, that hot wave of panic that makes you feel trapped inside your own skin. And right after the power cut, this loud slam came from the back of the house. Like a door, hard. The kind of sound that makes you instinctively flinch. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a draft. Maybe a cabinet. Maybe the house settling. I did my rounds, kept everything calm, and by morning I convinced myself I'd just freaked out for no reason. I went home, tried to shake it off, and told myself I was being dramatic. But even after that, even when nothing happened, the feeling didn't go away. There's a hallway in that house that I hate. I don't even like looking down it. It's not long, it's not special, it's just wrong. The bathroom I'm allowed to use is all the way at the end, past a back room, and I will do almost anything to avoid going down there. I've stood in the living room debating with myself like a child. Do I really need to pee that bad? And unless it's an emergency, I won't go. A week or so went by, and I finally started trying to actually sleep on shift. I made the living room as cozy as possible. Couch, blanket, 1 or 2 lamps left on, and a show playing quietly for background noise. It should have been fine. Except, that's when the nightmares started. Not normal nightmares. Not the kind where you wake up and go, "Ugh, that was weird," and roll over. These felt heavy, real. Like my brain was trying to convince me I wasn't dreaming. Almost every time, it starts the same way. I wake up on the couch, right where I fell asleep. The TV's on, the room looks normal, but I feel this awful nausea-like anxiety, like something is about to happen and I can't stop it. Sometimes I can move. Sometimes I'm stuck, like I'm pinned in place. And then I hear things. Whispers, soft voices, like someone is talking right near my ear. I never remember the exact words when I actually wake up, but I remember the feeling of being addressed. Like whatever it is knows I'm there. And sometimes I'll see shapes, figures, standing just far enough away that my brain can't fully commit to what it's seeing. But in the dream, it feels obvious that I'm not alone. There was one night that didn't even take place in the house. In the dream, I was in this tiny town in Indiana, someplace I'd never heard of. I woke up and, out of curiosity, I looked it up online, and of course, the town had a bunch of local ghost stories attached to it, which is just great. Like, thanks, universe. But last night was the worst one. I went all the way down to the back room, and there was a rocking chair, and someone was in it. Not moving much, just there. And they were smiling at me. Not a friendly smile, more like they were pleased I'd finally come down the hall, like they'd been waiting. And the whispering started again, clearer this time, like it was meant for me specifically. I don't remember the words, but I remember the expression, that calm, knowing look that made my stomach drop. I woke up in real life, shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. I swear to you, swear, I thought I heard a voice when I came out of it, like the whisper had followed me back into the room for a second. But I was too rattled to even process what it said, if it said anything at all. This morning I asked my coworker, my friend actually, if she'd ever noticed anything strange in that house. And she got quiet and said, yeah, the 2 back bedrooms used to be occupied, and both of the previous clients passed away last year. She told me sometimes cabinets will be open when nobody touched them, and people have heard odd noises in the night. And listen, I'm not saying that means anything. People pass away, houses make sounds, cabinets pop open, power flickers. But here's what I can't ignore. I don't have these dreams anywhere else. I don't have them at home. I've never had recurring nightmares like this in my life. And I've worked other overnight houses. I've slept in other living rooms. Nothing has ever followed a pattern like this. And the power? It keeps going out. Not once in a blue moon, like regularly. Sometimes multiple times a week. And every single time I'm in that house overnight, I hear something. A thump, a click, a sound from the back rooms. And every time I fall asleep, it's like my brain drops into the same dark tunnel. The worst part is I feel ridiculous even saying it out loud. Because what am I supposed to do? Tell someone, hey, I think the hallway is haunted and I'm getting nightmare whispers. I don't want people thinking I've lost it. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm not trying to turn my job into some horror story. I'm just scared. And I don't know if it's grief hanging in the air, or stress, or something about that house that's getting into my head, or if it's something I can't explain. I just know I have to go back there soon, and after last night, the thought of stepping into that living room, of looking down that hallway, makes my chest tighten. I needed to tell someone, even if it's just you, right now, listening. Because keeping it in my head makes it feel bigger. And saying it out loud is the only thing that makes me feel even a little less alone. So, I've been with my partner Eli for almost 8 years now. Back when we first started dating, we were still living with our own parents, so we do that thing where you basically live together, but only in little pockets, sleeping over when we could, packing a bag like you're going on a tiny weekend trip. Eli's parents are divorced, which meant sometimes we'd end up staying at his dad's place for a few nights at a time. The thing is, the first time I stayed there, Eli didn't warn me about anything. No, hey, by the way, this house is weird. No stories, nothing. And I remember thinking, okay, great. Normal place, normal nights. Except, within the first week, I started noticing things that were hard to explain without sounding dramatic. Upstairs, there were a couple of corners that didn't just look shadowy. They looked wrong. Like the darkness wasn't a lack of light. It was thicker. Like the space went deeper than the wall should allow. Almost like your eyes couldn't measure it properly. And outside, this is such a specific detail, but it stuck with me. There was this narrow path behind the house that ran past the kitchen. There was no rule about it. No fence, no sign, nothing. But every time I even looked toward it, I felt this immediate, gut-level certainty. Don't go there. Like it was off limits, in a way that didn't belong to reality. The worst part, though, was the bedroom window. During the day, it was just a window. At night, I couldn't stand the idea of looking out of it. I'd catch myself turning my head away before I even realized I was doing it, like my body was trying to protect me from something my brain hadn't agreed was real. After a few days of feeling quietly on edge, I finally said something to Eli. I started listing the spots, the corners, the hallway angle, the window, the kitchen path, and he stopped me mid-sentence. Not in a dismissive way, more like he went pale and said, "Wait, don't keep going." Then he did the creepiest thing possible. He named the other places I hadn't even mentioned yet, like he already knew exactly what I was talking about. He told me he hadn't wanted to plant the idea in my head because not everyone reacts to it. His dad and his stepmom, Nora, seemed completely unaffected, like the house was just a house to them. So Eli was hoping maybe I'd never notice anything, but I had noticed. And once I did, it got worse. There came a point where I wouldn't even glance at those corners, not because I was trying to be dramatic, because my fear felt automatic, like touching a hot pan, like my body already knew the outcome. A few moments still make my stomach tighten when I think about them. One night, I needed to use the downstairs bathroom, and I realized I was bargaining with myself like a little kid. Just go. Just walk down. It's fine. But I couldn't. I literally refused to go alone. I waited until Eli came with me, and I remember feeling embarrassed, and also relieved, like I'd narrowly avoided something. Another night we were in bed, and I was facing one of those corners. It didn't even look darker than usual at first, until it suddenly felt occupied. And I don't mean I imagined it. I mean the air in that corner shifted in a way that made my skin prickle, and then my brain did that awful thing where it fills in a shape. A figure. Tall, still, almost swallowed by darkness, except for this pale, blank suggestion of a face, and something like a dark cloak or long draping fabric. I couldn't make out clear features, but I remember long, dark hair, like strands hanging down in an uneven curtain. And then, another evening, I saw something along the kitchen path, the one that felt forbidden. I was inside, near the sink, and I glanced out at just the wrong moment and saw that same shape moving down it, like it belonged there more than I did. When I whispered to Eli what I'd seen, he didn't laugh. He didn't say, "It was a shadow." He got quiet in this heavy way, like he was weighing whether telling me more would make everything worse. And then he told me something I wish I'd never heard. He said there was a night when his dad was asleep, and Nora woke up because he was choking, like really choking. She shook him awake, and the second he woke up, it stopped. His dad told them he'd been dreaming that something, some kind of monster, that was the word he used, was strangling him. And even after that, his dad still insisted he didn't believe in anything paranormal. Like he could admit the experience happened, but refused to give it a category. Over time, I tried to do practical things. I tried to rationalize. I tried to take control in small ways. At one point, I was so fed up with one particular corner, the one that felt like it had a presence, that I asked Eli if we could move a bulky wardrobe into it. He agreed, and we shoved it in there together like we were plugging a leak. And this is the weird part. That corner stopped being one of the dark spots. Like breaking the line of sight or changing the shape of the space actually mattered. Eli and I talked about the figure too, and what messed with me was that he described it almost exactly the way I did. Same general silhouette, Same feeling, same vibe. The only thing we disagreed about was what we thought it was. Like, even assigning it a gender felt like guessing at something that didn't want to be known. And it wasn't only us. This house was in a small village where people weren't especially superstitious. Not the kind of place where everyone trades ghost stories for entertainment. But over the years, I heard from several different people, like not one or two, more like 5 or 6, that they would never step onto that property again. No big dramatic explanations, just a firm, calm refusal. Like they didn't want to speak too loudly about why. And apparently the owner before Eli's dad had similar experiences. The house had only changed hands a few times, and there weren't any deaths there. Nothing obvious you could point to and say, "Ah, that explains it." After about 2 years of trying to tolerate it, I finally told Eli, "I'm not sleeping here again. Ever." I expected an argument. I expected him to think I was exaggerating. He didn't. He just looked tired, like he'd been waiting for me to say it. He agreed, and honestly, it felt like a relief so intense it was almost grief. Like I'd been holding my breath for months without realizing it. About a year later, partly because of the pandemic, partly because he just didn't want to be there either, Eli stopped sleeping there too. And even now, when I try to debunk everything, I keep circling back to the same problem. How do you explain something that didn't happen in isolation? I could blame anxiety, sleep deprivation, the power of suggestion. I could tell myself I spooked myself and spiraled. But Eli knew the exact places before I told him. He'd seen what I described. Other people avoided the property without being prompted. And his dad had that choking incident and still refused to believe, which somehow makes it feel even more unsettling, because it wasn't someone wanting a ghost story. So yeah, I don't know what it was. I just know that house had rules nobody spoke out loud. So this was about 12-ish years ago now, back when I first moved out of my family's house and into an apartment in my college town. I ended up living with 3 other guys, total strangers at first. Nice dudes, honestly. We'd hang out now and then, grab food, watch games, that kind of thing. But most of the time we were doing our own thing in our own rooms. The setup was kind of perfect for that. Every bedroom had its own bathroom. No sharing, no fighting over shower time. It felt like winning the roommate lottery. Except, my bathroom had a vibe. And I don't mean old pipes or weird smell. I mean the kind of feeling that makes your shoulders go tight before you even realize you're doing it. From the first day I moved in, I noticed it. Picture this. The bedroom lights are on, the bathroom lights are on, the door is wide open, and I've got the TV playing in the background. Normal, safe, everyday stuff. I sit down, and immediately it's like, oh. Like I'm not alone in there. The bathroom wasn't cramped either. It was actually laid out pretty nicely. Sink and counter, toilet, shower, everything spaced out. But within the first week, I realized something strange. Wherever you were, standing at the sink, sitting on the toilet, in the shower, you could feel this pressure coming from the other side of the room. And sitting on the toilet was the worst, because it felt like it was coming from both directions, like you were right in the middle of it. It didn't feel like something was trying to hurt you, exactly. It was more like being too close to someone who's angry but silent, uncomfortable, heavy, like you were intruding. What really messed with me was that other people noticed it too. My parents came by once, and my mom used that bathroom and came out with this look on her face like she'd stepped into a cold pool. Friends would joke about it. "Dude, your bathroom is weird." And my girlfriend at the time, Tessa, mentioned it the most. She would shower there and say, every single time, It feels like something is staring at me from up there, like from above the curtain rod. And I hated that she was right, because I felt it too. So I started doing little things without really admitting why. I kept the bathroom door open most of the time because closing it felt like letting whatever that was marinate in there. Like the second you'd open the door again, it would all hit you at once. I also set my room up so I could casually keep an eye on the doorway without being obvious about it. My bed faced the wall with the TV, and the bathroom entrance was in that line of sight. Not full view, but enough that I could see the corner of the counter and part of the wall, just enough to feel like I wasn't turning my back on it. Then one night, this is the part that still makes my stomach clench. I'm in bed with Tessa, we're watching a movie, totally relaxed, and out of the corner of my eye I catch movement at the top left corner of the bathroom doorway. It was there for a fraction of a second, like a blink, but it was so clear. A face, big, bright blue, almost like it didn't belong in the lighting of the room. Eyes that were this sharp, ugly red, and a grin that looked wrong, too wide, like it was enjoying the fact that I'd seen it. I swear it even had its tongue hanging out, like it was mocking me. If you put it in a cartoon, it would look ridiculous, like something you'd laugh at. But in that moment, in my actual bedroom, with my actual girlfriend beside me, I went ice cold. I couldn't breathe right, and the second my brain fully registered it, it snapped back out of sight like it had been waiting for me to notice. Nothing else happened that night. No footsteps, no noises, no slamming doors, just the normal hum of the TV, the same as always. In the morning, I finally told her. I was like, okay, I didn't want to scare you last night, but I saw something in the bathroom doorway. And Tessa's face changed instantly, like she didn't even need details. She goes, oh my God, I saw it too, and I didn't want to say anything. The way she said it wasn't dramatic. It was almost angry, like she'd been carrying it and was sick of carrying it. We didn't sleep there that night. We grabbed some stuff and stayed at her place without even pretending we had another plan. After that, I tried not to give it attention. I kept the door open. I avoided standing in there too long, and I absolutely refused to look into the mirror for more time than I had to. You know how you sometimes catch yourself staring at your reflection too long and it starts to feel strange? Yeah, that, but amplified. The last real incident happened about a month before I moved out. On a random impulse, I don't even know why, I decided to rearrange my room. And for some reason, I put my bed in a position where, the way I normally slept on my side, my face would be angled straight toward the bathroom. Not toward the shower or the toilet, but directly toward the counter and mirror. Full view. The second I lay down, it felt like a mistake. Not like, this is uncomfortable, like something noticed. That night was brutal. I had the worst nightmares I'd had in years, like the kind where you wake up sweating and your heart is pounding and you don't even want to close your eyes again. I'm not going into the details because they were, honestly, too disturbing, and I still don't like giving them air. But the worst part wasn't even the dreams. It was the feeling, this intense, furious feeling, that something was watching me with this clear message. Don't look. Like it didn't want to be observed, not even through closed eyelids. Like the fact that I'd positioned myself facing the mirror was some kind of challenge. The second morning hit, I moved the bed back. Immediately. I didn't think about it. I didn't wait and see. I moved it like my life depended on it. And after that, it eased up again into the usual awful bathroom tension. Still there, still heavy, but not flaring. I moved out not long after. And the weirdest thing is, I've lived in a bunch of places since then, and I've never felt anything like that again. At least not in a bathroom. But I will say this. I've had a few other experiences over the years that I can't explain in any normal way. Different places, different circumstances. This one just sticks with me because it felt so specific. Like that bathroom wasn't haunted in a spooky story way. It felt occupied. And it felt like whatever was in there really didn't like being noticed. Hey, so I want to tell you about a house my family owned for a long time. And when I say owned, I mean it in that weird way where a place feels like it owns part of you too. We moved across state lines when I was little, and we landed in this older house we ended up staying in for almost 11 years. It was the kind of place with narrow stairs, creaky floors, and that heavy, stale, cool air that never fully left, even in summer. Eventually we moved to a newer place. Fresh paint, more space, the whole new chapter vibe. Only, the old house wouldn't sell. It sat there, month after month, then year after year. And at the time, it felt like this annoying burden we couldn't shake. But later, after something awful happened at the new house, a flood from a busted pipe that ruined walls and flooring, we had no choice but to move back into the old one for a while. And that's when I realized something I didn't want to admit. The house hadn't been waiting to be sold. It had been waiting for us. Growing up there, I used to hear footsteps on the staircase every night, like clockwork. My siblings and I had bedrooms upstairs, and my parents stayed downstairs. At first, I assumed it was them, checking on us, making sure nobody was still awake, the normal parent stuff. But after a while, I started noticing something that made my stomach drop. The footsteps never went into anyone's room. They'd climb the stairs, each step distinct, heavy in the way only real footsteps are, reach the top landing, and stop right outside my bedroom door. Every time. Then, after a pause, they'd turn around and go back down, one stair at a time. And listen, I know what you're thinking. Old houses make noises, settling, pipes, temperature shifts. I tried to tell myself that too. But this wasn't a random creak or a groan in the walls. This was a pattern. A person walking. A full set of steps, up and down, with intention. One night, I was already awake when it happened. I remember just lying there, staring at the ceiling, annoyed and exhausted. The steps came up like they always did, stopped at my door like they always did, and I finally snapped. I thought, fine, if it's my mom, I'm going to tell her I can't sleep. So I opened my door, and the hallway was completely dark, empty, still, not even a shift of shadow, nothing. I swear my whole body went cold. I shut my door so fast it almost slammed, and I scrambled back into bed like I could disappear under the covers. And then, right after I closed it, I heard the footsteps again. Only this time, they were going down. And that part messed with me the most. Because it was like whatever it was had been standing there, right outside my door, and my opening it was the signal that it could leave. It wasn't just me either. Friends would sleep over and whisper, "Your dad's coming upstairs." And then we'd both sit there listening, waiting to hear a bedroom door open, and nothing ever did. Eventually, one of us would get brave and peek out, and the hall would be empty every time. Another day, this is one I can still replay in my head like a video. I came inside while everyone else was out front doing yard work. It was warm out, bright, normal. I went into the kitchen to grab water. There was a window over the sink that looked out into the backyard. I looked down at the counter and saw my shadow. And next to it was another one. Not fully shaped like a person, more like a smear of darkness that leaned into mine. It was close enough that it looked like something was standing shoulder to shoulder with me. I spun around and looked out the window, because I thought maybe someone was behind me outside. like a neighbor passing by the fence line. No one, and this feeling hit me. This being watched feeling that's so sharp it makes you want to crawl out of your own skin. I bolted upstairs to my room, and I know it sounds childish, but I truly felt like if I slowed down, something would be right behind me. I stayed in my room for a long time, too long. Finally, I told myself I was being ridiculous and stepped back into the upstairs hallway. And right then, right by my ear, someone said my name. Not from across the house, not muffled, not like a distant voice. Directly into my right ear, like lips close to skin. I felt it. Warm breath, or something like it, right at my neck. I don't know how else to describe it. Every hair on my arms stood up. I ran downstairs so fast I almost fell, and I burst out the front door like the house was on fire. My family was still outside. None of them had come in. Nobody had left the yard. So when we had to move back in years later after the flood, I figured, fine, it'll be awful, but at least I'm older now. I can deal with it. What I didn't expect was for it to finally start happening to them. My mom, Lena, was the first one who got genuinely shaken. In the mornings, she and my dad would wake up earlier than me. This time, they were sleeping upstairs too, because most of my siblings were already grown and gone, and we weren't using the whole house the way we used to. Lena would go downstairs to the bathroom to get ready, and my dad, Mark, would come down a little later. Instead of knocking, he had this soft little tap-tap he'd do on the bathroom door so he wouldn't wake anyone. One morning, she heard the tapping. Same rhythm, same spot on the door. She said, "Come in," like always. No response. She waited, thinking he was being funny or distracted, then opened the door, and no one was there. Mark was still upstairs, asleep. He hadn't moved. She tried to laugh it off when she told me, but her face didn't match her voice. You know that look people get when they're trying to stay casual, but something inside them has already decided. Nope, absolutely not. Then there was the door incident. It was just the three of us home. Me, Lena, and my sibling, Quinn. My dad was at work. We had our big dog, Maple, who liked to throw her weight around and scratch at doors when she wanted attention. I heard this loud bang against the door of my parents' bedroom upstairs, like Maple had launched herself into it. At the same exact moment, my mom and Quinn both opened their doors too, like we'd been synchronized. And then Maple walked out of Quinn's room, calm, tail swishing, like she'd been in there the whole time. We all stood in the hallway, staring, because that sound had been unmistakable. It had the force of something slamming a door from the outside, but no one was in the hallway. And then we noticed the handle on my parents' door, still, like it hadn't been touched. No signs of Maple scratching at it. Nothing. It was like the house had decided it didn't need to pick on me anymore. It could spread the misery around. The creepiest part? I caught something on video during that stay. I was downstairs late at night, alone, doing that dumb thing people do when they can't sleep, wandering the kitchen, sipping water, scrolling, trying not to think too hard. I recorded a quick video on my phone, mostly just messing around, and suddenly, bang! The loudest sound I've ever heard inside a house. It was so violent my ears rang. For a split second, I genuinely thought lightning hit nearby, like it struck the yard or the roof. I played the video back and, even through the phone's audio compression, it sounded like something heavy dropped or slammed in the next room over. Nothing. But the sound was there. Recorded. Real. We talked about every reasonable explanation. Inspections, wiring, pipes, the foundation, even carbon monoxide, because I know that can mess with you, especially in old places. But the house had been checked multiple times, even before it finally sold. Nothing ever came up. And then there was the little thing that felt like a horror movie prop tucked into real life. Years earlier, we found an old photograph hidden behind a shelf in a closet we used all the time. A picture of a young girl, sepia-toned and worn at the edges, like it had been handled 1,000 times. None of us recognized her. It wasn't family. It wasn't ours. Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe it was leftover junk from a previous owner. But in that house, nothing ever felt like just nothing. Even after we moved out for good, every time I stepped back inside, even if it was midday, even if the sun was pouring through the windows, I felt dread wash over me. Like the air itself didn't want me there. Like the walls remembered me. Eventually, we did sell it. Finally. Someone else's keys. Someone else's footsteps on those stairs. And I wish I could tell you I felt closure. But mostly, I felt relief. And this quiet, uneasy hope that whatever was in that house, whatever used to stand outside my door at night, decided it didn't need to follow me. Because it got what it wanted. It got to stay. Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Still having trouble sleeping? I honestly love this job, getting to sit here and share paranormal experiences from all over the world with you. Thanks so much for sending in your stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. All right, let's get into it. Okay, so let me tell you about a stretch of road outside a little town in northeastern Pennsylvania. The kind of place where the hills feel ancient, like they were here long before we had words for fear. People around there will point you toward this one winding cut through the woods. Locals call it Ridgeway Road now, but it's the same kind of old route you see all over Pennsylvania. Originally a wagon track, later paved, still narrow, still curving like it's trying to follow the land's memory instead of fighting it. And the legend? It starts in the late 1800s. The way folks tell it, a family was traveling home in a horse-drawn wagon one winter evening. Father, mother, and their little girl. The road had iced over, and there was this bend where the downhill drops off hard to one side. The wagon hit the slick patch, slid, and went off the edge. They say the father died right there. No last words, no chance. The mother survived, but barely. And the child was gone. Not passed away, not found later, just gone. Vanished into the trees like the woods swallowed her whole. Search parties combed the area for days. Neighbors, hunters, anyone with boots and a lantern. They called her name until their throats were raw. And still, nothing. No tracks, no torn clothing, no sign she'd ever been there at all. So naturally, the story didn't stay a simple tragedy. It never does. Over time, the road picked up a reputation. Cursed, haunted, wrong, whatever word you want to use. And now, if you look it up online, you'll find videos, YouTube clips, TikTok posts, people claiming the place does things. They talk about headlights flickering for no reason, car radios cutting out mid-song, like someone reached in and pinched the sound off, footsteps behind you when you're alone, especially if there's fog. That sensation, like cold fingertips brushing the back of your neck, quick and light, like a warning. And then there's the one detail everybody repeats, because it's just specific enough to feel real. They say if you stop your car on that road, roll the window down, and whisper, "I'll find you." You might hear a small voice answer from the dark. Too late. Now listen, when a legend comes packaged with a line like that, something that perfect, something that cinematic, part of me immediately goes, okay, someone embellished this. Because of course they did. But we didn't go out there to make fun of it. We went out there because even exaggerated stories usually start from something. A sound. A sighting, a moment that made someone's stomach drop. And Appalachia, especially up in those northern ridges, has a way of keeping stories alive. The mountains around there are some of the oldest on Earth. People live close to the dark and the quiet. You still hear folks say things like, "Lock your doors," and not in a casual way, in a sincere way, like they mean it. So here's what the road is actually like. It's about 5 miles, more or less. Traveling west to east, the first half climbs and wraps around a hill with sharp turns that come up quick. On one side, especially near the climb, you've got this steep drop that runs down toward the river valley. On the other side, the ground rises hard into rock and shale and trees. Everything feels tight, close, like the road was carved out with no room to spare. And what struck me right away during our daytime walkthrough was this. In that first half, the terrain is rough enough that you're not casually strolling through those woods. It's steep, rocky, and honestly uncomfortable. Not impossible, but not inviting. But the second half? Different story. As you come down the hill, the land starts to level out. The road opens up a little. You get glimpses of fields, a few driveways, houses set back just far enough that at night they're more suggestion than comfort. That section felt more believable for the kind of stories people tell, because someone could park there. Someone could wander the tree line. Someone could hear something and not immediately blame it on the road itself. So we decided to treat it like a real investigation. Not a ghost hunt show, just careful, respectful, and thorough. First thing we did, research. My friends, Cal and Junie, reached out to the local historical society, and we asked a simple question. Is there any record of a fatal accident on this road in the late 1800s? A wagon crash? A missing child? Because if it happened, there's a decent chance it left a paper trail. Death notices, family records, something. And the historical society out there? Meticulous. The kind of people who can tell you who married who in 1823 and where they're buried without blinking. They found nothing. No tragic wagon crash. No missing child. No father killed on that road. No record at all. Which doesn't automatically mean it never happened. Records can be incomplete. Names can get misremembered. But it did take a lot of wind out of the legend's sails. Next, we knocked on doors. And I want to be clear about this. That whole area is private property. We weren't about to creep around behind somebody's barn at midnight like idiots. So we introduced ourselves, explained what we were doing, and asked permission to be near the woods after dark. Every single person we spoke to was polite. Some folks looked at us like we were harmlessly strange, which, fair. A couple mentioned they'd heard odd noises while hunting or checking animals at night. Nothing dramatic. No glowing figures, no screaming. Just sounds that didn't sit right. And honestly, the funniest moment was this older guy, an absolute classic farmer type, telling us he'd once heard something that made him decide, "Nope, I'm done for the night." And his wife was standing there teasing him like, "You just wanted an excuse to get out of the cold." It was oddly comforting. Like, whatever this place is, it isn't swallowing people whole. If anything, it's just giving folks a reason to laugh a little nervously. Then we did our overnight surveillance. We parked on the far eastern end of the road around 8 p.m. It was fully dark by then, winter dark, the kind that makes even familiar trees look unfamiliar. We had gear, GoPros, audio recorders, EMF readers, an infrared thermometer. We killed our phones, used handheld radios, checked in every 30 minutes. We split into 2 teams, 3 people on one side of the road, 2 on the other, moving slowly through the woods. And we had whistles as a backup in case radios failed. Simple signals. Check your radio. Look at messages. Come here now. It was quiet. Not spooky quiet, just winter quiet. And the results? Nothing. No voices, no crying, no footsteps pacing behind us, no sudden cold spot that hit only one person. EMF stayed in normal range the entire time. Temperatures dropped as the night deepened, but evenly, exactly what you'd expect when you're out all night in freezing weather. We stayed out until sunrise, and the only thing we really collected was fatigue and a deeper appreciation for warm socks. But here's the part I don't want to dismiss. Even when a place doesn't perform for you, it can still feel old in your bones. That area has deep history, generations of families, long before that the First Nations who lived along the river, and all those layers of human life stacked on the same ground. So do I think there's a ghost child out there answering "too late" into somebody's open car window? I don't know. What I do know is, we didn't see anything. We didn't feel anything. And nobody we talked to seemed genuinely afraid. More like cautious, respectful, a little entertained by the mystery. Maybe the road only plays tricks on someone who's alone and already half spooked when the sun goes down. Maybe it's just a rural myth that grew teeth online. Or maybe the real haunting is simpler than that. A tragedy that never got solved in the way people needed, so the story kept going. Because sometimes, a community would rather have a ghost than have an ending that makes no sense at all. And honestly, on a dark winter road, with the woods leaning in close, I can understand why. Hey, so I'm still not totally sure what this was, but it's stuck with me in a way that's hard to explain. It started after one of those draining, never-ending school days. I came home completely wiped, backpack still on the floor, shoes half kicked off, and I just went straight to my room. I didn't even bother changing out of my uniform. I remember thinking, I just need 10 minutes, like a quick reset. So I flopped onto my bed, still on top of the blanket, lying on my back. At the time, my bed was wedged into the far left corner of the room, and I turned my head slightly toward the window. The weird part is, I think I fell asleep without ever fully closing my eyes. Or at least, it felt that way. Because suddenly, everything shifted. It was like the air in my room thickened, like someone hit pause on the entire world. No sound, no movement, just this heavy, frozen stillness. And my heart started pounding so hard, it felt like it was trying to climb out of my ribs. I remember, really clearly, repeating in my head, "Wake up, wake up, wake up." But I couldn't. It felt like something was pinning me down. Not like hands exactly, more like gravity had doubled and decided I wasn't allowed to move. And that's when it got unreal. I watched myself roll off the bed. Not like a dream where things are blurry or symbolic. I mean, I watched me, my body, slide off the mattress and stand up in front of the bed, facing the wall. And I was still there too, still trapped, still stuck in my own body, staring at the back of myself like I'd become an audience to my own life. I started panicking so fast it was like my mind went hot. I tried to shout. I tried to jerk my arms, to sit up, to do anything. But I couldn't even twitch. I was just locked in. And the standing version of me, let's call her Maya because it didn't feel like me anymore, started walking away. Slowly, calmly, like she had all the time in the world. In my head, I'm thinking, that's my spirit. That's literally my spirit leaving. And my chest felt heavier with every step she took, like dread was stacking on top of me. Then Maya stopped. She turned around, and she looked straight at me. And here's the part that makes my stomach tighten even now. She smiled. Not like a horror movie snarl or anything obviously evil. It wasn't violent. It was worse than that. It was unfamiliar. Like a smile that knew something I didn't. Like it belonged on someone else's face. And then she started coming back toward the bed. Each step closer she got, the more wrong she looked. Like her body was stretching, subtly at first, then more noticeably. Like her limbs were lengthening in a way that shouldn't be possible. The closer she got, the less she looked like a person, and the more she looked like a shape pretending to be one. She came right up beside the bed and just hovered there, leaning in slightly, staring. No words, no blinking that I can remember. Just watching me like I was something she'd been waiting to see. I was screaming inside my head. I was trying to yell for my mom, my dad, anyone. But my mouth wouldn't open. It felt sealed shut, like my voice had been unplugged from my body. And then Maya leaned over me, bent at the waist, close enough that it felt like she was breathing on me. I couldn't see breath, but I could feel that closeness, the weight of it, the invasion of it. And I remember thinking, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't. I pushed so hard mentally, like I was trying to rip myself out of a net. And in my head I was shouting, "Wake up!" over and over until it was all I could think. And then, like a cord snapping, my body let go. I didn't even stop to look around the room. I bolted out the door and into the hallway, hunting for my parents, desperate to be near another human being, desperate to hear a normal voice and prove the world was still real. And look, I know it's not a traditional ghost story. I don't even know what you'd call it. Sleep paralysis? Some kind of nightmare? Something else? All I know is, I still think about it sometimes. It happened years ago, but every once in a while, when I'm lying on my back and I feel that edge of sleep creeping in, I remember that smile, and I make sure I fully close my eyes. So, this is one of those things I used to brush off, you know? Like, growing up, I'd hear little sounds in the house. Soft footsteps in the hallway, a scratch against the wall, a knock that didn't quite match the way people knock. And I'd just tell myself it was the house settling, or pipes, or my imagination being dramatic. But here's the thing. My sister Mara and I have always been sensitive. I don't really have a better word for it. We pick up on moods that aren't ours. We feel someone's here, even when the room is empty. Like there are currents you can't see, and somehow we've always been tuned to them. And for most of my life, the feeling in that house was strangely comforting. Like being watched, but in a protective way. Like someone had my back. Until this one stretch of nights when it changed. The same watching feeling turned heavy, cold. Like the air itself got thicker. Like something kind had stepped aside and something else had taken its place. I should also say, my sleep has never been normal. I've had these vivid nightmares since I was little, the kind that don't feel like dreams at all. They aren't horror movie gory, it's not that. It's worse in a quieter way. They operate on rules that don't exist here. The atmosphere is always wrong. Like I'm in a world that looks almost familiar, but everything is tilted, and I can feel I'm not supposed to be there. And sometimes, in those dreams, I don't see people I recognize. But I'll catch it anyway. Familiar eyes in the wrong face. A presence borrowing somebody else's body just to get close to me. And if I ever become lucid, it doesn't feel like I'm taking control. Honestly, it feels like something notices. Like the moment I wake up inside the dream, something goes, "Oh, there you are." Mara's had sleep paralysis a few times. She told me she's seen figures during it, actual shapes. For me, it's never that clear. For me, it's the intrusion, the sense of something leaning in too close. And then there's the weirdest part, when I wake up. Sometimes I'll sit up and start talking, like I'm answering someone, but the words aren't mine. My voice sounds like me, sure, but what I'm saying comes out broken, scattered, like fragments of a conversation I wasn't supposed to be part of. My mom once told me my eyes looked empty when it happened. Like I was home, but not fully back yet. Anyway, the incident. The thing that changed the vibe in the house completely. One night I woke up to the sound of a man sighing. Not like a normal sigh. This was thin, weak, almost like the last bit of breath leaving someone's lungs. It was so close it felt like it happened right beside my bed. I got up and checked the house. No one. Parents were out. The dog was asleep in the living room, far enough away that there's no way it was him. I remember standing there in the hallway thinking, okay, that was weird. And then just going back to bed like I hadn't just heard something exhale in my room. The next day, a relative, my great-uncle, passed away. And at first, I didn't connect it. I didn't want to. It felt like tempting fate to even think it. But a couple weeks later, something happened that I couldn't shrug off. I was in my room late, more like early morning, maybe around 2:30, headphones in, just trying to calm my brain down with music. And out of nowhere, the entire left side of my body went cold. Not chilly. Cold like someone opened a freezer door inside my skin. I felt it against me. Like it was brushing my shoulder and neck. Like it was leaking into the air around my face. That was the first time it ever got physical, and I swear to you, my whole body went into this animal kind of fear. The kind where you don't even have thoughts. Just get away, get away, get away. The next morning, we found out my grandmother had been rushed to the hospital. Serious condition. The timing hit me like a punch. That's when the fear really set in, because it stopped being spooky house noises and started feeling like warnings, or echoes, or something arriving before the news does. And then it got worse. The following night, I went to bed exhausted, like the kind of tired where you feel heavy all the way down to your bones. I fell asleep fast. And then I woke up because someone was pulling me by the shoulders. Not a dream pull, not that falling feeling. This was pressure. Hands. A tug like they were trying to drag me out of the bed. I rolled over, fully expecting to see someone there. And there was nothing. The room was empty, silent. And this is the part that makes me sound insane. But I was so worn out that I didn't even scream. I just whispered, angry, half asleep. Something like, "Leave me alone," except harsher. And then I laid back down and passed out again. But after that night, the room changed for good. The presence became constant, thick, ugly. I started noticing shadows in the corners that didn't behave like shadows. Noises got clearer. Footsteps that stopped when I held my breath. Faint taps that felt deliberate. And over time, it became obvious it wasn't just one thing. It felt like three. One felt like a tall, elderly man, stern but not immediately cruel. Another felt like an older woman, softer, almost sad. The kind where you feel like she's watching from a distance. And then there was the third. The third felt wrong in a way I can't fully explain. Not scary like a jump scare, more like bad intent. Like walking into a room right after an argument and the air still remembers. What really messed me up was finally talking to Mara about it. We weren't close growing up, more like ships passing in the same house, so we never compared notes. But recently, I told her everything. The sigh, the breathing, the pulling, the three presences. And she just stared at me, and her face drained, and she said, "You're going to hate this, but I know exactly what you mean." She described the same three figures, the same energy, the same nice one, the same old man, and the same one that felt purely evil. Like we'd both been living in parallel versions of the same haunting without realizing it. We even started wondering if it's tied to the area we live in. Like the town itself has a history that bleeds into certain houses. But honestly, that's its own rabbit hole. All I know is, when I go back to my parents' place now, and I walk into my old room, it doesn't just feel spiritually off. Sometimes I feel physically sick. A sudden nausea. A heaviness like someone put a weight on my chest. A chill that doesn't sit on the surface of your skin. It sinks into your bones and stays there. And there are nights where I'll be lying in the dark, and I can't even open my eyes, because I can feel someone staring at me so intensely, it feels like pressure on my face. And the scariest part? I don't want to look. Not because I think I'll see nothing, but because deep down, I'm afraid I won't. So, before I get into this, I should probably say, I'm not someone who goes looking for ghosts. I grew up with religion around me, sure, but these days I wouldn't call myself particularly devoted. I'm not out here claiming I know what's out there. I've even gone down the rabbit hole a few times, researching similar stories and figures people swear they've seen. And every single time, I end up with nothing solid. No explanation that really sticks. Anyway, here's the setting. I live in a small, quiet town on the west coast of Ireland. It's the kind of place where not much changes day to day, and you don't exactly get a parade of flashy cars or wealthy strangers drifting through. Most mornings, I go for a walk alone just to clear my head. There's this little route I like, up toward a roadside statue of Mary, perched on a low rise, and then I loop back home. The road out there is usually dead silent, especially early. This happened about 6 or 7 weeks ago. It was one of those mornings where the light is just starting to spill over everything. Dim, soft, almost sleepy. I was coming up toward the statue when I noticed someone ahead of me. Or part of someone. At first, I thought it was just a woman walking the same way I was, but I couldn't see her face. I was still a fair bit behind her, and there's a short stone wall near the statue where ivy and leaves sort of spill over the edge. Between the distance and that bit of cover, all I really had was the view of her from the lower back down. But what I could see was oddly specific. She was dressed completely in white, like not casual white, more like polished, expensive white. She had white heels that looked immaculate, the kind you'd never wear on a quiet country road unless you were very confident or very determined. Her skirt fell to around her knees, and she had a fitted jacket over it, the whole thing looking like something you'd wear to a formal event. Over her shoulder was a small handbag, gold-toned, almost gleaming even in the weak morning light. And her legs. That's the part that still sits weird with me. They looked smooth, but the color was off, pale with a faint gray cast, like someone wearing foundation that didn't quite match, or like the light was doing something strange. It didn't look like decay or anything dramatic, just unnatural in a quiet way. If I had to guess her age from what I saw, I'd say she seemed young, maybe mid-20s, give or take. Now, here's where it turns. I sped up a little, not in a panicked way, more in that curious, oh, maybe I know her way. I just wanted to get close enough to see her properly, to catch her face, to confirm she was real, basically. And as I walked faster, she vanished. Not like she turned a corner and I lost her. Not like she ducked behind the wall. I mean, she was there, and then she simply wasn't. It was so sudden it actually made me stop walking, like my brain needed a second to catch up. What really unsettled me was the sound. When I first saw her, I could hear the click of her heels on the concrete. Sharp, steady, completely ordinary. And the instant she disappeared, the sound cut out too. Like someone had muted the world for a second. No fading footsteps, no quickening pace, nothing. Just gone. And of course, in the moment, I didn't think to pull out my phone. It all happened too fast, and honestly, it felt ridiculous. Like, what am I going to do? Start recording the back of a stranger near a statue at dawn? So I have no video, no photo, just my memory and the way my stomach dropped when the road ahead of me was suddenly empty. But every time I come up that little rise, a part of me expects to hear that crisp clicking again. And I hate how much I want a normal explanation, even though I can't quite find one that makes the whole thing fit. So when I was a kid, around 4th grade, my mom signed me up for this after-school biofeedback thing with the school psychologist. It happened once or twice a week, usually late enough that most of the building felt like it had already gone to sleep. They'd sit me down in this little office, stick these sensor pads on my forehead and scalp, and have me play these super simple computer games. Looking back, I think it was tied to attention stuff, like they were trying to help me focus or see how my brain reacted. But at the time, it just felt like, okay, guess I'm playing weird school games with wires on my head again. It was almost always just me and the psychologist left in the whole place. Mr. Klein, that was his name, I think. Calm voice, kind of soft-spoken. And once my session was done, I'd wait for my mom to come pick me up. The gym was right near the front entrance, and while I waited, I'd sometimes wander over there. Not to do anything dramatic, mostly just to kill time, enjoy the open space, hear my footsteps echo. The rest of the school would be dark and still, except for a few places that stayed lit. The front foyer, the counselor's office, and the gym area. And then one afternoon, I walked into the gym like I always did, and I heard a little girl's voice, sharp and clear, like she was right there in the room. "Somebody help me!" It wasn't muffled. It wasn't distant. It sounded close, like she was maybe just around the corner of the bleachers or behind the equipment doors. My first thought wasn't ghosts. My first thought was, oh my God, someone's here. Someone needs help. I figured maybe a classmate was stuck somewhere, or someone got hurt, or somebody's parent brought them in and they got separated. So I yelled back, loud, trying to sound brave. "Where are you?" Nothing. I waited a second, and the silence felt thick, like the air itself was listening. I called again. "Hello? I can help you. Where are you?" Still nothing. Not a whimper, not a shuffle, not a single sound to follow it. That's when I stepped back out of the gym and looked down the hallway and into the front area. The entire school was quiet, empty. The lights that were usually on were on, like always, but everything else was blacked out. Dark classrooms and long corridors with no movement at all. And I remember standing there thinking, how could someone be here and I can't hear anything else? I went back into the gym and just listened, waiting for another cry, waiting for any sign of where it came from. But it never happened again. Not that day. Not any day after that. And honestly, what haunts me isn't just the voice. It's the way it felt so real that I reacted without thinking. If I'd felt scared first, I don't think I would have called out at all. But I didn't. I just wanted to help. Afterward, I asked around in my own kid way. Later on, as I got older, I tried again, looked for any story, any accident, anything that could explain it. Nothing. No rumor about a child. No "this happened in the gym" story. No memorial, no headlines, no whispers. Just nothing. There were these 2 locker rooms attached to the gym that everyone thought were creepy. They weren't used anymore. Doors shut, lights off, like they'd been abandoned on purpose. And I remember staring at them that day, thinking, could it have come from in there? Because really, that was the only place it could have been coming from. I think about it even now, how clear it was, how fast it disappeared. And what bothers me most is that I can't file it away as a misunderstanding. I've tried. I've replayed it 100 times. If that school were still standing, I swear I'd go back as an adult and just sit in that gym for a while. See if it ever happened again. See if there was some echo or vent or trick of sound I missed. But the building's gone now. They tore it down years ago. More than a decade, I think. And in a weird way, that makes it worse, because it means there's no place to return to. No way to test it. No way to stand in the exact spot and try to understand what I heard. Just that one moment. A little girl's voice in an empty gym. "Somebody help me!" And then, nothing at all. So, I've got this one trip story that still gives me chills when I think about it. A couple years back, our school took a trip with students from grades 7, 8, and 9 to this resort near Chittagong in Nepal, kind of tucked away with forest all around. We reached around dusk, and by the time we dropped our bags, the sky had already gone that deep, heavy dark where everything looks like a shadow of itself. At first, it was fun. Everyone was hyped, laughing, acting brave. Someone was like, "Let's go up toward the jungle and explore." I went once with my junior, Rohan, just the two of us, and honestly, nothing happened. It was creepy, yeah, but normal creepy. But then later, we went again. This time a whole group, maybe 6 or 7 of us. Now we were all acting tough, mocking ghosts like idiots, doing that thing boys do when they're scared but don't want to admit it. One guy, Sujal, was recording on his phone, showing off how clear the video was, zooming in on trees and leaves like he was making some documentary. Everything stayed normal, until Aman, and I swear this is the exact moment the vibe shifted. He went and started peeing on a tree. And in our culture, you know how people say doing stuff like that in certain places can invite bad energy? Like it's disrespectful and it attracts spirits. We even joked about it while he was doing it, like, "Bro, you're calling the boot now." But then Sujal suddenly goes, "Wait, what the heck?" He shows us the recording and the footage is wrong. Like the whole video turns blurry and pixelated right when Aman starts peeing. Not normal blur, not shaking blur, more like the phone couldn't focus on reality anymore. And the weirdest part is, Sujal's camera is usually super sharp. It wasn't even raining or foggy, just clean air, dark forest, and suddenly the video looks corrupted. Someone tried to laugh it off and said maybe there's a signal jammer nearby, but we all just stared at each other like, a jammer? In the middle of a jungle? For what? We got back to the resort acting loud, trying to convince ourselves it was nothing. But once we settled in, the fear started creeping in, quietly. Later that night, a bunch of us decided to go back to that same spot, like a stupid fix-it mission. Someone suggested we should apologize, like properly, out loud. Another guy was like, spit on the ground and say sorry, because people say that kind of thing can undo disrespect. So we did, awkwardly, nervously, trying not to laugh. And that's when it got worse. Back in the rooms, we started hearing banging. Like door banging, then glass-like clinks, then knocking. Hard knocks, not soft ones. We'd jump up and run to check, and there'd be nobody. And it wasn't like someone could prank us easily either. The layout was such that if it was someone from the next room, they would have had to sprint and hide in seconds. We checked corridors, checked outside. Nothing. Then Aman, the same guy, started acting off. At first it was small, random laughing, like laughing at nothing. Then his face changed, like his mood kept flipping. He got aggressive, started talking weird, And then, this part still makes my stomach twist. He started taking his clothes off, like he didn't care who was there. We tried to calm him down, like, "Bro, stop it. What are you doing?" He looks right at me and goes, dead serious, "Who's standing behind you?" I turned around so fast my neck hurt. There was nobody, just the dark corner of the room and a wall. We got scared now. Not, haha, ghost scared, like real fear, where your hands feel cold. One of the boys ran and brought ash, just whatever we could find, and we put a mark on his forehead, like a protective thing. Someone started playing bhajaans loudly from a speaker, like full volume, as if sound could push the darkness back. We kept telling Aman, "Focus on us, look at us, stay with us." But even with the prayers playing, the banging sounds got louder, like something outside was angry. At one point, 9 of us went together into the hallway, and 3 boys said they'd guard near the end of the corridor to see if anyone was messing around. I stayed closer to the group because, I'll be honest, I was terrified, like my legs felt weak. A few minutes later, those 3 came back looking pale and dead serious. No jokes, no smiles. One of them just said, really quietly, "We saw a huge black shadow. Not like a person, not like a prank, like a shape that didn't look normal." And then another weird thing happened. My friend Kieran suddenly said his leg felt heavy, like someone was pressing it down. He kept lifting it and shaking it like it was asleep, but he swore it didn't feel numb. It felt pulled. Later, one of the guys searched online about the place, like local ghost stories, old rumors, anything. He found stuff about workers dying in accidents around old construction in that area, and stories about certain stone sites nearby being connected to spirits. And the creepiest part wasn't even the stories. It was how perfectly it matched what was happening. Heavy legs, shadows, random banging, that oppressive feeling like you're being watched. Then, when we thought things were calming down, a massive bang hit near the window, like someone slammed something against the wall. We checked the time, 12:31 a.m. And I remember thinking, who even has the courage to prank people at this hour? Like it didn't feel human anymore. It felt stupid to even call it a prank. We finally told a teacher, and we also asked some girls if they'd heard anything. And the worst part? They said yes. They'd heard knocking too. One of them said she saw something dark and hairy-like near the doorway, like a shadow trying to lure attention. When multiple people say the same thing, separately, that's when your brain stops arguing. After that, nobody wanted to be alone, not even for a second. We ended up squeezing together like little kids, 8 of us somehow crammed into one bed, laughing nervously just to survive the moment. Like we were trying to turn fear into a joke, because if we didn't laugh, we'd probably cry. And yeah, we eventually slept, but it wasn't real sleep. It was that exhausted, scared sleep where you wake up at every tiny sound, holding your breath, hoping morning comes faster. Even now, when I think of that pixelated video and those bangs in the hallway, I just get this cold feeling like maybe we weren't alone that night. So here's something my family has been telling me for as long as I can remember. Like one of those stories that gets passed down at birthdays over cups of tea whenever someone says, "You'll never believe this." Before I was even born, my great-grandmother, her name was Mabel, apparently told my parents, plain as day, that I'd come into the world with blue eyes and brown hair. The thing is, she passed away before I ever took my first breath. And still, somehow, she was right. To this day, I'm the only one in the family with that exact mix. Everyone else has their own variations, but me? Blue eyes, brown hair, just like she said. My parents still talk about how stunned they were, like, how could she possibly have known? And then there's the other part, the part that still makes my skin go cold if I think about it too long. When I was a baby, about 1 or 2, my mom told me there was a night she and my dad shot upright in bed because they heard me making this awful sound, like I couldn't breathe. She described it as if I was being choked, like someone had their hands around my throat. Obviously, I don't remember any of it, but the way she tells it, she still sounds shaken even now. That first place we lived in was a small upstairs apartment, and as I grew up there with my brothers, there were 4 of us kids total, 3 boys and me, the youngest girl. We started noticing things before anyone ever sat us down and said, "Okay, this is what we think is happening." At night, we'd hear cutlery clinking in the kitchen, like someone calmly rummaging through drawers. We'd hear slow footsteps when everyone was meant to be asleep. And in the mornings, my parents, who were always the first ones awake, would walk out and find cupboard doors hanging open that absolutely weren't open the night before. Even the neighbors said things. They'd stop my parents in the hallway and be like, "Were you renovating up there?" Because they'd hear loud banging through the ceiling, heavy enough to rattle their place, at times when none of us were even home. And my parents would just stand there like, "That's impossible. We weren't there." One incident still sticks with me because it wasn't just my family hearing things anymore. There was a night my family was away for a funeral, my dad's uncle, I think, and I was too little to go. So I stayed downstairs with my best friend at the time, Lily, and her mum, Renee. We had dinner, watched a bit of TV, did the whole bedtime routine. Totally normal. Then all 3 of us heard it. These huge crashes coming from our apartment upstairs. Not a little creak or a settling noise, like full-on angry stomping movement. It went on long enough that Renee's face changed, that serious adult look, and she grabbed her keys and said, "Right, I'm checking." She went up, looked around. Every room. Silence. No one there. Nothing out of place that explained it. And when she came back down, she didn't laugh it off or brush it away. She looked genuinely unsettled. The next morning, she told my parents everything, and that was the first time my parents had someone outside our family confirm it in a way that couldn't be waved off as imagination. Somewhere along the way, years later when I was old enough to understand, they told me something else they'd been told back then, that there was supposedly a female presence attached to me, like she was following me, like I was the reason things were happening. I didn't know what to do with that as a kid, you know? How do you even process something like that without it turning into fear? And then it started again. Not constantly, but enough. Random sounds that didn't belong anywhere. Doors shifting when no one was near them. And the stairs. Oh my God, the stairs. Even now, years later, the stairs are the worst part. It'll be completely silent in the house, and then you'll hear what sounds like heavy boots, like thick, hard soles, stomping up or down. Not soft footsteps, not a creak. Heavy, deliberate steps. My mom has heard it. My brother has heard it. I've heard it. We've looked at each other in that exact moment like, "Please tell me you heard that too." One time, when I was a teenager, it was just me, one of my brothers, and my dad in the living room. We were all right there, and suddenly, from the kitchen, we heard the oven door slam shut, hard. My brother went pale, like instant goosebumps. He actually whispered for my mom to check it when she got home, because he didn't even want to go near the kitchen alone. By the time I was 20, I was tired of wondering if I was imagining things. So I went to see a medium. Part of me was skeptical, honestly, but part of me just wanted answers. I didn't tell her much. I tried to keep it simple. And she said it anyway. She told me there was a female spirit connected to me. The same thing my family had been told years earlier, without me feeding her that information first. That was the moment it stopped feeling like coincidence to me. Not because I wanted it to be true, because I didn't, but because it matched too closely. Then later, when my now fiancé, Evan, moved in with me, he had no idea about any of this. None. I didn't want to freak him out, and I didn't want to plant ideas in his head. But after a while, he started noticing things. Little things at first, then bigger things. And one day he looked at me and said, "Does stuff like this happen a lot?" And weirdly, that helped. Not because I wanted someone else dragged into it, but because it was the first time I got that outside confirmation from someone who hadn't grown up hearing the stories. I'm 26 now, and it still happens. Not every day, not like some horror movie where everything is flying off shelves, but enough that it's always sitting in the back of my mind. I still wear a cross necklace, more out of habit than anything, but also because it makes me feel steadier. And there's this video my mom sent me once that I still hate watching. Our cat, staring at nothing, tracking something across the room, then jumping and swiping like it's trying to grab whatever's there. But there's nothing. No toy, no bug, no shadow. Just empty air. It freaks me out every single time. Lately, we've started talking about doing something about it, like properly. Cleansing the house, using sage, whatever you want to call it. Not out of anger, not out of drama, more like, it feels like whatever this is has been hanging around for too long. And if there really is something unsettled here, I don't want it lingering forever. I want peace. For me, for my family, for Evan, and honestly, for whatever might be stuck. And look, I know how this sounds. I really do. If you haven't lived it, it's easy to dismiss. I used to be the same way when I was younger, oblivious, brushing things off, thinking people were just being dramatic. But it's harder to shrug off when it keeps happening, year after year, in different homes, with different people hearing the same things. I'm not telling this to convince anyone. I'm telling it because it's my reality. And maybe, somewhere out there, someone's lived something similar and knows exactly what I mean. So, this happened a long time ago, something like a decade and a half back, and I still don't know what to make of it. To set the scene, we were living in this house that always felt off. Like not in a dramatic way where you're screaming every night, more like this constant, heavy vibe. Even later, just driving past the place gave me that same weird, uneasy feeling in my stomach. Anyway, my oldest, Luca, used to talk about seeing a scary man outside the window. Sometimes he'd mention a little kid, too. I brushed it off at the time. The house wasn't far from a busy strip with shops and streetlights, and I figured it was just shadows moving through the trees, reflections, that kind of thing. Kids imagine stuff, you know how it is. But then one night, I'm in bed, and I get that horrible sensation like I'm being pressed down into the mattress, like something heavy is pinning me. It wasn't the first time I'd felt it either, so I tried to talk myself down. Thought maybe it was that thing people get when they wake up suddenly and their body hasn't caught up yet. After a minute, I finally managed to move. I sit up, shake it off, and I head out to the living room to clear my head. Not long after that, Luca wakes up absolutely losing it, screaming, crying, terrified. I rush into his room, and that's when I notice this helium balloon hovering near the window. One of those leftover party balloons, the kind that should be slowly sinking, not just hanging there like it's thinking. I pick Luca up and bring him out to the living room with me, trying to calm him down. A few minutes later, same thing happens with my youngest, Milo. Screaming, sobbing, full panic. I go into his room, and now the balloon is hovering over his bed. And I'm still trying to be logical. I'm telling myself, okay, you walked in here earlier. Maybe you stirred the air. Maybe it drifted. Except, it didn't drift like a balloon drifts. It was positioned too neatly, too deliberately, like it chose where to be. So now I've got both kids in the living room, curled up on the couch together. I'm standing there in that quiet, alert way you get when you're pretending everything's fine, but every nerve in your body is tuned to the house. And then, the balloon comes down the hallway. Not bobs in the air kind of movement. It came down the hallway like someone was walking it toward us. Like an invisible hand was holding the string just out of sight, guiding it smoothly around the corner and into the room. At this point, my partner, Jade, was awake too. She was sitting up, watching, completely silent. The room felt frozen. Even the kids had gone quiet, like they sensed something was happening that they didn't have words for. The balloon floated closer to me, slow and steady, and it honestly looked like it was being presented, like it was coming to meet me. When it got close enough, I reached out and pushed it away, kind of a cautious shove, like, nope, back up. It drifted back toward the hallway, paused, and then started coming right back again. So I did it again, pushed it away, and again it returned. Not immediately, not chaotically, just steadily, like it wanted to come back to me. And I remember saying, out loud, like I was talking to a nervous animal, "Hey, bring it back. I won't hurt you." And it did. And I swear, I still wish cameras were as common then as they are now, because if I had footage of it, I'd never stop showing people. Eventually, though, the fear started creeping in. That slow realization of, okay, I don't understand what this is, and I don't like that I don't understand it. So on one of the passes, I hit the balloon harder, like a proper smack. Not playful anymore, more like, stop, enough. The second I did that, everything changed. The string went slack, like whatever had been holding it just let go. The balloon dropped low and sort of sagged, and it never moved again after that. No coming back, no hovering, no hallway drift. Just a balloon doing what balloons do when they're done. And I stood there staring at it, with my kids huddled together on the couch, and Jade watching me like she was trying to confirm she hadn't imagined it either. To this day, I don't know what it was. Was it something paranormal? Was it something I interacted with somehow? People have told me it was just wind or airflow in the house, but I can't make that fit. Not with the way it hovered in two separate rooms, then traveled down the hallway and into the living room like it had a destination. All I know is, that night stuck to me. It's one of those memories that never fades, because it didn't feel like a dream, and it didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt like someone was there, just for a moment, and I happened to be awake enough to see it. So, let me tell you about my granddad. Well, I'm going to call him Frank here. Frank was, honestly, a classically difficult man. Sharp edges, quick temper, a mouth like sandpaper, and somehow still one of the most loving people I've ever known. He'd had a brutal childhood, and he carried it like armor. The kind of man who built his life with his bare hands and made sure everyone knew it. He grew up in a family that was considered a problem from the start. His mom was Catholic, his dad Protestant, and back then that mix came with a lot of shame and cruelty, especially from the church. Frank hated the church for it. Not in a casual, eye-rolling way, no. This was deep, personal, scorched earth hatred. He told stories about being skint, proper poor, and still the church would show up like clockwork and take money from the little tin they kept by the fireplace. Didn't matter if the kids were living on bread and jam for days. That memory lived in him like a splinter he never let anyone pull out. And I'm telling you this because you need the full picture. Frank wasn't just non-religious. He was anti-religion, anti-spirituality, anti-anything that smelled like faith or fate. He mocked horoscopes, laughed at anyone who found God, and took genuine pleasure in shutting the door on religious callers mid-sentence. Now, jump to late 2016. I'm 20, home for a bit, staying the night at my grandparents' place. Frank is in his mid-80s and still frighteningly sturdy. He'd been a manual worker his whole life, and even after retiring, he moved like someone who didn't know how to be old. Deaf as anything from years on sites before anyone cared about ear protection, and he lived off stuff that should have killed a lesser man. Potato scones, strong tea, and spicy food that gave him heartburn he complained about dramatically while still eating it. I was his only granddaughter, and my whole life people had said, "You're just like him." Same stubborn streak, same way of standing your ground. I adored him. He was ill-tempered and hilarious and kind in this blunt, practical way. He wasn't soft with words, but you always knew where you stood with him. And I knew, without him ever needing to say it, that he loved me. We were outside that afternoon because that's where he was happiest. The garden was his kingdom. He could make anything grow. I'd inherited a bit of that, so we were out there together, hands in the soil, pulling weeds along the edge of the little pond. And out of nowhere, like he was commenting on the weather, he says, "I saw Hugh last night." I remember freezing a bit, still crouched by the flower bed, dirt under my nails. "Hugh who?" I asked. "Uncle Hugh?" He barely looked up, just kept staring at the ground like he could see something in it. "No, my brother Hugh." And his brother had been dead for years, so I did the obvious thing. I tried to make it normal. "You mean you dreamt about him?" Frank shook his head slowly, and the way his face changed, God, I can still see it. It wasn't dramatic. It was unsettled, like something had shifted under his feet. "No," he said. "I was awake. He was there, standing at the foot of the bed, clear as day." Then he swallowed, like he didn't like hearing himself say it. He told me it was time to go. I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't even know what to say, because this was Frank, the man who scoffed at ghosts and fate and anything mysterious, the man who would have torn someone apart for telling a story like this at the dinner table. He just stared at the garden a moment longer and then said, quieter, "I don't know, lass. I just know I saw him." After that, life moved the way it always does. I went back to university, got busy, told myself I'd visit more. I didn't, and the guilt of that still pinches. Then, in spring 2017, Frank fell during the night and cut his arm. It seemed like one of those rough, old man injuries you assume will heal because they've always been tough as nails. But it didn't go that way. He ended up with a bad infection, sepsis, they said, and he died in hospital. No long warning, no gentle decline, just sudden. Even for a man nearly 90, it felt like someone had yanked a rug out from under all of us. And I miss him all the time. Not in a poetic way, in a constant, irritating, everyday way. Like reaching for a tool that isn't there anymore. I still wonder if he'd be proud of me. I hope he would. The older I get, the more I feel him in me. Driven, stubborn, sharp-tongued, but also fiercely protective of people. The kind of person who cares about workers, unions, politics, who gets angry when the world is unfair and can't let it slide. Now, this part. The morning after he died, the whole family was gathering at my grandparents' house. You know that feeling. Everyone moving around quietly, making tea they don't drink, speaking in half sentences because the grief is too big for proper words. I was driving up the familiar lane, the one I'd taken 1,000 times. And I swear to you, hand on heart, I saw him. Frank, walking along the side of the road like he always did. Same shape, same stride. Like he'd just stepped out for air. I slowed without thinking. My stomach flipped so hard I felt sick. And he turned. He looked right at my car, lifted his hand, and gave me that little salute he always did. Just a quick, casual two-finger thing. Like, all right, I see you. Then he was gone. It's still the strangest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm a logical person. I know grief can make your brain do wild, desperate things. I know how memory and longing can blur into something that feels real. But here's the part that gets me. I've lost people since then. I've grieved. I've been broken-hearted in other ways. And nothing, not once, has ever felt like that again. Hey, so before I jump in, you need a little context. I grew up in this tiny river town in southern Illinois. I mean tiny. A couple hundred people on a good day. We'll call it Ravens Bluff. It sits right along the Ohio River, and there's this state park there with a cave cut into the limestone cliffs. The cave is basically the town's claim to fame, except the stories tied to it are... Old river folklore says pirates used to hide out near that cave. Some of them would dress up to lure boats closer, then rob the passengers. And the area has all these gritty frontier legends tied to it too, like early serial killer stories that people still about like they happened yesterday. So yeah, it's one of those places where the history feels like it never really stopped breathing. And in my family, paranormal stories were just part of the background noise. Everybody had something. But the one that always pulls me back is my aunt and uncle's old house. My Aunt Marla and Uncle Dean lived up on this hill, not far from the ferry landing, close enough that you always felt the river nearby, even when you couldn't see it. My grandparents lived next door, so when I was little, like ages 1 through maybe 8, I stayed there all the time. It was basically a second home. And almost every person in my family who spent real time in that house has a story they can tell without even thinking, because it's burned into them. Like this. Marla and Dean would be in the living room watching TV, and they'd hear the pull chain on the ceiling fan in their bedroom, that little click-click sound, and then the light would turn on. Not flicker, not dim, fully on, as if someone reached up and pulled it, and the fan was centered right over their bed. You couldn't reach that chain unless you were literally standing in the middle of the mattress. Another time, they were actually in bed, about to fall asleep, and it happened again. Same chain, same unmistakable sound. Then there were the days they'd come home from groceries and find stuff open. Doors, windows, cabinet doors. Not like one cabinet got left cracked. I mean a weird, scattered, someone walked through the place and opened things just to open them. And that's all their side of it. Mine started a little later, late 90s, early 2000s. I remember being there with Uncle Dean one afternoon, and he had this massive stereo setup. Tower speakers, big receiver, the kind of system that felt like it could shake the drywall if you wanted it to. We were trying to find the remote because it had gone missing. So we're looking around, checking between couch cushions, under magazines, normal stuff. And then, out of nowhere, the recliner in the corner fully reclines. Not slowly, like it slipped. It went back like someone leaned into it with their weight. And before I can even process that, the stereo turns on by itself and blasts up, like full volume. The kind of sound that makes your stomach drop before your brain catches up. Dean snapped to his feet instantly, like his body reacted before his mind could. He shut it off and just stood there for a second, breathing hard, staring at the recliner like it might move again. Neither of us said much after that. Not because we didn't have words, but because words felt useless. Another time, I was staying over with my cousins. I'll change their names too. Let's call my cousin Lena. We were kids, so we shared a bed like it was no big deal. We woke up in the middle of the night to their dog, an old spotted mutt, not even a guard dog type, just losing his mind. Snarling, barking, frantic. He was standing rigid, facing this rocking chair in the corner of Lena's room. And the chair was rocking. I remember my whole body going cold. I looked at Lena, expecting her to panic, and she just leaned toward me and whispered something like, "It's okay. Don't worry about it. Go back to sleep." Like she'd done that exact moment before. And I didn't sleep much after that, but I also didn't argue, because somehow the scariest part was how normal it seemed to her. But the one that sticks with me the most, like the one I still feel in my chest when I think about it, happened in the living room. I was there with my mom, Tara, visiting Marla and Dean. They called my mom into another room to show her something, some photo album thing, I think, and they left me sitting in the living room alone. At first it was fine. Then I got this sudden crawling feeling, like when you realize you're being watched, except heavier. Wrong. Like the air changed. I stood up and took a couple steps, maybe 2, maybe 3, and then it felt like something wrapped around me. That's the only way I can describe it. Not hands, not arms. More like pressure. Like I'd been caught in something invisible that tightened all at once. Everything went quiet, like someone hit mute on the world. I tried to call out, and nothing came. I tried to move, couldn't. Tried to scream, nothing. My mouth was open, and my lungs were working, but no sound happened. My body just refused. I have no idea how long it lasted. Seconds? A minute? Longer? Time didn't behave normally in that moment. And then my mom came back in the room. I remember her voice cutting through the silence like a rope being thrown to someone drowning. She asked me if I was okay. And the second she stepped into the room, it was like whatever had me just released. I couldn't explain anything. I didn't even try. I just started crying, full-on shaking sobs like my body needed to get the fear out somehow. I'm in my 30s now, and I still don't have a clean answer for what that was. Marla and Dean moved out when I was around 7 or 8, so it's been over 2 decades since they lived there. And for a long time, it stayed filed away as this haunted chapter of childhood that I didn't know what to do with. But recently, I had to go back home for a funeral. And this is the part that messed with me in a totally different way. My grandmother on my dad's side, let's call her Ruth, is the most religious, no-nonsense, straight-shooting woman you can imagine. The type who doesn't entertain spooky stories. Ever. We're sitting there eating after the service, and Ruth comes over, sits right beside us, me, Marla, and Dean, and she says, real casual, like she's asking about the weather. "Back when you lived in that hill house, did anything ever happen that you couldn't explain?" I swear the whole table energy shifted, because she has never asked anything like that. Not once in my entire life. So we tell her, just the basics, some of the things I told you. And as we're talking, I watch her face change. Like something clicked into place for her that she didn't want to admit existed. And then she tells us why she asked. Apparently the person living in that house now, the current owner, has been dealing with things too. Enough that he finally went to Ruth, through the church, basically asking if she knew anything about the house, or if she could help. That's when it hit me in this really unsettling way. It wasn't just our family. It wasn't just kids imagining stuff. Whatever was happening there, it outlived the people. So now I'm stuck with this split feeling. Part of me wants to go back, talk to the owner, stand in the rooms again, see if it still feels the same. Maybe prove something to myself, one way or the other. And that's honestly where I'm at, still holding the questions. still wondering what that house was, what that feeling was, and why it picked certain moments to show itself. And I'll end with the same thing I find myself asking anytime I talk about it. If you've ever lived near a place with a history that feels heavy, have you ever seen something you couldn't explain? And if you were me, would you go back? Or would you leave it alone? Alright, so before I tell you what happened, I should give you a little background, because without it, the whole thing sounds even stranger. My mom was adopted as a baby. Her biological mom had a lot of kids and couldn't take care of them, so my mom ended up being raised by the woman I've always known as my grandma. And growing up, my mom kept her biological side at a distance, very deliberately. She didn't want anything to do with them, and she didn't want me connected to them either. Even now, I only know the vague outlines of who those relatives are and how they're linked to her. Also, my mom has always been a bit of a prankster. She'll call me with something ridiculous like, "Guess what? Your cousin bought a goat," just to see if I'll believe it. She'll laugh, I'll groan, and within an hour, she's admitting she made it up. My dad, though? Total opposite. He's not a prank guy. He's calm, serious, and if he's ever in on a joke, you can usually tell because he can't keep a straight face. That matters, because what I'm about to tell you is the one story my mom never backed down from. Not once. Years later, she still swears it happened exactly the way she says. And what's even weirder is my dad used to support everything she said about it. Until one day, he got really quiet and told us he didn't want to talk about it anymore because it made him uncomfortable. Which is so unlike him that it still stands out to me. Even my grandma, the one who raised my mom, confirmed what my mom told her right after it happened. And my grandma is the kind of person who rolls her eyes at nonsense. If anything, she thinks my mom can be immature, but she doesn't think she's a liar. One more detail that matters. The layout of the house I grew up in. My bedroom was on the ground floor, and my parents' room was directly above mine. From my door to the kitchen and living room, it was about a short hallway, maybe 8 or 9 meters. So if I was talking, it wasn't hard for them to hear. So, here's what happened. When I was about 4, almost 5, my mom was pregnant with my little brother. And for a stretch of time, every night at bedtime, I started talking to someone in my room. At first, my parents thought it was nothing. Little kid stuff, imaginary friend stuff. But it didn't stop. It went on for weeks. Not just a few minutes either. Sometimes I'd be chatting for a full hour like there was somebody sitting there with me, and I was genuinely engaged. Not giggling and being silly, more like having an actual conversation. After a couple weeks, my parents finally asked me who I was talking to. I remember them saying something like, "Who are you talking to, honey?" Expecting me to say a made-up name like Mr. Sparkles or something. But I didn't. I told them, very matter-of-factly, that he wasn't my friend. That apparently made the whole thing feel different. So they asked me to describe him, and I did. I said he was an older man, tall, with thinning hair like my dad, and that he usually wore a light-colored baseball cap. I didn't call him a scary man. I didn't say he was mean. But I also didn't talk about him the way you'd talk about a fun, imaginary buddy. It was more like he was just there, and I was talking because that's what you do when someone's there. My parents started getting worried because it was affecting my sleep. So they'd tell me, "Okay, time to stop talking now. You need to rest." And for a while, I'd still do it, maybe half an hour every other night, until it gradually faded. Then one day, it just stopped completely, except there was this other part. Around the same time, I started using strange words for normal objects, like I'd call pens and pencils inks. Not ink, inks, like it was the object itself. My parents noticed because, It's one thing if a kid mispronounces something, but I was using these confident, specific labels like I'd been taught. They asked me why I was calling things by the wrong names, and I told them, casually, like it should have been obvious. That's what the man calls them. That rattled them, because now it wasn't just bedtime chatter, it was leaking into real life. Not long after that, we moved away for a while. Different place, different house. My brother was born soon after, and everything got busy, and gradually the whole man in the hat thing just became one of those odd childhood phases people file away and stop thinking about. For a year or two, it never came up again. Then, later, right before we moved back to our original house, we stopped by to visit some biological relatives on my mom's side. She had been trying to track down someone, an old family connection, I think, and these were relatives she considered the less messy part of that world, so she felt okay bringing us. We were there for a while, adults talking, kids roaming around, normal visit. And then I wandered over to the fireplace. There were framed photos sitting on the mantel, and I remember getting this sudden certainty, like the kind little kids get where they don't wonder if they're right, they just know. I tugged on my mom's sleeve and brought her over. I pointed at one of the photos, and I said, plain as day, "That's him. That's the man." My mom looked at the photo and froze, because the man in that picture had died not long before. A heart attack, if I remember right. The relatives we were visiting didn't understand at first. Like, what do you mean that's him? But my mom did. She immediately started telling them about how, back in our old house, I'd been talking to an older man in my room at night. The hat, the thinning hair, the way I said he wasn't my friend, the strange names for objects. And the room got quiet, because the man in the photo, let's call him Graham, was someone on that side of the family, same surname as ours. And the relative said something that, apparently, made my mom feel cold all over. Graham used to call pens and pencils inks. Not as a joke, not once in a while. That was just what he called them. And it matched the way I'd been talking so closely that the adults started swapping looks like they didn't want to scare themselves by saying out loud what they were thinking. The creepiest part is that he also looked like what I described. Older. Taller than some, not towering, but lean, with thinning hair, and he wore a cap all the time like it was part of him. After that, my parents tried to make sense of it in whatever way they could. The theory they landed on, at the time anyway, was that because my mom's biological family line was kind of fractured, and a lot of the men either didn't want kids, or had disappeared, or changed names, Graham might have cared about the family name continuing. And at that point in time, when my mom was pregnant but my brother wasn't born yet, I was the only boy carrying that surname. So my parents' idea was, maybe Graham showed up because he wanted to see me. Like he wanted proof the name didn't end with him. Like he wanted to pass through, take a look, and, I don't know, make peace with something. So when I think back to this older man, this man in the hat, it's hard not to wonder if it was coincidence, or if there really was someone who came by for a few weeks, spoke to a little kid in the quiet of a bedroom, taught him odd words, and then disappeared. And what gets me every time is this. My mom is the kind of person who can't keep a prank going. If she's messing with you, she cracks and laughs, always. But this? She's never laughed, never winked, never admitted anything. She's just stayed steady. And my dad, who never jokes and never spooks easily, eventually couldn't stand talking about it at all. So yeah, that's it. That's the story. And I'm telling you because I genuinely don't know what to do with it. If you've ever experienced something like this, something that feels too specific to be random, I'd really love to hear it. Because I can explain away a lot of childhood weirdness, but I still can't explain him. So, I've never really been sure how to tell these without sounding like I'm trying to scare somebody, but I swear I'm not. I just wanted to share some of the weird encounters I've had across my life. Little moments that stuck to me like burrs, even years later. The first ones I only know because my mom told me. Back when I was tiny, like still a toddler, we lived at my Aunt Marisol's house while my family was getting our place finished. One day, my mom says I came sprinting out of the hallway just bawling, pointing toward this closet at the far end like it was the worst thing I'd ever seen. And I kept saying there was a girl in there, with red juice smeared all over her mouth and cheeks, like she'd just been drinking something and made a mess. My mom checked, obviously. Nothing. No one. Just a closet. But I apparently would not calm down for a while. Which, looking back, imagine being my mom and having your toddler describe that with full confidence. I don't blame her for being freaked out. She still laughs about it now, but you can tell it bothered her. Then there's this other thing I also don't remember, but it happened often enough that my mom brought it up more than once. There's a small, old graveyard on the road toward our current house, kind of tucked back behind trees. She said when we'd drive past it, I'd sometimes wave out the window like I recognized someone standing there. Here's the part that makes my stomach flip a little. Years later, my little cousin Toby, who had never heard that story, started doing the exact same thing. Same spot, same casual little wave like, "Oh hey." My mom said she got chills so hard she almost missed the turn. Another early one was when I was a little older, maybe first grade-ish. I was in my room doing homework after dark. We lived out in the country, and back then there weren't close neighbors and there was basically no outside lighting. Like, it got dark. My desk was near a window right in the middle of my wall, and I remember getting that weird, prickly feeling like someone was watching me. So I walked out to my mom, super matter of fact, and told her I couldn't do my homework because a girl was staring at me through the window. I can still picture my mom's face. She immediately went into protective mode, checked outside, checked the yard, looked everywhere. Nobody there. No footprints, no flashlight, no car headlights, nothing. And the thing is, if someone had been out there, you would have heard them. Our yard wasn't the kind of place you could sneak around without making noise. Now, the next stuff, these are the ones I actually remember clearly because they happened when I was a teenager. And weirdly, they almost always happened when I was home alone. The first one still pops into my head at the most random times. My family had gone out to visit friends, and I stayed back. I walked from the bathroom toward my bedroom, and as I passed the hall that leads into the living room, I glanced down it without thinking, and my body just froze. Because in the hallway, facing me, there were two translucent legs. Just legs. Like someone had been cut clean in half, and whatever they were just standing there. Not moving, not walking, just present. I remember details that I wish I didn't remember. The pants looked like work pants, kind of a dusty tan, and the shoes were dark, like worn-in sneakers or work shoes. I didn't even wait to process it. I basically teleported back to my bedroom, slammed the door, and sat there with my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Not long after that, there was another night I was home alone while my family was, again, visiting the same friends. I was inside, minding my own business, when I heard what sounded exactly like my little brother Evan yelling outside. And my brother used to be loud on purpose, screaming, screeching, being a menace just because he could. So at first I wasn't even scared. I was annoyed, like, why is he outside doing that? So I went to the front door and opened it. Instant silence. The yard was empty. No family car. No kid. Nothing. To the right of the entrance we had this huge, overgrown bush. Ours was more like a thick hedge than a pretty plant, and it blocked part of the view. And from behind it, I started hearing heavy, crunching footsteps moving through dead leaves, slow and deliberate, along with this clicking sound, like someone rapidly clicking their tongue. I didn't stand there and investigate. I slammed the door so hard the frame rattled and locked it with shaking hands. And the thing that messes with me the most is how the screaming stopped the exact second I opened the door. Like whatever it was, it wanted me to come outside. Like it was copying him. I don't even know if that counts as a ghost story, but it felt wrong in a way that's hard to explain. Like the air had teeth. There were a couple smaller things after that, still creepy but not as clear. One time I heard the front door handle rattling, like someone was trying to yank it open hard, and I was home alone again. I remember standing perfectly still, holding my breath, listening for anything else. And then it stopped. Another time, also home alone, I heard scratching near the attic access, like something dragging nails over wood. Not a light little mouse sound, more like someone testing the door. Eventually, my mom had enough. She did a full cleanse, burned sage through the house, said prayers, and I remember her being really serious about it, like she was drawing a line and telling whatever it was that it wasn't welcome anymore. And honestly, whether it was faith or intention or pure coincidence, things stopped after that. I haven't had anything truly weird happen in the house since. I know some of this sounds wild. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you what I experienced, the way it happened, and the way it made me feel. And if you're listening to this thinking, okay, but I need details, trust me, I get it. I'm the same way. So, last Saturday was honestly one of the weirdest nights of my entire life. I'm still sat here trying to make sense of it, like my brain keeps replaying it and getting stuck on the same questions. Me and my friend Ollie are really into urbex, poking around forgotten places, old ruins, anything that's fallen off the map. We'd made this little hit list of spots around the Peak District, and we'd booked a small campsite not far from Bakewell, planning to crash out in his canvas bell tent after a night of exploring. One place we were excited about was an abandoned railway tunnel, long as anything, easily close to a kilometer, tucked away on the edge of private estate land. By the time we parked up and started walking, it had properly turned dark. No streetlights, no houses, just fields and hedgerows and that thick, rural kind of blackness where your eyes never quite adjust. Halfway across the fields, we stopped because the sky was ridiculous, like someone had thrown glitter across it. The stars were sharp, clear, bright. And while we're stood there looking up, I notice one star moving. At first I'm like, okay, satellite? But then it changes direction. Not smoothly either, more like it hesitates, then darts slightly. We keep watching and then there's another one, then another, and suddenly we're both spotting them everywhere. Like once you see one, your eyes unlock the rest of them. There were loads. I mean, genuinely too many to keep track of. They were coming from different parts of the sky, traveling in different directions, some of them speeding up, slowing down, making these odd little turns. They looked exactly like stars, white, high up, pinprick bright. Except stars don't behave like that. And we could tell it wasn't just our imagination because we saw normal stuff too. Planes way lower with the blinking lights, and even fireworks off in the distance at one point. These weren't either of those. This was something else. Now, I'll be honest with you. I've read way too much abduction and UFO stuff over the years. So while Ollie's stood there grinning like a kid, I can feel my anxiety climbing like a thermostat. Not panic, but that creeping, prickly feeling of, what if tonight's the night something happens? Ollie's like, come on, this is sick. Let's go see the tunnel. And I'm trying to match his energy. but inside I'm already half ready to run back to the car. We finally reach the entrance and step inside, and the tunnel is massive. The sound changes straight away, our footsteps echoing, our voices sort of swallowed and thrown back at us. The air felt colder in there too, damp and old. We'd only been walking a short while when my nerves start kicking off properly. I'm thinking, this is stupid. Why are we here? What if something's down here? What if we get lost? Ollie keeps chatting and joking, totally calm, so I try to keep moving. At some point, my torch beam catches something on the ground. A rusty metal bar, maybe just over a meter long, flat at one end and jagged at the other. I pick it up and, trying to laugh it off, I'm like, right, I feel a bit safer with this in my hand. After a while, my fingers start going numb, so I lean it against the tunnel wall at a slight angle and go, we'll use it as a marker, so we know roughly how far in we are when we come back. Eventually, we reach the far end, and I'm actually buzzing, proud even, like, I did it. I pushed through the fear, nothing jumped out, no creepy whispering, no unseen footsteps behind us, just a long, eerie walk through an old tunnel. So we turn around and start heading back, and this is the part where everything goes wrong. Then we spot the metal bar up ahead and I go, there's my marker. We walk past it, keep going, still talking, and about a minute later, we see it again. Same bar, same angle, same section of wall behind it. We both just stop. Like our bodies did it before our brains caught up. We go quiet, staring at it, then at each other, then back at it again. I remember saying something like, no, we literally just passed that. And Ollie, who'd been fearless all night, suddenly looks properly unsettled, like his face changed. He didn't even joke. He just went, yeah, we did. And I can't explain how that felt. It wasn't like, oh, we got turned around. It was like the tunnel had copied and pasted a slice of itself. Like we'd walked through a minute of tunnel, and then the minute restarted. We didn't hang around trying to test it. We just started walking faster. Neither of us wanted to see that bar a third time, because if we did, what then? What if we couldn't get out? It sounds dramatic, but it genuinely felt like the beginning of some Blair Witch kind of nightmare. That cold, sinking idea of a loop you can't break. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. Somehow we made it back to the entrance without seeing it again. We practically spilled out into the open air, both acting like we were fine, but not really speaking much. Like we didn't want to say the wrong thing and make it real. And then we still had to cross those fields back to the car, in pitch black again. On the way back, we see something that makes my stomach flip. 3 pale shapes, low to the ground, moving fast in a line right beside us. For a split second, I thought it was people. Then I thought it was deer. But no, they looked like dogs, like slim greyhound-type dogs, ghost-colored, running with purpose towards the direction of the tunnel. And the thing is, out there, in the middle of nowhere, in total darkness, what are 3 dogs doing sprinting across fields like that? No collars, no owner calling, just there and gone. We get to the car, and the relief is huge. We're trying to talk ourselves down, trying to be logical, but neither of us can really land on an explanation that fits. And then, later, when we're driving, as if the night hadn't already given us enough, we see something else in the sky. This time it's not a star. It's an orange orb, brighter, like a glowing ember hanging in the air. It stays still for a second, just hovering, and then it shoots downwards so fast it leaves a trail of light behind it, like, zoom, gone. We both saw it at the exact same time, and we both shouted, full-on involuntary. I've never seen anything move like that. Not a firework, not a drone, not anything I can name. And after all that, we still had to go and sleep in a tent in a field. Yeah, safe to say, I did not sleep well. Every little sound felt like it had meaning. Every rustle of wind sounded like something creeping closer. I've had strange experiences before, bits and pieces over the years, but that night topped everything. It's the combination that messes with me most. One weird thing, you can shrug it off. Two, you start raising an eyebrow. But that many bizarre moments stacked into the same night, it feels unreal in hindsight. Like a dream you can't quite hold on to, except it happened to both of us. And every time I picture that tunnel, I keep seeing that rusted bar, leaning there, waiting for us, like it knew we'd be back. Hello, Paranormal M viewers. How's your day going? Still having trouble sleeping? I'm truly happy and feel really lucky to be here sharing my paranormal experiences with all of you. Thank you so much for sending in your own stories. And don't forget to drop a comment below and let me know how your day was. I read every single one. Now, let's dive into today's paranormal experience. Please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Alright, so for most of my early 20s, I was that guy. You know the one. The loud, smug, there's no such thing as ghosts type, who'd roll his eyes at anyone talking about spirits, UFOs, anything remotely out there. If someone brought it up in the pub, I'd take the piss like it was my job. My whole worldview was tiny and tight and boring. And I honestly thought that made me clever. Back then, I was living with my girlfriend at the time. Let's call her Hannah. And on her street, there was this big corner house that always stood out. Tall fence all the way around it, neat as anything, like it was guarding some secret little world. In the middle of the fence, there was this small gate where you could peek into the garden, and it was immaculate. Trimmed hedges, tidy paths, flowers that looked like someone fussed over them every single day. An elderly woman lived there alone. I didn't know her name then, so I'll just call her Mrs. Doyle. You'd see her constantly, slowly pottering about, then stopping by that little gate like it was her favorite post in the universe. She'd chat to neighbors, watch the street, smile politely, have a little nosy. Just a familiar presence, really. The kind of person you don't think much about until they're suddenly not there. I never actually spoke to her. Not properly. I'd see her loads, but I was always in my own bubble. Head down, on my way somewhere, thinking I had life all figured out. And then this happened. One night, I remember it clearly because it was so ordinary right up until it wasn't. I got back to Hannah's place around 10:45 p.m., give or take. I'd been around my mate Callum's for a bit. Nothing weird, no spooky mood, no scary stories. Just a normal night. I pulled up and parked along the curb, right near that corner house. It was dark, quiet, streetlights humming like they do, and I genuinely wasn't thinking about anything at all. I turned the engine off, stepped out, and as I swung the car door shut, I noticed something that made my stomach do this weird little drop. There was light. Not like a car headlight. Not like a phone screen. It was coming from the gate in the fence, the one you could see through. So I looked. And standing there, behind the little gate, was Mrs. Doyle. Only it wasn't her, not the way you'd normally see her. She looked like a figure made of mist and air, translucent, foggy around the edges. And she was giving off this pale white glow that wasn't just on her. It spilled outward, like it had weight. The fence beside the gate actually looked brighter, like it was being lit up by her. I remember thinking, in the most ridiculous, automatic way, what the hell kind of light is that? Then she turned her head and looked straight at me. And I swear to you, this wasn't some vague, I felt watched thing. Our eyes met. It was a moment of direct acknowledgement, like she'd noticed me noticing her. And as soon as we locked eyes, she moved. But not like a person stepping back or turning away. She drifted sideways, smooth and silent, like she was gliding, like the air itself was carrying her. And she slid behind the fence line and was just gone. Not vanished in a dramatic flash, just removed from my view in a way that didn't follow normal movement. You imagined it. You're tired. Streetlight reflection. Your eyes adjusted weird. Anything that didn't involve admitting what I'd just seen. I went inside, still trying to laugh it off because that's what I always did. Hannah was in the living room, and I said something like, trying to sound casual, but my voice was shaky. You're going to think I'm losing it, but I'm pretty sure I just saw, like, a ghost by the old woman's gate. And Hannah just looked at me, completely calm, and went, "You do know she passed away a few days ago, right?" It hit me like someone dumped ice water down my spine. I just stopped, like my body didn't know what to do next. Because that sentence, those words, took what I'd been desperately trying to turn into a mistake, and it pinned it to the wall as something real. I felt my face go hot, then cold. My eyes started watering without me even understanding why. I wasn't sobbing like in a movie, but I was in this raw, stunned state where everything felt too sharp and too loud and too true. I kept replaying the scene in my head on a loop. The glow, her shape, the fence lighting up, the look, the drifting motion. I must have paced the room for ages. I probably sounded mad. And honestly, thinking back now, it's almost funny, because I'd spent years mocking people for having exactly the kind of reaction I was having. But in that moment, I wasn't laughing. I was terrified, yeah, but more than that, I was shaken to the core, like a pillar inside me had cracked. Because I didn't just believe something then, I knew something. And once that door opens in your mind, you can't close it again. That was the start of this whole turning point for me. Suddenly it wasn't, are ghosts real? It became, okay, if that was real, then what else have I been arrogantly dismissing? I went from someone with a narrow little worldview to someone who couldn't stop asking questions. I started reading, listening, learning. Not in a paranoid way, not like I was hunting spooks in the dark, but like someone who'd realized the map they'd been using their whole life was missing entire continents. And look, I'm not here to convince you. I don't even blame anyone who rolls their eyes. If you'd told the old version of me this story, I would have laughed in your face. But I saw what I saw. And there's a difference between entertaining ghost stories, or even choosing to believe them, and knowing, because you've had your own moment where reality doesn't give you a choice. That night by the gate did that to me, and I've never been the same since. Okay, so let me tell you about this place that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. Two of my friends, Milo and Rin, moved into this neighborhood that's packed with condos, and every building has a name. Like, they're all named after different cities in my country. It sounds kind of cute at first, right? Like a themed little village. But one building across from theirs, that one felt different. It faced the main road, and it was huge. Basically 2 buildings fused together, like someone decided one condo block wasn't enough. And because it was so big, with so many corners and stairwells and echoey spaces, it became our default hangout spot whenever we visited. We'd run around, play games, dare each other to go up floors alone, stuff like that. We called everyone by nicknames because our friend group was honestly a whole crowd. It made it easier, and it also made everything feel like a game, like we were all characters, until the building started acting like it was playing back. One night, way too late, like after midnight late, we were heading back to Milo and Rin's place, and we split into two groups. I was walking outside with Milo and my friend Jay, sticking to the road. My sister Nina went with Rin, and they decided to cut through the big building, like it was no big deal. Nina thought it'd be funny to scare Rin, so she ducked behind one of those thick concrete pillars near the entrance. She waited, quiet as a statue. But Rin didn't react. He looked around for her for a second, got bored or confused, and just left. He thought she'd walked ahead, and Nina, still hiding, didn't realize he was already gone. And then she heard footsteps upstairs. Not loud, just enough to make her freeze. She heard people on the second floor, and she swore she heard me and Rin whispering and giggling like we were messing around up there, like we were calling to her without actually calling to her. So she ran up the stairs, fast, like, I'm gonna catch you guys fast. But when she reached the second floor, it was empty, completely. No me, no Rin, no shadows moving, no laughter, just the sound of her breathing and the building's weird, hollow quiet. She got that panicky feeling where you suddenly don't want to be loud anymore. So she called my phone. And this is the part that makes my skin prickle every time. Not from her phone, from inside the building, from the ground floor. Like my phone was downstairs ringing somewhere behind her. But then the call got rejected. She called again, hands shaking at this point, and this time I answered normally, like I was just walking along outside like nothing had happened. She asked, "Where are you?" And I told her, "We're outside. We already passed the building." And she went silent for a second, then said, "I just heard you upstairs." When she explained everything, we didn't even try to act brave. We ran back to the apartment, and for the first time I remember thinking, that building can imitate us. And even with that, because we were stubborn, and because we always convince ourselves things are probably nothing, we still kept playing there. A few nights later, we were playing this variation of infection hide and seek. Everyone was searching except Rin. Rin hid in one of those, between the second and third floor. I was on the stairs between the first and second floor, going up slowly, trying not to make noise, listening. And right as I got close to the second floor, I heard Rin laughing from the first floor. And I heard Jay too, clear as day, laughing and saying something like, "Got you. I found you." So my brain immediately went, oh, game's over. Rin got caught. I bolted back down the stairs, expecting to see them. Nothing. Nobody. Just empty stairwell. The kind of empty that feels like it's watching you. So I messaged the group like, "Okay, stop the game, meet at the bottom." Everyone came down, and I asked Rin and Jay, "Were you guys downstairs just now?" Both of them looked genuinely confused. Rin said, "No, I never left the closet." Jay said, "I was on the fourth floor the whole time." And I just stared at them because I knew what I heard. I knew it. That was the night we stopped playing in that building for real. Not like, haha, okay, we're done for now, but like a quiet group decision nobody had to say out loud. We still went out at night sometimes, grab snacks, walk around, go to the playground, but we avoided that place. Then something happened that made it feel like the building wasn't just messing with us when we were there. Weeks later, my sister and I were at home in a totally different city, nowhere near that neighborhood, and Rin messaged her angry out of nowhere. He was like, "Why didn't you tell me your family came to my area?" Nina was confused and told him, "We're literally at home." but he insisted. He said he saw someone who looked exactly like her walking into that same big building across the street while he was out walking his dog. And he said his dog, the second it saw her, just stopped, like it refused to keep walking. And when he realized we weren't there, he didn't even argue anymore. He just went quiet and said he was going home, like he didn't want to talk about it once it became real. The last really weird thing happened when it was just the three of us, me, Nina, and Rin. We'd gone to buy snacks from a store nearby and headed back to Rin's building. We got into the elevator and pressed the third floor. It took forever. When it finally opened, the doors slid apart and we weren't on the third floor. We were at the top level, the laundry/storage floor. This massive open area where people keep old furniture and boxes and random stuff. And no one was there. It wasn't even creepy in a dramatic way. It was creepy in a, why is it so quiet and why are we alone up here way? We told ourselves someone must have pressed a button earlier and the elevator just glitched. So we got back inside and hit the third floor again. We stayed close together this time, trying to laugh it off because that's what you do when you're scared but don't want to admit it. The elevator moved. The doors opened. Fourth floor. We aerified. And then we saw this guy standing there waiting to get in, looking at us like we were completely insane. We apologized 1,000 times, mortified, and decided we were done trusting elevators for the night. We took the stairs. And the thing is, this neighborhood isn't even ancient. It's like maybe 20-ish years old. Not some crumbling haunted site. I never even looked up whether anything happened there before my friends moved in. But I'll tell you this. I believe in paranormal stuff. I always have. I've seen and heard things since I was little. Little shadows, strange noises, the kind of stuff people try to explain away for you. But whatever was going on in that building felt different from anything I'd experienced before. Because it didn't just feel like something was there. It felt like something was trying to join our group. Copying voices, copying laughter, copying people. And the scariest part is still not knowing whether it was trying to lure us somewhere, or if it was just playing with us because it could. So this happened in early October. One of those afternoons where lunch is long gone, but the day still hasn't decided to let go of the light. My family and I were heading back down the Franklin Trail near Black Diamond. The forest felt washed out and hushed, like everything had been softened around the edges. A thin fog hung between the trunks, and this cold, light rain kept ticking against the leaves overhead. Steady, gentle, almost patient. And as we walked, the old mining town ruins sat scattered around us, like memories that didn't know they were supposed to disappear. Stone foundations, half-swallowed lines where houses used to be, empty rectangles of space where whole lives once happened. Kitchens, beds, arguments, laughter. Gone, but not entirely gone. We were moving downhill, and I remember turning, maybe not all the way around, just enough to glance back up at my family. I wanted to see where everyone was, who was talking, who was lagging behind. But before I even found their faces, something else pulled my attention. Across this open stretch, where the houses used to stand, I saw a figure slide into view. Not walk, not step, just glide. Slow, smooth, deliberate. Like it knew the layout of that place better than I did. Like it was following a route that had been familiar for a very long time. It looked adult-sized, but it wasn't solid. It had that strange, half-there quality, like it was made of wet air and shadow instead of skin and fabric. I couldn't really make out legs at all, just this upper body moving quietly through the space. One arm was lifted slightly, like it was carrying something small, or maybe holding something close. And here's the part that still makes my stomach go a little tight. It didn't feel evil. It didn't feel aggressive. It felt calm, too calm, like the whole forest paused out of respect while it passed. That kind of calm that makes you feel noticed, but not threatened. Like you've been seen, acknowledged, and then politely dismissed. I started to turn fully toward it, and I swear I wasn't even completely facing it yet, maybe 3/4 of the way around, when it just thinned out, broke apart into the fog like breath in cold air. 1 second it was there, and the next it was nothing but mist and rain. I didn't say a word. I told myself the usual things. It was the light, the fog, my brain filling in shapes. I kept it tucked inside, quiet, because I didn't want to be the person who makes everyone uneasy on a family hike. And then my little brother, Miles, who was about 5 back then, trailing behind us a little ways, suddenly caught up and took my mom's hand. And in this small, matter-of-fact voice, like he was asking about a bird or a trail sign, he said, "Mom, who was that man that just went by?" No fear, no drama, just a simple question. And my mom looked around, confused, because there wasn't anyone there. No footsteps, no voices, no other hikers passing us. Nothing moving except the rain and the fog drifting through the trees. And I remember standing there thinking, okay, so it wasn't just me. To this day, that moment stays with me. The quiet drizzle, the ruins sitting there like a half-remembered story, and that figure moving through a town that technically doesn't exist anymore. And sometimes I wonder, did we both see the same thing? Or did that place show each of us our own version of someone who never really left Franklin at all? So, when I was little, maybe 7 or 8, somewhere around there, something happened that I still can't neatly explain, no matter how many times I turn it over in my head. I wasn't half asleep. It wasn't one of those scary dreams that lingers when you wake up, and it definitely wasn't sleep paralysis. I've dealt with that later in life, and it's its own very specific kind of awful. This felt different. This felt real, like the kind of memory that has edges. I remember being in the living room at the back of the house, curled up on the carpet, watching some cartoon on TV. My Aunt Leanne, was on the couch behind me, wrapped in a blanket, and she says in this casual voice, "Hey, can you grab my thick socks from my room? My feet are freezing." And I did that kid thing where you immediately picture the darkest part of the house and decide it's basically another dimension. I went, "But it's dark down there. I don't want to." She chuckled like I was being dramatic and said, "Oh, stop it. We're right here. You'll be fine." So I got up. To get to her room, you had to pass this short little hallway that cut by the front sitting room, the one we barely used. During the day, it was just a boring, empty room with a big window and a couple of chairs that never got sat in. At night, though, it felt like a mouth, like it could swallow sound. The hall itself was dim, but the front room was almost completely dark. No lamp, no glow, just this heavy shadow pooled in the corners. I remember stepping forward and feeling that sudden, sharp wrongness. You know how your stomach drops when you realize you left your bag somewhere? Like that, but colder. Like my body knew something before my brain caught up. And then I saw them. Eyes. Not a reflection, not a trick of light. 2 bright yellow-orange eyes, round and fixed, staring straight through me like I was the only thing in the world. They weren't blinking. They weren't moving. Just there. And in that same instant, I noticed the shape attached to them. this tall, dark figure standing in the corner of the front room, half hidden by shadow. He had this silhouette that didn't make sense in a normal house. A wide-brim hat, something like a long coat or cloak hanging off him. And those eyes, those awful, glowing eyes, were the only clear feature. I stopped so hard I swear my whole body locked up. I tried to shout back to Aunt Leanne. I tried to make any sound at all, but nothing came out. It's like my throat forgot how to work. My arms felt heavy. My legs felt rooted. And the worst part? He called me over. I can't tell you if I heard actual words. I can't honestly say he said, "Come here," out loud. But I knew what he wanted the same way you know when someone behind you is staring. It was like the instruction landed inside me without using sound. And even though every part of me was panicking, my feet started moving. Slow. One step, then another. Like I was being pulled by an invisible string. I remember thinking, please don't make me go closer. Please let me stop. But I couldn't. I walked right up to the edge of that darkness, right up to him, until I was standing so close those eyes filled my entire world. And then he lunged. Not like a person, not like a normal movement. He just pounced, like a sudden force dropping on top of me, and everything exploded into chaos. And there was this sound. A rapid, relentless sound, like shh, 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 shh. Almost mechanical. Almost like something rattling right by my ear. It didn't hurt exactly, but I knew, deep, instinctive knowing, that I was being attacked. Like my body understood the message. This is it. You're not getting out of this. And then, nothing. That's the part that still makes my skin prickle when I think about it. There's no moment where I woke up. No stumbling back down the hall. No running to Aunt Leanne crying. No fuzzy dream logic where everything suddenly changes. It's like my memory hits a wall. Blackness, and then life continues. Not in a way I can clearly place, just it ends, and somehow I'm older, and the days have kept stacking up like they always do. What's strange is, as a kid, I didn't talk about it. I didn't even sit there thinking about it, replaying it, obsessing. It wasn't like a nightmare I kept revisiting. Instead, years later, around my early teens, the memory was just there, fully formed, detailed, like it had been stored in some hidden drawer, and one day the drawer slid open on its own. And it didn't feel like remembering a dream. It felt like remembering something that genuinely happened, only without the normal beginning and after. And because it feels so crisp, the layout of the hallway, the darkness in that front room, the angle of the corner, the eyes, my brain keeps trying to make it fit into a category. But it won't. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I know that feeling, the trapped body feeling, the waking up after feeling. This didn't have a wake up. It wasn't imagination either, not the way people mean when they say, kids imagine things. The details are too steady, too clear, too physical. I can still see those eyes like they're printed behind my eyelids. And even now, as an adult, if I see that particular shade, yellow or orange eyes in the dark, it hits something primal in me, like my nervous system remembers before I do. So I guess I'm left with this quiet, uneasy question I've carried for years. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like that? A figure in the dark with bright eyes, a hat, a cloak, something that felt like an encounter, not a dream, and it didn't end with waking up. Because I've tried to shrug it off. I've tried to laugh it away. I've tried to label it. But if I'm being honest with you, it still scares me. So, in our village there's this old church. It sits a little off the main road, half hidden by trees. like it's trying not to be noticed. My grandmother, her name is Alina, and she's the kind of person who remembers everything, told me she saw it when she was a girl. Not like it is now. Back then, she said, it was beautiful, solid, bright inside, like it still had a heartbeat. She thinks it was built sometime in the 1910s, maybe a bit earlier. Nobody's completely sure because records got messy. And after the war, it was shut down, locked up, abandoned, and slowly, it just started falling apart. Roof sagging, plaster peeling, weeds climbing right up the steps like they owned the place. But the strange things, Elena always makes a point of this, didn't really start right away. She told me about a man named Merrick, who worked at a small carpentry shop not far from the church. One ordinary day, he had an accident. A saw caught his hand and he lost part of a finger. It was quick, brutal, the kind of thing people talk about for years afterward. And Alina said after that, Merrick changed. Not in a dramatic way at first, just off, quieter, tense, like he was constantly listening for something. Then one evening, he started telling people he'd seen something inside the church. A shadow. He said it looked like a person standing near the front, facing the wall. Just standing there like it had been put in place and forgotten. And the worst part, he swore, was that the shadow moved. Not walking, nothing that clear. More like it turned its head, slowly, like it realized someone was watching. And then he started talking about sounds. Footsteps up on the choir loft, even though the stairs were half rotted and nobody went up there. He said he heard whispering too, voices that didn't sound like locals. He described them as harsh and clipped, like they were speaking an old language he couldn't understand, but the tone made his stomach drop. People didn't know what to do with that. Eventually, they sent him away for treatment, because what else do you do when someone starts talking like that? Time passed. Merrick disappeared from village life. The church stayed locked and crumbling year after year. Then, a few years ago, 2021 I think it was, the village council announced they were going to restore it. New roof, clean stonework, the whole thing. Everyone acted hopeful, like fixing the church would fix something in us too. And that's when Merrick came back. Elena told me it was eerie, like the timing was too perfect. He showed up around the site almost immediately, older now, thinner, eyes sunk in like he hadn't slept properly in a decade. And he kept warning anyone who would look at him. Don't go in there. It's still there. I saw it. Of course, people laughed it off. Or they did that polite nod where you pretend to listen because you don't want a scene. Nobody wants to believe an old story when there's a budget, a schedule, and workers standing around waiting. At first, things really were quiet. The workers cleared rubble and hauled out rotten pews. Dust everywhere. The kind of work that makes you cough up history. And then Merrick insisted on going inside. He told them he needed to show them where it stood, where it always stands, like it had a spot. Elena said he walked in like he was marching to a punishment he couldn't avoid. A minute later, he started screaming. He never made it to the hospital. Elena said he died on the way, and when she told me that, she didn't do it for drama. She said it flatly, with that tired certainty of someone who's seen enough to stop being surprised. After that, the workers started talking too, quietly at first, because nobody wants to be the second, crazy one. They said they saw movement on the choir loft. Not a person exactly, more like a figure that was there until you focused your eyes, and then it wasn't. They said they heard footsteps behind them while they worked, even when they were alone. And a few of them swore the church had a coldness that didn't make sense. Not winter cold. Something sharper, like stepping too close to metal in deep frost. like the air itself didn't want to touch you. Eventually, they asked a priest to come by, not to exorcise anything, just to calm nerves, to bless the space, to make it feel normal again. And here's the part that Alina always lowers her voice for. The priest, his name was Father Tomas, went inside alone. He didn't stay long. Alina said it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. When he came out, his face was drained, pale like chalk. He didn't look angry, and he didn't look like he was trying to scare anyone. He looked shaken, and all he said, barely above a whisper, was, "This cold, it isn't natural." Not long after that, the restoration stopped. Officially, the explanation was something boring: structural concerns, funding delays, technical reasons, the kind of phrase you can hide anything inside. But Alina just shook her head when she told me. She said, "That wasn't technical. They just didn't want to be disturbed." Now the church stands there the same way it has for years, empty, silent, pretending to be just an abandoned building. Except people still talk. They say sometimes you can hear footsteps from inside when you walk past too late in the evening. And sometimes, this is the detail that always gets me. People say the windows fog up from the inside, like someone is breathing against the glass, even though there's no heat, no lights, no workers, no reason for any breath to be there at all. And I don't know what I believe, but when Alina tells it, she doesn't smile. She doesn't exaggerate. She just looks toward the church like it's listening, like it's always been listening. So, I don't talk about this a lot, but I want to tell you because it still sits with me in that tender, complicated place. My grandmother, her name was Marisol, passed away a few years back, in 2018, after a long fight with cancer. And I know people say she meant everything, but I mean it in the most literal way. She wasn't just my grandma. She was my steadiness, my safe place. Honestly, she was the closest thing I had to a second mom. After she died, something kind of beautiful started happening. Every now and then, she'd show up in my dreams. Not in a spooky way, more like she'd just arrive, like she'd stepped into the room mid-conversation. Sometimes she'd interrupt whatever random dream I was having, and suddenly it would be her and me, sitting together like we used to. We'd talk about my life, the little things, the hard things. She'd look at me like she could still read me better than anyone, and I'd wake up feeling held. A couple years later, I started exploring my spirituality more, kind of an eclectic, intuitive path. Nothing super strict, just me learning what felt meaningful and grounding. And then one autumn, late October, when the air gets sharper and everything feels a little thinner somehow, I dreamed about her again. I woke up with that ache in my chest, the kind that's half comfort and half missing. And I got this idea. One of those ideas that seems gentle in your head, like, why not? What's the harm? I thought, maybe I could invite her to visit on the night before Halloween. Not force anything, just open a door and let her decide. I looked up something simple. It was framed like a safe invitation, like, only the person you're calling, only if they want to come. And I remember thinking, okay, that feels respectful. That feels careful. So I set everything up. I gathered little pieces of her, photos, a bracelet she wore all the time, a card she'd written me, a tiny trinket box she used to keep on her dresser. I lit a couple candles. I sat there at my altar and just talked, quietly, like she was across from me. I told her what I'd been doing, what I was scared of, what I wished I could ask her. I even laughed a little, because I could almost hear what she'd say back. And at the end, I remember whispering something like, if you want to come near, you can. If not, that's okay too. I love you either way. Then I blew out the candles and went to bed thinking, well, that was sweet. That was harmless. The next day, I'm home alone. Middle of the day, maybe around 1, just eating lunch on the couch. My laptop is open nearby, work stuff paused. The house is quiet. No TV on, no music, nothing. And then I look up and I see it. A shadow, just fast, like something sprinted across the wall of my living room. Not a slow shift of light, not the passing of a car. It moved like a body moves when it's running. My whole stomach dropped. I turned around so hard I almost spilled my food. And there was nothing. No one. No movement. Just my hallway staring back at me like it always had. And from that moment, the house started feeling off. It wasn't constant, and that somehow made it worse. Little things. A weird sound where there shouldn't be one. A soft thump upstairs when I knew I was the only person home. Lights seeming a little too flickery, like they couldn't decide if they wanted to stay put. And at night, my dreams got strange. Heavy. Like I was walking through places that looked familiar but weren't. And then came the dream that finally tipped me over the edge. I'm trying not to panic, because dream logic makes you do that, right? You try to be brave because you think you have to be. Then suddenly, Marisol is there. Not ghostly, not faded, just her. And the moment I see her, I feel relief so sharp it almost hurts. But her face is different than usual. She looks worried, focused, like she's scanning the room for something I can't see. She doesn't say much. She just takes my hand, firm, like, listen to me, and leads me toward the downstairs area. And I remember this very clearly. She squeezed my hand like she was trying to warn me without scaring me. Then I woke up. And I sat up in bed and I thought, nope, that's it, that's enough. Because what scared me wasn't just the spiders or the weirdness. It was the feeling that she wasn't visiting me the way she used to. It felt like she was showing up because something was wrong. And the thought hit me, cold and awful. What if I invited her here and didn't give her a way to leave? Or worse, what if I opened something I didn't mean to open? So I did what I should have done from the start. I shut it down. I cleansed the house. Really, thoroughly. I opened windows. I went room to room. I used smoke, herbs, things that feel protective to me, sage and lavender, prayers, boundaries spoken out loud. I didn't do it angrily, more like with shaky hands and a steady voice, like telling a child, okay, party's over, everyone out, this is my home. And after that, the weird stuff stopped. No more sprinting shadows, no more little uncanny noises that made my skin prickle. The air felt normal again, like my house belonged to me. But the part I didn't expect, the part that still makes me swallow hard when I think about it, is that Marisol stopped visiting my dreams too. It was like, when I cleaned everything out, I swept away the only doorway she'd been using to reach me. And I miss her. I miss her so much. Not in a dramatic way, in a quiet way that shows up when I'm folding laundry or making coffee, or standing in the grocery store and thinking, she would have told me what to do here. I tried again this past year, more carefully, more respectfully, with clearer boundaries. And I cleansed afterward too, just to be safe. But she didn't come. And I don't know what that means. Maybe she's at peace and doesn't need to check in anymore. Maybe I scared myself so badly that my dreaming mind shut the door. Or maybe, this is the thought that I hold most gently. Maybe she did come, once, long enough to take my hand and guide me away from something. And that was her way of protecting me one last time. Either way, I still talk to her sometimes. Not in rituals, just in the soft places. In my head, out loud when the house is quiet. And I like to think she hears me. I really do. So, I guess I should start with the part that still feels unreal to say out loud. I'm pretty sure the house we live in is haunted. And the weirdest welcome to this place moment didn't even happen inside the house at first. It happened online. A few months back, I'm scrolling through my city's subreddit, half asleep, killing time, and I see a post that stops me cold. Someone had uploaded a street view screenshot of my house, like the exact one I'm living in right now. That alone would have been enough to make my stomach drop, but the reason they posted it made it so much worse. They were basically asking if anyone knew the history of the house, if there'd been deaths here, if anything bad had happened, because they used to live here years ago and said they experienced some really bizarre stuff. I just stared at my phone like, no, absolutely not. My partner, Renee, reached out to the poster. Her name was Mara, I think, and they messaged back and forth a bit. Nothing dramatic, just comparing notes. And it was one of those conversations where every sentence makes the hair on your arms lift because you keep realizing, oh, you too? In the same spots? The same kind of weird? When Renee and I first moved in, maybe 4 years ago now, we'd get little things here and there. The kind of stuff you try to laugh off because the alternative is admitting your house might be active. The first truly strange thing that happened to me was our very first night sleeping in the upstairs bedroom. I go through insomnia in waves. I'll wake up and be fully aware, like my brain powers on before my body does. Then I'll just lay there, trying to slide back into sleep. That night I woke up and heard what I can only describe as small footsteps, like a child or a small person. It sounded like something landed in the hallway, right outside our door, then ran, quick and light, down toward the living room. And the part that made it worse is the attic access is right there in the hallway, just outside the bedroom. So my half-awake brain immediately goes, something came from up there. I got out of bed, heart pounding, and checked the whole place. Living room, kitchen, hallway, everything. Nothing. Not a single thing out of place. Then there's the moment that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Another night, same deal. I wake up and I'm just laying there, eyes open, not even lifting my head. The closet door is open, and my gaze drifts toward the top shelf. And I see this tiny green light. Not like a glow or a reflection, an actual pinpoint green LED-looking light, like something you'd see on a little camera or some old gadget, just sitting there, steady. The top shelf is basically empty except for an old blanket we keep folded up on the far side, nowhere near where that light was. And as I'm staring at it, I get this deep, immediate discomfort. Not fear exactly, more like my whole body is saying, that doesn't belong here. Don't ignore it. I watched it for what felt like forever, probably 2 minutes, maybe 3, until irritation kicked in and I sat up and turned on the lamp. Gone. Not hard to see, not maybe it was a reflection. Gone. There wasn't even anything on the shelf where the light had been. No device, no toy, no weird charger. Nothing. And when I turned the light off again, it didn't come back. I even tried laying my head back in the exact same position, like I could recreate the angle, prove it was some trick of perspective. Nothing. Like it never happened. But then, about 2 months ago, something shifted. And I don't know what changed. I don't know if we brought something in, or if something woke up, or if it's just been building the whole time. I just know it went from occasional odd moments to feeling like the house is putting on a show every single day. It's just me, Renee, and our 3 dogs, and now all of us are reacting to it. The dogs are the part that really messes with me, because they didn't care before. For years they were totally normal in here, and now, out of nowhere, they'll stop in the middle of playing and all stare down the hallway like someone's standing there. Sometimes they bark at the kitchen doorway like there's a stranger. Sometimes they get anxious and clingy for no reason I can identify. And it's not just them being weird. It's everything. Shadows moving from room to room, like something passing through the edge of your vision. Except when you look up, there's nothing that could have caused it. Sounds with no source. Not the usual house creaks. I mean clear, specific noises that don't make sense, like taps where there's no pipe, or a thump where nothing could fall. Cabinet doors that are closed, then suddenly not closed. A closet door that's cracked open when you know you shut it. And I'm not talking about, maybe I forgot. I'm talking about, I remember the click of it closing. Stuff goes missing, then shows up somewhere dumb and obvious later. And yes, I know how that sounds. I know what people assume. But I'm telling you, it's happening often enough now that it's hard to keep writing it off. And the timing is almost comical, like the house has a sense of humor. The other night I got up to grab a snack, just a chocolate bar and a glass of milk, and as I'm standing there, I hear knocking on the wall behind me. Not in the distance, right there. I just froze and stared at the counter like, are you kidding me right now? That's the thing. I'm not even scared the way you'd expect. It's not like I'm hiding under blankets. It's more paranoia and frustration. Like living with someone you can't see who keeps messing with your stuff just enough to make you feel crazy. If this was one weird event every 6 months, fine. I could shrug it off. But this has turned into something happening every few hours. And the strangest part is I don't get a malicious vibe from it. I don't feel threatened exactly. It doesn't feel evil. It just feels present. Like something is sharing the space and making sure we know it. I don't even know what I want at this point. Answers, maybe. Perspective. Anything that makes this feel less like I'm living in some low-budget haunted house movie. Because honestly, I'm tired of being the one who has to pretend this is normal. Okay, so before I get into this, I just want to say up front, I'm not someone who's super into paranormal stuff. I'm not out here hunting ghosts or anything. But this is one of those childhood memories that still sits in the back of my mind because I genuinely don't have a clean explanation for it. When I was about 9, my family rented this older house for a year. It had this weird setup. The garage had clearly been a carport at some point, then someone enclosed it later. And because of that renovation, there was this tiny storage room down in the basement that was basically cut off from everything else. Here's the creepy part. You couldn't reach it from inside like a normal room. The only way in was through this ground-level window that opened into the garage. Inside, it was packed with old furniture, dusty chairs, a broken dresser, random boxes, and there was this partial wall in the back that hid the water heater area. You could access the water heater from a separate basement door, but the other side of the wall, where all the junk was only accessible through that window. So naturally, as a kid, I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Adults weren't climbing through a window to supervise us, so it became this secret clubhouse. I used to hang out down there with my little sister Maya, who was about 7, and my best friend Ethan, who was my age. We had this silly game. We called it Clinic, I think. One person was the doctor, and the rest of us had to pretend to be asleep. The doctor would leave, shut off the light, and then the people inside would start whispering, shuffling, laughing, just being absolute gremlins in the dark. The goal was for the doctor to come back, snap the light on fast, and catch someone moving. So one day, Maya gets picked to be the doctor. She climbs out through the window into the garage, and Ethan and I immediately start stomping around and giggling and bouncing on this old mattress like we're trying to summon the ceiling to collapse. A minute later, we hear movement outside. Maya comes back to the window and pokes her head in, except she doesn't turn the light on. And I remember freezing, because the room was dark, but enough light was coming in through the garage that I could see her face, and something looked wrong. Her left eye, well, the whole area around it, looked awful, like she'd taken a hard fall. There was this dark red swelling around it, and the skin looked sort of puckered and, I don't know how else to say it, almost sunken, like the eye area didn't sit right. It wasn't just a bruise, it looked injured, the kind of injured that makes your stomach drop. I'm staring, trying to figure out if it's the lighting, or if she's playing a prank, or if something actually happened, and she just keeps looking in at us without saying a word. And then Ethan, right beside me, goes, really quietly, Maya? What happened to your eye? The second he says it, she lifts her hand, covers that eye, like she's ashamed or hiding it, and then she bolts, just runs away from the window. Ethan and I look at each other, and it's one of those moments where you don't even have to talk. We both had the exact same expression, like, we saw that. You saw that too, right? I immediately assume she hurt herself in the garage. So Ethan and I scramble out, run upstairs, and I find Maya in the kitchen with our mom like nothing's wrong. She's just standing there, totally normal. I grab her shoulder, spin her toward me, and I'm like, what happened? What did you do to your face? Are you hurt? So I tell her, right there in front of our mom, you came back to the window and your eye looked like it was messed up, like it was bleeding or bruised. What happened? And Maya gets annoyed, like genuinely irritated, and she goes, I didn't go downstairs. And I'm like, yes you did. You were just there. And she says it again. No, I wasn't. I never went back down. That's the part that still gets me. Because sure, kids misinterpret shadows, right? The garage light, the angle, whatever. If it was just that, maybe I could eventually shrug it off. But Ethan and I both saw the same thing. We both reacted the same way. And we both watched Maya cover her eye and run away. After that, Ethan and I didn't even want to go back down there. For a while, the whole basement felt wrong, like it was holding its breath. I remember later trying to patch the whole thing together with some made-up explanation. Like, maybe it was a ghost. Maybe it was some weird reflection. Maybe it was, I don't know, some other version of her. Kid logic trying to put a lid on something that didn't fit. Over the years, I asked Maya about it a few times. Her answers shifted. Sometimes she'd insist she absolutely didn't go downstairs. Once, she said maybe she did go down, but thought I was trying to scare her. When I asked why she covered her eye and ran, she didn't have an answer. The last time I brought it up, she just shrugged and said she didn't really remember. But Ethan remembers. We've talked about it as adults, and we always land on the same details. The window, the dark, the eye, her hand covering it, the way she ran off. And that's why it still messes with me. Because I can almost accept that two kids got spooked by weird lighting. What I can't neatly accept is the idea that the person we saw at that window might not have been my sister at all. So this goes back a ways, like early 2000s. I was about 12, and my class took this weekend trip to an outdoor education place in northern Minnesota. Not Wolf Ridge. This one was called Pine Hollow Environmental Center. Same vibe though. Woods everywhere, quiet roads, the kind of dark at night that feels extra dark. Anyway, first night there, you know how it is. Everyone's supposed to be asleep, but nobody's actually asleep. We're whispering, giggling, shuffling around in sleeping bags, just completely wound up. And then we hear it. Bang. Pause. bang, bang, right on the wall beside us. At first we're like, okay, someone's messing around. But it keeps happening, steady, like someone's doing it on purpose. My friend Mason finally blurts out, "All right, who keeps banging on the wall?" We all swear it isn't us. Nobody's leaning on the wall, nobody's kicking it, nobody's tossing stuff. So we decide it must be the room next to ours, trying to mess with us. So we storm out, quiet storm because we don't want to get caught, and we're marching down the little hallway to confront them. And they're walking out at the exact same time, like we both had the same idea. And it turns into this confused whisper argument. Why are you banging on our wall? We're not. Why are you banging on ours? No, it's literally coming from your side. It's coming from your side. And we just stand there, staring at each other, because neither group is lying. We can tell. Everyone looks genuinely freaked out. So then someone goes, "What if it's someone upstairs?" And that felt like the only explanation that didn't make us all lose our minds, because yeah, there was another floor. So we go back into our rooms, and we all get weirdly quiet on purpose, like we're trying to show we got the message. And this is the part I'll never forget. The moment we quiet down, the banging stops. Not slowly, not after a while, just stops. And we're like, okay, cool. Someone above us wanted us to shut up. We convince ourselves that's all it was, because what else are you supposed to do with something like that when you're 12? Nothing else happened that weekend. I don't remember any spooky stories about that place, nothing like that. It was just that one night, that one thing, and we filed it away as weird, but whatever. But then, fast forward a couple years. I'm at home, in my older sister Tessa's room. We're just hanging out, talking. Our house was a single-story place, and her bedroom shared a wall with the living room where my dad usually sat watching TV. And suddenly Tessa tilts her head and goes, "Do you hear that?" And before I can even answer, bang, pause, bang, bang. Same sound, same rhythm, same right on the other side of the wall feeling. I immediately try to explain it away because that's what you do, right? It's probably the TV. And she's like, "No, listen." So I listen. And it's not the TV. It's not bass. It's not vibration. It's someone knocking, like a fist against drywall. Then I try another excuse, because I'm determined to make it normal. Maybe your bed is hitting the wall. And she just stares at me like I'm an idiot and goes, "The bed isn't moving. Look." And then my dad, who is in the living room on the other side, gets up and walks down the hall and pops into her doorway looking annoyed and says, "Okay, who's banging on the wall?" And I remember this perfect little moment where all three of us are standing there, realizing the same thing at the same time. Because we thought it was him, and he thought it was us. And Tessa goes, "It's not us. We were just asking what it was." And my dad kind of frowns, like he's trying to solve a puzzle he doesn't want to exist. And then, this is the part that gives me chills even now. Right after we say that out loud, it stops. Like whatever it was had been waiting for the argument, waiting for the "who's doing it" moment. And once it got that, once it got the attention or the confusion or whatever it wanted, it was done. That's when it clicked for me later, much later, that these weren't just two random annoying noises. The sound was too similar. The timing was too similar. And the way it ended both times, right after people confronted each other, was too specific to ignore. I'm not saying I know what it was. I genuinely don't. But it didn't feel like an animal. It wasn't scratching or scurrying or chewing. It wasn't inside the wall the way mice sound when they're active. This was blunt, deliberate, like a knock that had intention behind it. And then there's one more piece that always floats in the back of my mind. Later on, like early 2010s, I stayed a few times at this old lodge near Tofta, up the North Shore. Different place, different years, but same kind of remote energy. Back then, we barely had cell service until we got closer to Grand Marais. And almost every time we stayed there, something felt off. Not dramatic, not like objects flying around, more like the air itself was heavy. Weird dreams, the kind where you wake up feeling like you were somewhere else. One trip, we all took naps after checking in, and when we woke up, my dad, who never talks about stuff like that, just casually goes, "I had the strangest dreams." He didn't even elaborate, just said it like it unsettled him and he didn't want to give it more oxygen. And years later, that lodge ended up catching fire, badly. I heard it had happened once before too, way back. And I know fires happen for normal reasons. I'm not claiming it means anything. But it sure didn't make the whole area feel less strange in my memory. So yeah, I don't have a neat answer. I don't get to tie it up in a bow. I just know what I heard. And I know how it felt, both times. The way the walls kept knocking until we turned on each other, until we stood there confused, asking who was doing it. And I still wonder sometimes, was it the same thing? Or is there just something about certain places and certain moments where it's like the world leans in close enough to tap on the wall and remind you it's bigger than you thought? Hey, so I don't usually tell these kinds of stories like they're definitely paranormal. I'm normally the person who tries to talk myself down, you know? Like, maybe it was my brain filling in gaps. Or maybe I caught something weird in my peripheral vision. I've had little moments, shadows, strange sounds, that sort of thing. But most of them I can eventually shrug off. This one? I still can't. Okay, so I was about 16, maybe closer to 17, and it was one of those quiet, nothing special afternoons where you're just rotting in your room, relaxing, scrolling, whatever. And then I suddenly remembered I needed to ask my sister something. I honestly can't even remember what it was now. Probably something stupid like if she used my charger or if she'd seen my hoodie. So I get up and open my bedroom door. Our house had this short hallway shaped kind of like a T. My room was on one end, my sister's room was on the other end, and the doors faced each other across that little stretch. It's close enough that when you open your door, you can immediately see the other doorway. The second my door swings open, I see my sister, Maya, walking into her room. I'm not guessing. I'm not catching something out of the corner of my eye. I'm looking straight at her back as she steps into her bedroom. She's wearing one of her usual comfy outfits, like an oversized tee and shorts, and she's holding a bowl, like she'd just grabbed food and was bringing it to her room like she always did. Totally normal, totally her. I'm like, perfect timing. So I say, "Yo, Maya," because I wanted to catch her before she shut herself in. But she doesn't react. She just keeps going and closes the door behind her. And I remember thinking, okay, rude. Or maybe she has earbuds in. She does that sometimes. Music's so loud she's in her own world. So I take a few steps, go right up to her door, and knock. Nothing. I knock again, louder. "Maya?" Still nothing. And now I'm doing that sibling thing where you're like, "Fine, I'll be annoying until you respond." So I start tapping the door in this stupid rhythm like I'm playing drums. And I'm calling her name in that exaggerated sing-song way, like, "Maya." And that's when I hear her voice. Not from inside the room, from behind me. I swear my whole body did that cold drop feeling, like my stomach just fell out of me. I turn around, Lee, and there she is, my actual sister, Maya, standing at the far end of the hallway. She has this face like she's half confused and half trying not to laugh. Like, what are you doing? I just stared at her, trying to make my brain accept what my eyes were showing me. Because if Maya is standing behind me, then who the hell did I just watch walk into her room? My throat went tight, and I could feel my skin go hot-cold. And then it hit me all at once, and I just exploded, like full panic mode, yelling, "Then who is in your room?" And the thing is, it wasn't some vague shape. It wasn't a glimpse. I watched her walk in, carrying food, and I watched her close the door. That's what messes with me the most. Whatever it was didn't just look like my sister. It acted like her, moved like her, did something physical in the space. The door closed. I heard it. I saw it. Nothing looked off. No weird posture. No unnatural movement. No creepy feeling in the moment. It was just my sister doing a normal sister thing. Until suddenly, she wasn't. And then she goes into full protective big sister mode. She walks into the dining area, grabs a dining chair, like an actual wooden chair, and hoists it up over her head like she's about to fight for her life. And she starts marching down the hallway toward her bedroom going, "You better get out. You better get out." Which, I'm not gonna lie, would have been hilarious if I wasn't seconds away from passing out. She gets to the door, yanks it open, chair still raised, ready to swing. And of course, the room is empty. Nothing. No one. Just her bed, her stuff, the normal, boring quiet of her room like nothing had happened at all. We both kind of stood there, and after a moment, we did that nervous laugh thing people do when their brain doesn't know where else to put the fear. Like, what the hell was that? But I stayed shaky for a long time after. That adrenaline didn't wear off quickly. And even now, thinking back on it, I get that same sick little chill. Because I can make excuses for a lot of weird things. But I still can't explain how I watched my sister walk into her room, and then she was standing behind me. Okay, so this one's a softer, sweeter kind of spooky. More, "Aw," than, "Ah!" A few years back, I worked at this cozy little pet shop. Nothing fancy, just the usual hum of filters, the smell of fresh bedding, and that constant background chorus of birds gossiping at full volume. We had this back room that was basically our storage and chaos zone. Cleaning supplies stacked everywhere. Extra hides and ladders and toys, bags of food, all that stuff. And in the back, we kept a few bird cages too. Not for display, really, but for the birds who got stressed out by the main bird section. Some of them just couldn't handle the louder personalities out front. And listen, there was one sun conure named Pico who acted like he was auditioning for a rock concert at all times. I adored him, I really did. But wow, my ears were fighting for their lives. So for the shy or anxious birds, we'd keep them back there where it was quieter. Customers could still see them because the back door stayed open, and if someone wanted a closer look, we'd walk them back and introduce them properly. Anyway, one afternoon, I'm back there cleaning. Just me, a mop, and the sound of the store doing its normal thing. I'm turned away from the biggest cage we had in the back, grabbing supplies off a shelf, when I hear it. That very specific sound. You know that clink-clink noise when a larger bird climbs the bars of their cage? Like their little feet and beak tapping and pulling and shifting their weight. It's unmistakable. And it was coming from that big cage behind me. At first, my brain does the normal automatic thing. Cute, someone's climbing around. And then my brain catches up with my body like a cartoon character skidding to a stop. Wait, I'm getting supplies to clean a cage. That cage is empty. Because that morning, The bird who'd been in there, a sweet gray called Mabel, had finally gone home with her new family. Like, I remember waving goodbye. I remember being genuinely happy for her. I was cleaning that cage because it was done, finished, vacant. So I slowly turn around, already feeling a little silly for getting spooked. And yep, empty cage. No bird, no movement. Just the quiet back room and that huge cage sitting there like it hadn't just made noise at me. I stood there for a second like, okay, cool, love this. Now, pet stores, they're not exactly strangers to sad moments. Even when you do everything right, sometimes an animal passes while in your care. It's awful, and it sticks with you. So later, I asked a couple coworkers who'd been there longer if they remembered any bird ever dying in that particular cage. They weren't sure. Nobody could recall anything specific. But I kept hearing it. Not constantly, just once in a while. Always that same climbing sound from the same cage, at the weirdest times, when I knew for a fact nothing was in it. And after the third or fourth time, I stopped being scared and started treating it like, I don't know, like a roommate. I'd pause, look over and go, "Oh, hey there, little ghost bird." And then I'd just go back to what I was doing, like that was a perfectly normal part of my shift. And yeah, if you're still clinking around back there somewhere, ghost birdie, rest easy, okay? You're doing great. Okay, so I need to tell you something that's been sitting on my chest for days now. My dog, he was 15, almost 16, passed away really suddenly late Friday night. I'd had him since he was a tiny puppy, like the kind that fits in your hands. His name was Milo, and he followed me everywhere. Not sometimes, everywhere. Bathroom trips, making coffee, pacing the kitchen while I cooked. He was just my little shadow for his whole life. I know people always say best friend, but I mean it in the most literal way. He was my person in dog form. I've been staying at my parents' house for a few weeks, just trying to get my feet under me, and Milo and I have spent tons of time here over the years. This house is familiar to him, like he knew every creaky floorboard, every sunny spot, every route from the living room to my bedroom. And that's part of why this feels so intense. Because he didn't just pass away near here. He passed away here, in this house. I'm not going to get into the details because it still makes my hands shake, but it was traumatic, and it was fast, and it didn't make sense. That's the thing that keeps messing with me. The day before, he was fine. Not fine for an old dog, but genuinely himself. He was trotting around, nudging my leg for attention, tail wagging like a metronome. He even did that little happy hop thing he did when he wanted a treat, like half bounce, half swagger. 24 hours later, he was gone. And the house feels different. You know how a home with a pet has this constant background presence? Like a soft noise you don't even notice until it's missing. Tags clicking, paws tapping, a sigh from the corner, the little shuffle of them getting comfortable. And then suddenly it's just gone. The silence has weight now. It's not peaceful silence. It's the kind that presses in on you. So last night, I'm in bed, absolutely exhausted. But you know that kind of exhaustion where your body is wrecked and your mind still won't shut up? I'm staring forward, trying to convince myself to fall asleep. Milo always slept beside my bed. The bed's raised, so when he'd stand up, I'd mostly see just the top of his head and the tip of his tail moving around as he did his little rounds. Like, "Are you awake? Can I get one more pet? Is it morning yet?" That routine was basically stitched into my life. And I swear to you, I saw something. Not like a full-on shape, not like a clear, there he is moment, just movement. Right next to the bed, in the exact spot where he used to be. Out of the corner of my eye, something shifted, like the smallest, most familiar kind of motion. The kind you'd normally ignore because you'd just assume it's him. I'd been crying all day, so at first I was like, okay, it's my eyes, it's grief, it's tears and no sleep. I even blinked hard and wiped my face and tried to be logical about it. But it stuck with me. That feeling of, no, I really saw that. And then tonight, this is what got me. My mom casually mentions she's been noticing movement too. She didn't say it in a dramatic way either. More like she was admitting something she'd been trying to dismiss. My room is around the corner and down the hallway, and she said she keeps seeing this constant back and forth flicker in that hallway. Like something passing through, the same route Milo used to take when he'd trot down to check on me. I didn't even tell her what I'd seen yet. She brought it up first. My mom and I both look at each other and we're like, no. And my dad goes, I just felt this huge, cold gust right next to me. Like a rush of cold air out of nowhere. So I tried to make it lighter because I didn't want to cry at the table again, and I kind of half laughed and said, well, maybe Milo's still hanging around. And my mom looked straight at me, serious, not joking, and said, I've been seeing movement in the hallway all day. That's when I finally told her what happened last night by my bed. Here's the thing. My mom and I, we're both believers. We've had experiences before, the kind you can't really explain without sounding like you're trying to convince someone. And I'm not even trying to convince you. I'm just telling you what's been happening. It honestly makes sense to me that if a soul can linger, if love can leave an imprint, it would be him. Especially with how sudden it was. Like he didn't get the slow, gentle goodbye. Like one moment he was here, doing his normal Milo things, and the next moment, whatever the next moment is, happened too fast for him to understand. And selfishly, I want it to be him. Because these past couple days have been the worst I can remember. It's not just sadness, it's physical pain. It's that hollow, shocked feeling like something essential got ripped out of the world. And the idea that he might still be nearby, still doing his little patrols, still checking on me the way he always did. It doesn't scare me. It actually feels like the only comforting thought I've had. He spent his whole life being my shadow. If there's any part of him that can still follow that habit, still love me in the same quiet, loyal way, then I hope I can feel it. Even if it's just a flicker in the hallway. Even if it's just the soft sense that I'm not entirely alone in this yet. So this goes back to 1987, when I was in 4th grade, and we lived in this sleepy neighborhood on the edge of town. More trees than people, the kind of place where afternoons felt extra quiet. I've always been an animal kid. You know the type. If something had fur or feathers, I was already in love. And one weekend, my parents took me to this little open-air market. There were stalls with fruit, toys, cheap plastic jewelry, and then, tucked off to the side, this small pen with baby birds. That's where I saw him. A tiny, barely steady chick. Still fluffy, eyes too big for his head, peeping like he was asking the world a question. I don't even remember thinking it through. I just remember this feeling, like, I'm not leaving without him. So I begged, and somehow, I won. I brought him home with absolutely no clue what I was doing. I mean, what does a kid know about raising something that fragile? I didn't have the right food. I didn't have the right lamp. I didn't even have the right anything. But I tried. I warmed him with a towel, mixed whatever mush I could, and sat there for hours like it was my job. And against all odds, he made it. More than made it, actually. Because here's the strange part. He didn't grow normally. He grew fast. Not just, oh wow, he's getting bigger, but like someone had pressed fast forward. Within a couple of months, he was tall and sturdy and, this is going to sound weird, he carried himself like he was older than he should have been. Like he wasn't just a chick anymore, but something steadier, more aware. We named him Milo, and I swear, from the moment that name stuck, we were bonded. I've never had anything like it, before or since. He wouldn't eat unless it was from my hands. If anyone else tried, he'd just stare and refuse like, nope, that's not how we do things. At night, he'd settle right next to my bed, not on it, but beside it, like a little sentry. Sometimes I'd wake up and see him there in the dim light, perfectly still, like he was on duty. My family joked he was more faithful than a dog, and honestly, they weren't wrong. Then fall rolled around, and everything changed. I got sick, really sick. It hit like a wall. One day I was fine, and the next I had this fever that wouldn't quit. My parents took me to doctor after doctor. They ran tests, drew blood, asked a million questions, and every time it was the same thing. Shrugging confusion. Nothing fit. And I just kept getting worse. I dropped weight fast. My skin got raw and started peeling in places. Food wouldn't stay down. Everything tasted wrong, felt wrong. Even water made me nauseous. I remember my mom trying to keep her voice calm while she talked to me, but her eyes looked terrified. It was the sickest I've ever been in my life. And there was this quiet fear hanging in the house, like no one wanted to say the worst thought out loud. And that's when Milo changed too. At first, it was like he could sense something. He got restless, pacing, darting, making these sharp little sounds. Not angry, just frantic, like he was trying to solve a problem and couldn't. If my parents offered him food, he'd refuse. He'd look right past them, like he was waiting for me. Then, as the days dragged on and I got weaker, he got quieter. One morning I noticed he wasn't pacing anymore. He'd moved to the corner of my room and just stayed there. Eyes half-lidded, feathers puffed up, barely reacting to anything. It felt like he was sinking alongside me. Then, suddenly, something shifted. One morning, my mom brought me broth, and I managed a few spoonfuls, and they stayed down. The next day, I kept down a little pureed food. My fever broke in slow steps, like it was loosening its grip. My skin started to calm. My strength didn't come rushing back, but it started to return, piece by piece. Everyone was relieved. Everyone. Except Milo. Because while I was getting better, he was getting worse. Fast. Like whatever had been holding him up was draining away. He didn't lift his head when I spoke. He didn't flinch when someone walked in. It was like he was already halfway gone. And when I finally had enough strength to sit up on my own, I asked to see him. My parents tried to distract me, told me to rest, but I wouldn't let it go. So they carried him over and set him gently beside my bed. He looked so small in that moment. I reached out and touched his feathers, soft as dust, and I whispered his name. Just Milo. Hey, I'm here. And for the first time in days, his eyes opened. Not wide, not bright, but open. He gave this tiny shudder, like a sigh, but in his whole body. And for a second, I felt like he was looking straight through me, like he was checking something off a list. Then his head dropped. And that was it. Milo was gone. The house went silent in this way I still remember. My mom cried like she'd been holding it in for weeks. My dad stood very still, like he didn't know where to put his hands. And me, I didn't even have the energy to sob properly. I just sat there, stunned, feeling this grief I couldn't understand. Because how do you explain losing something that felt like it was part of you? Here's what makes it even harder to talk about. From that day on, my recovery kept going. Steady, clear, like the worst had passed and wasn't coming back. Doctors never gave us an explanation that made sense. It just resolved. And Milo never got to see the kid he guarded actually come back. We buried him under a tree in the yard, the one that cast shade over the grass in the late afternoon. I remember we ringed the spot with pale little stones we found nearby. Nothing fancy, just a small circle, like a promise. My parents believed, truly believed, he gave his life for me. And look, I know how that sounds. I know the logical explanations people might reach for. But even now, all these years later, I can't shake how perfectly the timing lined up. How he changed when I changed. How he faded as I faded. How he let go right when I started to come back. I can't prove anything. I can't explain it. I just know that some bonds don't make sense on paper. And sometimes, the thing that keeps watch over you doesn't have to be human. So, back when this happened, my family was living in this narrow townhouse. 5 of us total. My mom and dad, me, and my 2 older brothers. We also had our dog, Milo, who followed everyone around like it was his full-time job. The layout matters, so picture this. The basement was basically my oldest brother's space. The main floor had the kitchen and living room. And then there was this staircase situation where, if you were standing on the first floor facing the stairs, the upstairs staircase was on your left, and the basement stairs were on your right. Not quite a wraparound, but close enough that it always felt like you were standing on a little landing between 2 directions. That day, for some reason I can't fully remember, errands, a lunch, something normal. My parents and one of my brothers were out. I was home, upstairs, hanging out in my room at the very back of the 2nd floor. I eventually stepped out into the hallway, and immediately to my right was my brother Caleb's room. His door was open, and when I glanced in, I froze a little, because I saw my oldest brother, Jonah, lying sideways across Caleb's bed in this super specific way Jonah always did. Like he was half lounging, half trying to be comfortable, legs kind of angled toward the window. There was this big double window right behind him, letting in all this daylight. And Milo was at Jonah's feet, totally relaxed. No stiff posture, no alert ears, no weird growl. Just calm. Jonah was reading a book. I can't remember any title, no visible words, just a plain, dark blue cover, almost navy, and he was staring down at it like he was completely absorbed. So I said, why are you in Caleb's room? Nothing. Not even a glance. I asked again. Still nothing. And look, my brothers ignoring me was not exactly breaking news. If they thought I was being annoying, they'd treat me like background noise. So I tried a 3rd time, said his name, a little louder. No response. Just this quiet, steady breathing, and him turning a page. Finally, I got annoyed and went, okay, whatever, and turned away. I headed down the hallway and started going downstairs, and that's when I heard piano. It was coming from below, like from the basement direction. Jonah had this electric keyboard down there with a bunch of preset buttons where you could hit something and it would play a little demo song automatically. So for a second I thought, oh, he's messing with me. He's trying to freak me out. But it didn't sound like a preset. It sounded like Jonah, like the way he actually played when he was writing something. Slightly imperfect, emotional, kind of flowing like he was figuring it out as he went. I kept going down the stairs, and when I reached the bottom, I ended up standing right on that little in-between spot. Upstairs staircase behind me, basement staircase nearby. I just stood there, suddenly not wanting to move, because my brain was trying to hold two things at once. Jonah was upstairs in Caleb's room, but Jonah was also apparently downstairs playing piano. So I yelled, "Jonah!" And immediately, his voice answered from the basement. "What?" My stomach dropped. I called back, "Where are you?" "In the basement," he said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. And I remember gripping the railing, staring toward the upstairs, because I didn't want to be wrong. I didn't want to be dramatic. I didn't want this to be real. But I said, "No, you're not. You're upstairs. I just saw you in Caleb's room." And then, like instantly, Jonah came rushing up the basement stairs, two at a time, like he could hear the panic in my voice. His face looked genuinely confused, like he thought I was about to tell him there was a fire or someone in the house. We went upstairs together, and the bed was empty. The window was the same. The light was the same. The room looked untouched. No dents in the bedding, no shifting pillows, nothing like someone had just been lying there. And Milo was still on the bed, in basically the same spot. Calm, unbothered, like, "What? I'm just hanging out." I remember looking at Jonah and insisting, "I swear to you, I saw you right here. Same position you always lie in, same everything." And the weirdest part was, Jonah believed me. He didn't laugh. He didn't tease me. He just kind of stared at the bed and the window like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Later, when my parents came home, I told them what happened. My dad got irritated almost immediately. He said I was messing around. And when I insisted I wasn't, he shifted to that tone adults get when they decide you're lying on purpose. But my mom was different. She listened, really listened. And then she said something I still remember, because it was said so gently, like she wasn't trying to scare me, just explain the world the way she saw it. She said, "Sometimes strange things happen in houses, and if Milo was calm, maybe it wasn't something bad." She even floated this idea that maybe, since there'd been a break-in nearby recently, just a few doors down, whatever I saw could have been protective, like a presence in the window, visible from the street, keeping watch while we were home alone. I don't know. There's no clean ending to it. No proof, no explanation, nothing I can point to except how real it felt in my body in that moment, how certain I was of what I saw. And even now, as an adult, I still think about it sometimes. Not constantly, but every once in a while it pops back into my head. Jonah in that exact pose, the dark blue book, Milo at his feet like everything was perfectly normal. And I get that same little chill, like my brain is still trying to make it fit into one story. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel, where we share mysterious experiences from all around the world. How have you all been lately? I'm always happy to be here telling these stories and helping you unwind after a long day. Thank you so much for sending in so many incredible experiences. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any new stories. Now get comfy, turn on your nightlight, and let's dive into today's mysterious experience. So, I should probably start by saying my family is one of those old world stories at the dinner table kind of families. My dad's Irish, but he moved to Italy years ago, and that's where I grew up. My mom's Italian, with a bit of Greek in her side too. So basically, I come from a long line of people who hear one strange thing happen and go, right, that means something. You know? Anyway, my dad was raised Catholic, and his parents, especially my grandmother, were the superstitious sort. Not in a cartoonish way, more like quietly alert. Like the world has thin spots in it, and you're meant to notice. My grandfather, let's call him Sean, died young. But before that, their life was already complicated. They were from a county right near the border in Ireland, and a few years after the war they left. The story in our family is that Sean had served with the British during World War II, and that didn't sit well back home with certain people. There were threats, ugly ones. Enough that the safest thing was to pack up his wife and the kids and start over somewhere else. So they ended up in northern Italy, where my dad grew up with this half-Irish, half-Italian accent that still slips out when he laughs. Now here's where the strange part begins. Not long after they'd settled, my grandmother, Maura, had an estranged mother who suddenly reappeared. One of those dramatic returns, like she'd been gone for years and then shows up acting like nothing happened. And the timing wasn't subtle either. Maura had just come into some money, a decent amount, and that's when this woman decided she wanted back in the picture. Sean didn't buy it for a second. There was a huge argument, voices raised, doors rattling, that kind of thing. And at one point, this woman snapped, grabbed her handbag, and spat at him. "I'll dance at your funeral." Then she stormed out and slammed the door so hard the whole hallway shook. My dad swears the room felt different after that, like the air had been bruised. There's this old Irish belief my dad grew up hearing, about seeing a sort of double before death, a doppelganger, sometimes days before, sometimes on the very day, like a warning you don't understand until it's too late. A few nights after that argument, Sean was sitting in the living room with my dad. My dad was 11 then, just the two of them, quiet evening. And my dad's younger brother, Kieran, wanders in from the hallway looking completely baffled. He goes, "Duh, how are you here?" Sean looks up like, "What are you on about?" And Kieran says, dead serious, "I just saw you upstairs, at the top of the stairs. You were standing there looking down at me." Sean immediately gets annoyed, thinking the kid's messing around, and my dad remembers his face tightening, like anger mixed with something else. Kieran keeps insisting, "No, I saw you. I stood there and you stood there, and you looked right at me." And then Sean snaps and tells him to stop lying. Kieran gets punished, and after that he shuts up about it. But years later, as an adult, he still swears it happened exactly that way. Like he'd looked up and there was Sean at the top of the stairs, still as a statue, staring down at him for several long seconds. And then Kieran walks into the living room, and Sean is there. The same man, same clothes, same face, sitting with my dad. Physically impossible. The next day, this is the part that still makes my stomach go cold. Sean died suddenly from a brain hemorrhage. Early 30s. No warning. No illness. He collapsed in the bathroom while shaving. And my dad, 11 years old, was the one who found him. My dad always mentions one detail, like it's burned into him. The shaving foam was still on his face. When I was 11, same age my dad was when all that happened, I had my own moment. And it still doesn't sit right in my head, no matter how I try to logic it away. That day, I was outside in our garden in Italy, bouncing on the trampoline. My mom was inside cooking. My sister was around somewhere. And I knew, absolutely knew, my dad was away on a work trip. Not, I think, I knew. I'm mid-jump, bored and daydreamy, when I suddenly get that sensation, like you're being watched. Not in a paranoid way, just that prickly pull on the back of your neck. And without really choosing to, I turn and look up at my bedroom window, the one facing the garden. And there's a man standing there. Not my dad, not a neighbor, not anyone I recognized. He had dark hair, but what grabbed me was his face, because there was this bright white around his mouth and jaw, exactly where a beard would be. Like shaving foam, like someone paused mid-shave. He lifts his hand and waves at me, calm as anything. And this is the part that makes me feel silly admitting it. I waved back. He smiled at me, warm and familiar, like he knew me. like we had a relationship my brain hadn't caught up to yet. Then I kept bouncing because, honestly, I didn't know what else to do. A few seconds later, I stopped and looked again. He was gone. I ran to my mom and told her, laughing a bit because it sounded ridiculous even coming out of my mouth. I described the man, the dark hair, and especially the white stuff around his face. My mom chuckled and acted like it was just a child's imagination, but I remember her eyes flicking toward the hallway like she wasn't entirely convinced. Here's the thing. I'd never seen a photo of my grandfather. Not really. My dad didn't talk about him much. On that side of the family, there was just this quiet absence. Then, years later, my dad showed me an old photo he'd kept tucked away. Him as a baby sitting on Sean's lap, both of them grinning like the world was simple. And I felt my chest drop because I recognized the smile instantly. Not, oh, kind of similar. I mean instant recognition, like my body knew before my mind could explain. Same expression, same energy, even the way he held himself. Neat suit, working man pride, eyes that looked kind but steady. And then there's my sister. She was given an Irish name partly in his memory, Neve. And when she was little, from about 3 to 4, she used to do this thing in the mornings. She'd pad into my parents' room half asleep, and then suddenly her face would light up, and she'd point out into the hallway, where the door was open, and she'd go, "He's there again." When she was even younger, she'd just say, "Man," like it was the most normal thing in the world, and she'd try to pull my dad out into the hall. Always my dad, never my mom. Once she actually said, "He wants to see you, Papa." My sister didn't know anything about Sean. Neither did I at that age. We just knew there wasn't a grandfather on my dad's side, and it was this topic that sat behind glass, visible but not touched. My dad talks about him more now, carefully but more, like he can finally do it without breaking. And when you stack all these moments together, the thing on the stairs, the timing, the shaving foam, the man in my window, my sister pointing into an empty hall, it starts to feel less like random weirdness and more like someone trying. Like Sean didn't get to be a grandfather in life, so he came back in the only way he could, quietly, briefly, almost politely, just to check in, just to see who his children became and who their children became. And honestly, I don't even find it scary. Because from everything I've been told, he adored his family. He was the kind of man who would have been all in, morning hugs, carrying kids on his shoulders, fixing things around the house, making you feel safe just by being nearby. It would have been nice to know him. But maybe, just maybe, we did, in a strange way. So, I've gone back and forth about telling this for years, because even saying it out loud makes it feel like it might slip through my fingers again. But it's been sitting in the back of my mind for so long that I'm finally just going to tell it the way I remember it, messy parts and all. When I was around 9, I lived on this quiet little dead-end road where everybody knew everybody. It was the kind of neighborhood where you could knock on someone's door and their mom would offer you juice before you even asked to play. And I was that kid, the one who wandered around looking for friends like it was my full-time job. Behind our house, the backyard sloped down into this long hill that ended in woods. Real woods, thick and sprawling, the kind that seemed to go on forever. I spent a ton of time out there. I knew the trees, the little dips in the ground, where the good sticks were. It felt like my territory. And then one day, I'm out there playing and I see someone. A girl, about my age, standing just inside the trees. Not deep in, just a few steps past the edge. She had warm brown skin, really long dark hair, and the weirdest part was her clothes. They weren't dirty or torn, just not modern. like something you'd see in an old photograph maybe. It made my stomach do this little flip, the way it does when something is familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. I waved, because of course I did. I was friendly. I remember calling out something like, "Hi," and she looked absolutely terrified. Not shy, not cautious, terrified. Like I'd caught her doing something she wasn't supposed to do. She spun around and ran, fast, vanishing into the trees like the woods had swallowed her. I ran inside and told my mom. She gave me the classic grown-up answer. Probably just a neighbor's kid. But I knew it wasn't. There weren't any new families moving in. There wasn't even a house tucked back there. I knew all the kids on our road. I knew their bikes, their dogs, the sound of their screen doors. This was someone else. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about her. My brain just kept circling the question, who was that? And why was she so scared of me? So the next morning, I did what only a kid would do. I packed a little bag. Some crackers, a couple pieces of fruit, the kind of offering you make when you think friendship can be arranged like a trade. And I wrote a note in my best handwriting, something simple, that I'd seen her, that I was nice, that I wanted to be friends. I left it near the spot where she'd been standing, and I checked on it like 100 times that day. I even called into the woods a few times, trying to sound casual, like, "Hello?" as if she might stroll out and be like, "Oh, hi, yes, I was just passing through these mysterious woods in my vintage clothes." Nothing. The next morning, though, the bag was gone. At first I thought, okay, a raccoon. That's the logical answer, right? Animals love snacks. But then I noticed something that made my skin prickle. Where the bag had been, there was something else. A small square of cloth. It was hand-stitched, like clearly made by someone's hands, not store-bought. Deep red and burnt orange thread, and in the center was a black bird stitched in profile. Not a perfect little cartoon bird. It looked intentional, like a symbol, a crow. I stood there holding it, and I remember feeling this strange mix of excitement and dread, like I'd been answered, but not in a way I understood. Anyway, after the crow cloth, I wrote another note. I thanked her. I told her again I was friendly. I asked if she wanted to play. Next morning, the snacks and note were gone again. This time, no gift left behind. I remember standing there feeling so embarrassed, like I'd been ignored. And then, I heard it. Not a crow, not a branch snapping, a soft hoo, hoo, like an owl call coming from deeper in the woods. And yes, before you say it, I know. Following mysterious sounds into the woods is not exactly a brilliant childhood decision. But I was curious and stubborn and absolutely convinced there was someone back there. So I followed it. I walked farther than I ever usually did, pushing through brush, ducking under branches, and then suddenly the trees opened up into a clearing I swear I'd never seen in my life. It was bright, middle of the day bright, and the grass in the clearing looked almost too neat, too open, like the woods had made space on purpose. And at the far end, there was a small cabin. Not a modern shed, not some rotted ruin, a cabin that looked lived in. There were stacked logs, a little fenced area, what looked like a simple coop, and this detail has always stuck with me. A wooden rocking chair sitting by itself out in the open, not even on a porch, just in the middle of the clearing like it had been placed there for someone to sit and watch. I froze. My heart was hammering because suddenly I was thinking, this is a stranger's property. I'm going to get yelled at, or worse. And then the cabin door opened. She stepped out. Same girl, same hair, same clothes. And this time she didn't look terrified. She looked nervous, but like she'd been expecting me. She lifted her hand and waved me over, quick and small. I walked up slowly, and she pointed to herself and said, very clearly, "Mara." That name has stayed with me in my bones. I tried to talk to her, but it was obvious English wasn't really her language, or at least not the one she was used to. We managed, though. You know how kids can communicate with half words and gestures and just trying. Inside, the cabin smelled like herbs and smoke. She showed me little handmade things, woven bits, carved pieces of wood, twine bracelets, tiny bundles tied up like charms. All of it made from stuff you'd find in the forest, but done with this careful, practiced skill, like she'd been making them her whole life. There were rules, though. I wasn't allowed in part of the cabin. She'd block a doorway with her body and shake her head, eyes wide, like, "Don't even ask." And she didn't want to go outside with me. She kept glancing toward the trees like someone might appear any second. She drew pictures in the dust on the table to explain things. She made it clear she wasn't allowed to leave the clearing, that her parents, she called them something like Ma and Da, but softer, would be angry if they knew I was there. At some point, she gave me this herbal tea. I drank it to be polite, but I remember thinking it tasted like dirt and bitter leaves. She watched me like it mattered whether I finished it. I asked her where she was from, and she said a word I've never been able to place. Something like Paladun or Palia. I don't even know. I just know the sound of it still rattles around in my memory like a pebble in a jar. The weirdest part is how the day ends, because after that, everything gets soft, like the edges blur. I remember her humming this low, gentle melody as she walked me back through the trees. I remember the feeling of stepping out near the front edge of my yard, like the woods had suddenly spit me back out where I belonged. And then, nothing. I just remember waking up the next morning like the night had been cut out of my life with scissors. Of course I told people. I told my stepbrother and one of my friends from down the road, and instead of laughing, they got excited. They wanted to meet her. So we did the whole snack and note thing together, like a little ritual. But after that first time, it was like the woods went quiet on purpose. No more gifts, no more signs. We searched and called and tried to find the clearing again. For weeks, then months, and it was like it had never existed. 2 years passed. We'd basically stopped talking about it, even though I never stopped thinking about it. And then one afternoon, we heard it again. Hoo, hoo. All three of us heard it, and we saw a girl between the trees, just a flicker of her before she ran. My whole body lit up with this rush of relief because finally, someone else was seeing it too. I wasn't making it up. I wasn't crazy. We chased the sound deeper and deeper, and then suddenly, the clearing was there again. I remember stepping into it and turning to grin at them, like, "See? I told you." But when I looked back, they weren't there. The cabin was gone too. No coop, no fence, no rocking chair. Just grass. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like falling. I started yelling their names, spinning in circles, trying to understand how they could vanish when I'd been hearing their footsteps behind me. And then the crows started. Not one or two, a full storm of cawing, loud and relentless, like the air itself was full of wings. But I didn't see a single crow. It was just sound, everywhere, pressing in, confusing. It made my thoughts feel scrambled, like panic was shaking my brain. I remember clapping my hands over my ears and still hearing it, like it was inside my skull. I ran. I bolted back the way I thought we'd come, crashing through brush, heart pounding so hard it hurt. And the terrifying thing was that I kept thinking, I didn't come this far. Why can't I find the edge of the woods? Why does it feel endless? I was convinced for a moment that I was going to be stuck in there. And then I slammed right into them, my stepbrother and my friend, hard enough that we all stumbled. The instant we collided, the crows stopped. Just gone, like someone flicked a switch. They were furious at me, shouting, accusing me of running off and leaving them. They said they'd been right behind me, and then suddenly I took off and disappeared, and they didn't know where to go. And I swear to you, I do not remember doing that. I remember turning around and they were gone. I remember being the one left behind. But they believed I abandoned them. When I got home, I got in massive trouble. My stepbrother was upset, crying, telling everyone I ditched him in the woods. No one wanted to hear my side. "Don't go in the woods again," the adults said, like that would solve whatever the woods had decided to do. Years went by. I grew up. And the older I got, the more the story stopped sounding like an adventure and started sounding like something I didn't have words for. I went back once when I was older, determined to find the clearing again. I couldn't. But I heard crows in that area, faint, distant, when no one else with me heard a thing. I remember standing there feeling this awful, sinking embarrassment, like maybe there was something wrong with me. But even now, as an adult, whenever I see a crow, I get this strange feeling, like it's looking back a little too long, like it recognizes me, and I don't know what to do with it. Was it just a weird childhood encounter I've built into something bigger? Was it some kind of warning? A trick of the woods in the mind? Or something I still can't fit into an explanation, no matter how hard I try? I honestly don't know. I just know it happened. At least, the way it stayed with me feels as real as anything I've ever lived through. Okay, so I need to set the scene a little, because it matters. I grew up in a really strict, church every Sunday kind of home. Like, everything had a Bible verse attached to it. So when I was 15, and my friend Marisol suggested we mess around with a Ouija board, I honestly thought it was just going to be some dumb, spooky sleepover thing. I didn't believe in it, not even a little. But Marisol, she wasn't joking. We were at her place, and it was late, like close to 11. Her house had this heavy, quiet feeling at night, the kind where even the hallway creaks sound loud. And she tells me, in this almost whispery voice, that her family didn't keep the board to play with. They kept it to contain whatever was in it. I laughed. I actually laughed right in her face. I was like, okay, sure. But she looked dead serious and told me her family wasn't supposed to touch it at all. Some cultural thing, some rule she kept repeating like it was burned into her brain. Still, she said since I'd never seen one, we could sneak it into her bedroom and just do it once. So we did. She set a few candles around us, more than a few actually, enough that the room glowed in this weird, flickery way that made everything look unfamiliar. Then she started murmuring this little chant under her breath while we sat cross-legged over the board. And before we even started, she looks me right in the eyes and goes, "If someone named Alara comes through, we stop. Immediately." That name meant nothing to me, so I shrugged it off. I did the whole sarcastic, "ooh, scary" thing. I can still remember her expression, like she wanted to shake me. At first, it was boring. We got a couple names that felt random, almost generic. I kept thinking, she's moving it. She has to be moving it. I even watched her hands, tried to catch her doing it. Then the next one starts coming through. E, L, A, R, A. And Marisol just breaks. She yanks her hands back like the board burned her, and she starts crying, full-on sobbing, telling me we have to say goodbye. So we do. Clumsy, panicked, both of us talking over each other, sliding the planchette to the little goodbye, like that's supposed to undo anything. You'd think that would have been it, right? But here's the part that still makes me mad at myself. The second we stopped, I felt this pull, like an itch under my skin, like I needed to do it again. And I told myself it wasn't real. Told myself Marisol was just trying to scare me, and it worked. And now my brain was stuck on it. Marisol begged me not to. She said Alara wasn't just a spirit. And then she described her. Tall, dark hair, and this is the part that made my stomach turn even then. She said Alara had no eyes, like empty. And her jaw looked wrong, like it didn't sit where it was supposed to. I remember forcing a laugh, even though my throat was tight. I told her she was being dramatic, and I convinced her to try one more time. I grabbed a notebook and a pen because I wanted proof. I wanted to catch her in the act, or write down the answers and show how easy it would be to fake. We put our fingers back on the planchette. It moved almost immediately. And when I asked, "Can I ask you questions?" it slid to yes so fast my hands went cold. I said, "Do you remember how you died?" And it spelled out, "Killed." My stomach dropped. I tried to keep my voice steady and asked, "By who?" And the planchette moved slower at first, like it was dragging through thick syrup. D-E-V-I-L. I stared at it, waiting for Marisol to laugh, waiting for anything to break the tension. Nothing. So I said, barely above a whisper, "Who?" And it did it again. Devil. Faster. I asked again, like an idiot, and it spelled devil a third time so quickly it was almost violent. And then the planchette jerked hard, slipped out from under our fingers, and smacked into the closet door. We didn't scream. Not at first. It was like both of us forgot how. I remember my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. And still trying to be logical, I started searching. I typed in the name, the age, the little details it had given me, even though part of me was already begging myself to stop. And I found something. Not exact, but close enough that my blood turned to ice. A young woman with the same first name, killed brutally, stabbed a ridiculous number of times by someone she'd been dating. And in one of the photos, there was this shot of the guy after he was arrested, shirtless in the booking image, and across his chest was a tattoo with one word. Devil. I swear to you, the room felt different after that, like the air got heavier, like the candles weren't just flickering, they were struggling. I didn't want to be brave anymore. I asked Marisol to keep every light on. She turned the TV on, some sitcom, something with a laugh track. I remember it because it felt so wrong, hearing canned laughter in that room. Eventually, I drifted off, still tense, still listening for, I don't even know what. And then I woke up. Not slowly. My body snapped awake like something yanked a string inside me. But my mind was screaming one thing over and over. Don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes. The lights were still on, so even with my eyelids shut, I could tell the room was bright. Until it wasn't. A shadow started to slide over that brightness, slowly, like something leaning in. And then I felt it, hair brushing my cheek. It wasn't a quick touch. It was soft and deliberate, like someone was letting it drag across my face on purpose. For 1 second I thought, Marisol is messing with me, like she finally decided to go full prank and scare me for real. So I rolled over fast, shoved my face into the bed, and reached for her leg, like, "Okay, stop." She was right there, still, completely still. I whispered her name, barely moving my lips. "Marisol, wake up." And without opening her eyes, without shifting at all, she answered immediately, like she'd been awake the whole time. "Be quiet," she whispered. "She's here." That was it. That's all she said. I started crying, quietly, into the pillow, trying to make myself smaller, trying to disappear. And somehow I fell asleep again, not because I felt safe, but because my body just gave up. In the morning, we didn't talk about it. Not once. And I never went back to that house. Not ever. So, I don't tell this story at parties, because it's the kind of thing that changes the whole mood. But if you're really listening, like really listening, then I'll tell it the way it happened to me. A few years back, my then husband Caleb and I bought this old house right in downtown Tuscumbia, Alabama. One of those towns that feels like it has history baked into the sidewalks. Everybody there talks about Helen Keller like she's part of the air you breathe. The house itself was gorgeous. High ceilings, heavy doors, the kind of place you walk into and immediately start imagining holidays and family photos and a future. And the price? Almost too good. Our realtor did that careful voice people do when they're about to say something they think you might not like. She told us the previous owner had taken his own life in the upstairs primary bedroom. I remember just standing there, staring at the crown molding like it was going to explain something. But the house didn't look sad. It didn't feel broken. It felt polished, like it had been scrubbed clean of any trace of what happened. And we were young and trying to be practical, and, honestly, the deal felt impossible to pass up. So we bought it anyway. And I swear to you, things didn't even wait long to start. We were still unpacking. We didn't have a dishwasher yet, so I'd washed a few glass tumblers and left them upside down in a drying rack on the counter. I was in the next room when I heard this slow, unmistakable sound, like one of the cups was being nudged across the countertop. I turned my head just in time to see it. One cup slid, then lifted. Not tipped, not fell, like it had been flicked by an invisible hand. It flew across the kitchen, cleared the doorway, sailed through part of the dining room, and smashed against the far wall. No one was near it. No cat. No vibration. Nothing. I just stood there, heart thumping, thinking, oh, this is going to be bad. After that, it was like the house learned what got a reaction out of us. A couple months later, my little boy, Mason, he was 3, started waking up at night. At first, it was normal toddler stuff, you know? Bad dreams, needing water, wanting me. But then his toys began going off by themselves. Not once. Not maybe a glitch. Over and over, always in the middle of the night. He had this little stuffed duck that would chirp, "I love you," when you moved it. Cute in daylight. Not cute at 2:47 a.m. So I took the batteries out. That duck still went off. I told myself I must have missed something, like there was a backup battery or a weird capacitor or whatever. So I got dramatic with it. I opened the seam and pulled the battery pack loose. I'm talking wires out, no connection, no way it should have made a sound. And that duck still whispered, "I love you," in the dark. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I'm going to tell you anyway because it's the truth. I took that duck outside and burned it in a little fire pit like I was in some low-budget horror movie, because I truly felt like it didn't belong in my child's room. There was also this singing book, one of those sound books, that played "Here Comes Peter Cottontail" when you opened it. Except sometimes it would start singing while it was shut tight on the bookshelf, like it was trying to get our attention. I finally put it in a trash bag and drove it to a dumpster across town because I didn't want it in my house even one more minute. Tara's mom went pale. She didn't even try to laugh it off. She just looked at me and said, real calm, "I have lived over 50 years and never had a paranormal experience. I don't know what's in this house, but you need to get out." That hit me harder than the cup flying, honestly, because it wasn't just me anymore. And then came the night that still makes my stomach tighten. It was around 3 a.m. I woke up suddenly, like that jolt you get when something's wrong before you even know what it is. I reached over, half asleep, expecting to feel Mason next to me. The bed was empty. Instant panic. I listened, barely breathing, and I heard his little voice coming from the kitchen. Not crying, not scared, just talking, like he was having a calm conversation. I crept to the doorway and stopped, frozen. He was answering questions. A one-sided conversation with someone I couldn't see. "I'm Mason. I'm 3. Like he was listening. "What's your name?" "My mom is asleep." I couldn't hear any other voice, not even a whisper. Just my child talking into empty air like someone was right there with him. Then he suddenly ran back toward me, eyes wide, excited and urgent in that toddler way, and he grabbed at my arm and said, "Mommy, wake up, wake up. The lady said she's my grandma." And I swear the room tilted, because both of his grandmothers were alive at the time, healthy, not in our house, not in our kitchen at 3 in the morning. I scooped him up so fast he yelped, and I backed away like the air itself might grab him again. I woke Caleb up shaking and whisper yelling, and he searched every room, every closet, every corner of that house. Nothing. No one. But after that, I started dreaming about a dark figure. Not like a person, more like a shape made out of shadow. It would circle the bed slowly, like it was taking its time. And every single time, it would stop right at my side and bend down until it was face to face with me. No features, no eyes, just that heavy presence. I always woke up in that room, the same room we'd been told the previous owner died in, covered in sweat, heart racing like I'd just barely escaped something. Around that same time, my marriage started collapsing in a way that felt like it was rotting from the inside out. Caleb was drinking more and more, working non-stop, coming home angry, unpredictable. The house didn't cause all of that, but I swear it felt like it fed on the tension. Like the worse things got between us, the louder the house became. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I made him leave. And for a second, just a second, I thought, okay, now it's just me and Mason. Maybe it'll calm down. It didn't. One afternoon, we were sitting on the couch watching a movie. Something harmless, animated, bright. Mason wandered into the kitchen to grab a snack, and suddenly he screamed. Not a whiny, "I dropped something" scream. A full-body terror scream. I ran in and he was gasping, shaking so hard he couldn't even speak. That kind of fear where their little face looks older for a moment because it's so real. I held him and kept asking what happened, trying to slow his breathing, trying not to fall apart in front of him. Finally, he choked out, through tears. "Grandma, I saw Grandma. She made a monster face at me." I didn't stop to reason it out. I didn't stop to argue with myself about logic. I grabbed my keys, picked up my child, and we left. We stayed with family for a while, and after a couple weeks, I went back at night to get clothes and a few important things. I pulled into the driveway, and I remember thinking I could hear a football game. There's a stadium not too far away, and it sounded like a crowd roaring. But as I got closer, I realized the noise wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside my house. I unlocked the front door, and my blood went cold. Every single electronic device was on. TV, radio, anything that could make sound, blaring at full volume like the house was throwing a tantrum. Like it was furious I'd left. Like it wanted me to know it could still fill every corner of that place with itself. And what made it worse? I was the only one with a key. I'd changed the locks after the separation. I turned everything off one by one, hands shaking, grabbing my things as fast as I could without dropping them. And I didn't look down hallways. I didn't call out. I didn't say a word. I walked out, locked the door behind me, and I never spent another night there. We sold the house not long after, split what we made, and moved on with life in the most practical way you can after something like that. I still don't know what was in that house with us, and I'm telling you, this wasn't just a ghost who used to live there. This felt smarter than that, meaner, like it wanted attention and control, like it enjoyed fear. And even now, when I drive through that part of town and past that old place, I catch myself whispering a little prayer for whoever lives there now. Because it's one thing to mess with me, but you don't mess with my child. So picture this with me. It's early evening, getting on for 6 o'clock, on a drizzly Monday in early November. I'm 26, fresh out of the office, and I'm walking home along Clarence Street in Staines, heading toward Egham. Clarence Street back then had this tired, lived-in feel to it. 4 lanes, a thin little median running down the middle, and the sidewalk on my side. Honestly, it barely deserved the name. Just wide enough for 2 people to squeeze past each other if both of you were polite about it. And the surface was all patchy slabs and uneven bits that loved to catch your toe at the worst possible moment. It's rush hour too, so everything's busy. Cars crawling along, people streaming past, umbrellas bobbing, puddles everywhere. One of those walks where you're constantly adjusting your path so you don't clip someone's shoulder or step into a surprise lake. I'm watching my footing, and I look up and see a young woman coming toward me, maybe 10 or 12 feet away. Long dark hair, a pale blue coat, and this big tan tote bag hugged under her arm like she's protecting it from the rain. We do that little sidewalk dance where we both subtly shift to make room for each other. Easy. Normal. I glance down, just for half a second, to avoid a cracked bit of paving. And the exact moment I look up again, everything changes. The young woman is gone. Not walked past me gone. Not turned into a doorway gone. Just gone. Like someone deleted her. And then I realize it isn't only her. The cars I'd been watching, 2, maybe 3 in my immediate view, are gone too. The rain is gone. The sound is gone. The puddles, the wet sheen on the road, even that damp smell in the air. It's like someone snapped their fingers and switched the world off. The ground on my side of the street is bone dry. I stop dead, like my body decides before my brain does. My skin prickles, every hair standing up, this instant, animal recognition of something is wrong. I whip my head around thinking, no, she must have slipped past me. I just missed her. But there's no one behind me. No one in front of me either. As far as I can see along that side of the road, the sidewalk is completely empty. Not a single commuter. Not a single car parked up. Nothing moving. Nothing. Except for one person. There's an old man now, about 20 feet ahead of me, standing right at the curb. And I can say that with total certainty. He wasn't there before. He simply wasn't. He's probably late 70s, maybe older, slightly hunched, wispy gray hair with a bald spot. And he's dressed in this dark suit that looks slept in, crumpled, baggy in the wrong places, like he's been wearing it for years without ever really taking it off properly. But the strangest thing, before I even clock the rest of him, is how he's standing. His heels are planted on the curb, but his feet are angled so his toes hang out over the road, suspended in midair. It doesn't look like he's balancing carefully either. It looks effortless, like gravity just doesn't apply to him the way it should. I'm frozen, staring at him, taking in every detail because I'm trying to convince myself I'm hallucinating. And then I notice his arm. He's pointing hard, arm fully extended, toward the bridge at the end of the street, like he's trying to direct someone urgently. And even though I can't see his face clearly from behind, I can see his mouth is open, like he's shouting, or warning, or calling out. Not him, not the cars, not the people that should be around me. Nothing. Just silence, thick and absolute, like the world is holding its breath. So I follow the line of his finger and look toward the bridge, expecting, honestly, I don't know what I'm expecting. A crash, a fire, something, anything. But there's nothing obvious. And that's when I notice the other side of the street. Across the median, everything is normal. Cars are still moving. People are still walking. It's still raining over there, properly raining, umbrellas up, puddles splashing, exactly like the world is supposed to be. Except, I can't hear any of it. Not one horn, not one engine, not one voice. It's like I'm watching them through a soundproof window. And visually, it isn't right either. The colors over there look too vivid, almost oversaturated, while my side feels drained and gray, like someone turned the contrast down. The commuters across the way move oddly too. Not quite like a film on fast forward, but a little too brisk, a little too smooth, like the rhythm of them is off by just a fraction. And the whole scene has this subtle blur to it, like I'm seeing it through wet glass. I'm standing there, staring, and the only thing I can hear is my own breathing, louder than it should be, and my heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then it hits me. I still need to get home. I still need to walk forward. And the only way forward is past this man. So I edge to the right, giving him a ridiculously wide berth. So wide my shoulder nearly brushes the wall of the buildings, because I do not want to be anywhere near him. But I keep him in my peripheral vision the whole time. And as I pass, I'm thinking, maybe he's lost. Maybe he's confused. Maybe he needs help. I'm trying to keep the world sensible, trying to make it something I can understand. Also, I'll admit it, I want to see his face. I want to know what expression goes with a person who stands like that and points like that in a place that suddenly has no rain, no sound, and no people. So I take 3 steps past him and I turn my head to look back. And he's gone. Gone the same way the woman was gone. Just blink. And the space where he was is empty sidewalk and empty road. There is nowhere he could have gone. No cars to hide behind. No doorway to slip into. No alley. Nothing. I feel cold all over again, like the inside of my chest drops out. I stand there for a second, staring at the spot, and then I look across the road again, at all those people still walking home, completely unaware. And I get this awful, instinctive feeling that the median isn't just a median anymore. It's a boundary. Like the line down the center of the street has become a seam between 2 different versions of the same place. And I don't feel like I can cross it. Not physically, not safely. It's hard to explain, but it's like my body understands the rule even if my mind doesn't. That's when fear finally wins. Not dramatic panic, just this sharp, immediate need to leave. Now, to get somewhere that feels human again. So I turn and I walk fast, too fast to pretend I'm calm, toward the corner where Clarence Street meets Bridge Street. And the second I reach that corner, it's like the world clicks back into place. Traffic is there, real traffic. I even catch the eye of a driver, and the simple fact that another person looks at me and registers me, that tiny moment of recognition, feels like relief flooding through my whole body. And this is the part that makes my stomach twist even now. Because barely 15 seconds have passed, and yet that stretch of Clarence Street is completely normal again. Cars where there should be cars. People on the sidewalk, weaving past each other, stepping around puddles. And it's raining on my side too. Raining like it never stopped. No gray silence, no empty street, no impossible old man. Just an ordinary Monday evening. Like whatever I walked into either moved on or could only be seen from inside it. So this happened back in university, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not exaggerating. Every part of this happened exactly as I remember it. But if you're the kind of person who needs logic in a neat little box, that's fine. Just hear it as a ghost story and let it be that. Back then, I was studying acting in China at a university not too far from the border. Cold winters, windy streets, that kind of place. Starting in my second year, I moved off campus with my girlfriend at the time. Well, I'll call her May. We found this tiny rental that was almost suspiciously cheap, something like 900 RMB a month. It wasn't fancy, but it felt like ours, you know? By late autumn 2024, I'd already been there with May for close to 3 years, and I was deep in rehearsal mode for my final stage production. That kind of stress does weird things to your body. I was living on instant noodles, adrenaline, and the occasional, I swear I'll sleep after this one last game. My gaming setup was in the living room, right near the front door. You'd walk in, and the living room was immediately on your left, and then there was this short hallway that led to the bedroom and kitchen. Bathroom in the middle. Simple layout. And that hallway, man, that hallway started to feel watched. Sometimes I'd be at my computer, headphones on, staring at the screen, and out of the corner of my eye, I'd see this movement. Just a small, low, black shape, like a quick shadow, skimming across the hallway from one side to the other. Not big, almost child-sized. Fast. Always gone before I could really process it. Every single time I snapped my head around. Nothing. Empty hallway. Quiet apartment. I told myself it was fatigue, eye strain, stress, my imagination running laps. May spooked easily, so I didn't say a word. I kept it to myself and tried to laugh it off like, okay, you're tired, stop being dramatic. Then something happened that I still can't explain, no matter how many times I replay it. A close friend of mine, let's call him June, asked me to act in his short film. Small crew, early call time the next morning. And the problem was, I'd become totally nocturnal. Like, fully upside down. I'd be wide awake at 3 a.m., gaming, scrolling, doing anything except sleeping. And then I'd crash at noon like a corpse. But I couldn't flake on him. So I did something I almost never did. My mom had given me a few heavy-duty sedatives a while back, something in the strong enough that you don't argue with it category. I hated taking them, but that night I was desperate. I took one at about 6:30 p.m., and by 7:30 I was out cold. Normally, those pills would put me in a deep, dead sleep for at least 7 hours. Not that night. At around 9:45 p.m., I woke up on my own, like my body had just decided, okay, we're done with that. No grogginess, no slow blinking. I was just awake, which already felt wrong. The room was dark, and I could see the glow from May's phone. She was lying beside me, on her back, scrolling like everything was normal. My eyes were half open, still adjusting, and that's when I saw it. There was someone kneeling on top of her. I'm not saying standing near the bed or in the corner. I mean on the bed, right over her torso, like the weight of it was pressing down. It looked like an old woman, thin frame, hair pulled back messy, the outline kind of unstable. Like she was there and not there at the same time. Semi-transparent, like fog trying to hold a human shape. And the thing that really hit me was the posture. The way she was leaning forward, hands planted, like she was pinning May in place. My heart did this horrible drop, like it realized something before my brain did. I whispered without meaning to, just this automatic, stupid little, "What?" I tried to open my eyes wider. I thought, no, you're dreaming. You took a pill. You're hallucinating. Focus. And the second I actually focused, like the moment my vision sharpened on her, the figure collapsed. Not like it walked away, not like it faded slowly. It was more like it unraveled, like smoke getting hit by a gust of wind. 1 second it had a face, a shape, weight. And the next second, it was just gone. Empty bed, empty air. May kept looking at me, waiting for an answer. "What is it?" And I could feel panic rising, hot and fast, right under my ribs. But I swallowed it down because I didn't want to put that fear into her. So I forced my voice to stay flat, and I just said, "Nothing. Sorry. Go back to sleep." She hesitated, then rolled over like, "Okay, weird," and went back to scrolling. And I just lay there, staring into the dark, listening to my own heartbeat thudding like it wanted out. Here's the part that makes it worse. When we first moved in, the landlord mentioned, almost casually, that his mother had passed away not long before we rented the place. At the time, it didn't mean anything to me, just information. But after that night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Because we'd lived there peacefully for years. No nightmares, no weird cold spots, no obvious haunted apartment stuff. Just normal life. So why then? Why that night? Why that moment when I'm exhausted, medicated, and trying to sleep for something important? Why is that the first time I see something so clearly that I can still picture it even now? And the question that honestly bothers me the most is this. If she was there the whole time, what made her finally step close enough for me to see her? Hey, can I tell you something strange that happened to me a few years back? It still gives me goosebumps when I think about it, but in a weird way, it ended up being one of the most important things that ever happened in my relationship. So this was about 4.5 years ago. I was a few months into dating someone new. Let's call them Milo. And we took this little day trip to an old country estate out in North Yorkshire, not far from the moors. One of those places that feels peaceful but also heavy, like the land remembers things. We were wandering the grounds when we stumbled across this small pet cemetery tucked behind a line of trees. Tiny stones, some half sunken into the grass. Sweet and sad. I crouched down, just out of curiosity really, and brushed my fingers over one of the markers. And the second I touched it, I felt this vibration. Not painful, just a soft hum, like a phone buzzing through a table. I remember pulling my hand back and laughing it off, like, okay, that was weird. And we carried on with our day. But then, about a week later, I started getting this feeling that I wasn't walking alone. It wasn't just one place either. It happened at my flat, at Milo's place, and at work. I worked in a pub then, busy shifts, carrying plates out, weaving between tables. And I'd suddenly feel this presence right behind me, matching my pace step for step. You know when you can sense someone close even if you haven't heard them? That. At first I kept telling myself I was imagining it. Stress, tiredness, whatever. But it didn't stop. It grew. After a couple of weeks it got sharper, more specific. Like my brain wasn't just sensing something. It was starting to see it. One night I was down low, cleaning out the bottom drawer of the ice cream freezer. and out of the corner of my eye, I saw black legs striding toward me, fast, like someone in a hurry. My whole body jolted. I looked up properly, expecting one of the bar staff, and nothing. Nobody. Just the empty stretch of floor and the sound of the fridge motor. And then it started happening more often, always in the corner of my eye. This figure, roughly my height, maybe a touch taller, solid looking but wrong somehow. Stocky shoulders, no details, no face, just a standing shadow, like a person-shaped cutout that didn't belong to any light source. Sometimes it would peek from around door frames. Sometimes I'd catch it in mirrors, just for a heartbeat, before it was gone. And the moment I turned my head directly toward it, it would vanish like it had never been there at all. It didn't feel evil, exactly. It wasn't like horror movie dread. It was more like being followed by someone you can't quite confront. It kept making me jump. I started hesitating before opening the bathroom door at night, bracing myself in case it was there. I'd check the back seat in my car like an idiot, half laughing at myself, half not laughing at all. And I didn't tell anyone. Not for weeks. Because how do you say that out loud without sounding like you've lost it? But eventually, someone noticed. My manager, Rhea, said I'd been jumpy while closing up. And that night, as I was loading the glass washer, I saw the shadow move again. Not drift, move. It ran around the corner toward me, arms out like it was going to grab me. I flinched so hard I nearly dropped a rack of glasses. That was the moment I finally whispered it to someone else. I think something's been following me. So I went to my mom. My mom, Janine, reads tarot. She's always been calm about that kind of thing. Not dramatic. Not the type to hype you up. And I didn't want to influence her, so I told her nothing. I just asked her to pull cards and read whatever came up. She laid them out on the table, staring at them for a long time. Quiet. Almost puzzled. I remember watching her face, waiting for her to say something normal. Something safe. And then she looked up and locked eyes with me. And in the most even, steady voice, she said, "What's been following you?" My stomach dropped. Because at that exact second, in the corner of my vision, the shadow was standing in the kitchen doorway. And this time it felt different. Like it knew it had been seen. Not physically, maybe, but recognized. The air started to hum again, the same way it had when I touched that stone, and the outline of the figure shuddered, like it was vibrating with anger or panic or both. My mom asked again, still calm, "What's been following you?" And I just told her about the estate, the pet cemetery, the stone. The weeks of feeling haunted by this faceless thing that disappeared the moment I looked at it. I asked her, "Did something attach itself to me from there?" And she shook her head. "No," she said. "It's Milo." I swear, that answer scared me more than anything else. She tapped the cards lightly, like she was reading a sentence written plain as day. The cards are saying their trauma is holding on to you, like it can't stay contained, so it's clinging. And what she didn't know, what I hadn't even properly connected myself, was that Milo had been having these intense night terrors since I met them. Sleepwalking sometimes, crying in their sleep, talking in a language I didn't understand then, shouting like they were back somewhere they didn't want to be. The moment my mom said it out loud, the shadow stopped. It didn't fade. It didn't retreat. It was just gone. Like someone had switched off a light that was never on in the first place. Afterwards, I described it to my mom, the size, the shape, and she went very quiet and said, "That sounds like it's built the same as Milo." That weekend, when I saw Milo, I finally brought it up. Not the shadow, not at first, but the night terrors. Gently, carefully, like I was approaching a wild animal that might bolt if I moved too fast. And slowly, they started talking. Not all at once, but piece by piece. The things they'd never said out loud. The stuff that had been buried so deep it was leaking out in sleep, in fear, in silence. And here's the part that still blows my mind. After a few weeks of those long, honest conversations, those heavy, late-night talks where you feel like you're holding someone's heart in your hands, the night terrors stopped, and the shadow never came back. I can't even explain the relief, because up until the moment my mom named it, up until someone else confirmed I wasn't imagining it, I genuinely thought I was losing my grip. And what I never expected was that it wasn't some spooky thing from an old estate at all. It was something human, something unspoken, something dark but not malicious, just unresolved. We've been together nearly 5 years now, and Milo is more open than they've ever been. We've worked through so much. It's still weird to say, but in a twisted way, that second shadow feels like it was pointing at the truth, like it was forcing the silence into the light. And honestly, as terrifying as it was at the time, I think it ended up being a kind of sign. Not that we were cursed, but that we were meant to heal something, together. So, this happened just a few hours ago, and I'm still kind of sitting with it because it left both me and my friend feeling genuinely unsettled. Earlier today, I met up with my friend Mina for lunch. Nothing unusual, just a normal catch-up. After we ate, we walked over to this big interchange train station nearby. You know the kind. Multiple lines, platforms on different levels, stairs in one direction, escalators in another, people moving everywhere like a current. We were heading to different platforms, so we stopped in that little in-between area where the staircase and the escalators split. We stood there for a minute, chatting and saying our goodbyes. Nothing dramatic, just text me when you're home vibes. Then we finally peeled off in opposite directions. I headed for the stairs. Mina went toward the escalators. And here's the thing. The stairwell I took is one of those enclosed ones. Solid walls, no glass, no open view. Once you step in, you're basically cut off from the rest of the station. I climbed down and it took, maybe 40 seconds? Not long at all. While I was walking, I reached into my tote and pulled out my earbuds. Ended up putting them in as soon as I got to the platform. The moment I stepped out onto my platform, I checked my phone, and Mina had messaged me literally seconds earlier. She wrote something like, "Wait, did you go the wrong way?" So I replied, confused, "No, I'm on my platform. Why?" And then she sent the part that made my stomach drop. She told me that as she was going up on the escalator, she glanced over, and she saw me walking backward toward the escalators. Like, not just someone who vaguely looked similar. She said the person had the same haircut as mine, the same jacket, the same tote bag, and even the same little mannerisms, like the way I move my shoulders when I'm digging around in my bag. She said this person actually flipped open the top of the bag, like she was searching for something. Mina could see the side of her face clearly, the profile. She insisted she was completely sure it was me. But it couldn't have been, because I never turned around. I didn't go near the escalators. I was already in the enclosed stairwell by the time Mina would have been rising up. And once you're inside that stairwell, no one outside can see you. There's no window, no glass wall, nothing. The timing didn't work. The layout didn't work. At first, we both tried to laugh it off, like, okay, creepy twin moment, or maybe you saw someone with the same jacket. But Mina wasn't laughing. She was really firm about it, like she'd seen my face and my bag and my exact posture. We ended up going back and forth for ages, replaying it. I even pulled up the station map and described exactly which stairwell I took, where I entered, how long it took, where the escalators were positioned. Mina described what she saw from her angle, where the glass barriers were, how the person's legs were blocked by the escalator's side panels, how she only saw the upper half clearly. And the more we talked, the more it felt like we were trying to force logic into a shape it just wouldn't take. Because if she saw me over there, and I was already down the stairs, then who was that? And yeah, I know how this sounds. I know there are a million normal explanations. Someone with a similar look, lighting weirdness, your brain filling in details, the chaos of a busy interchange. I'm not trying to turn it into some paranormal headline. I made the mistake of going online afterward. Just a quick search, because I wanted a rational explanation. And of course I ended up falling into all the folklore about doppelgangers being bad omens. Which, great. Exactly what I needed while trying to fall asleep tonight. So now I'm here, a little spooked, and honestly just hoping there's some boring reason we haven't thought of yet. Like an odd reflection off station signage, or Mina catching a glimpse of someone and her brain snapping it into, "That's her," because we'd literally just said goodbye. But still, it shook us. And I guess what I'm asking is, has anything like that ever happened to you? Like someone you trust insisting they saw you somewhere you absolutely weren't, so convincingly that it rattled you. And if it did happen, did it end up being nothing? Or did anything strange come after? So, for a little context, I'm 38 now, and back in my late teens into my early 20s, I went through sleep paralysis a lot. Like, so many times that it eventually stopped being scary. At first, I'd get the usual freaky stuff, hallucinations, shadows, the whole deal. But after a while, even that faded out. It turned into this annoying, familiar thing where I'd realize, oh, it's happening again. And I'd just wait. Ride it out until I could move, then roll over and go right back to sleep like nothing happened. But last night was different. I was asleep right near the edge of the bed, and my wife Marin was next to me. Our kid Eli was curled up on the other side of her. Same setup as always. And I remember waking up, or at least thinking I woke up, and opening my eyes. Everything looked exactly like our room. Same dim light, same shapes of furniture, same quiet. And I was in the exact position I'd fallen asleep in. Marin was breathing steadily. Eli was out cold. The whole thing felt so real that I didn't even question it at first. And then I saw him. This tall figure, just an outline at first, standing there with that unmistakable hat shape, wide brim, and a long coat, like a trench coat, the collar popped up. The silhouette was so clean and familiar that my brain immediately went, no way, is this the Hat Man? Before I could even process it, he was suddenly right there, lifting me like I weighed nothing. And I'm not a small guy. I'm close to 260 pounds. So in my head I'm thinking, okay, that's ridiculous. But it didn't feel ridiculous in the moment. It felt terrifyingly effortless, like gravity didn't apply to him. He hauled me up over his shoulder in this awkward, piggyback-ish position and started walking toward the bathroom. And here's the part that really messed with me. I couldn't move, couldn't yell, couldn't do anything except this weak, trapped kind of struggle, just like sleep paralysis. I could feel myself trying. I could feel panic rising, but my body wasn't cooperating. As he got to the bathroom door, it was closed. I finally got my right arm loose, just barely. And I remember thinking, now, do something now. So I reached up and grabbed the back of his head. No hair. And the texture, ugh. It wasn't smooth. It was kind of rough, kind of scaly, like cracked skin. Not bloody looking or anything, more like grayish, dry, almost reptile meets burn scar texture. My mind weirdly flashed to those old horror movies, but the color was wrong. This was more dull, ashy, dead looking. And I just snapped. I started slamming his face into the bathroom door over and over, like I was trying to smash an alarm clock. Just bam, 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 with everything I had, because I didn't have anything else. And something else made it feel even more real. I wasn't wearing my glasses in the dream. I'm basically blind without them, and in this nightmare my vision was exactly like it is in real life. Blurry, soft edges, that same imperfect focus. It's such a specific detail that it convinced me in the moment that I was actually awake. After a few solid hits, he didn't stop or react the way a normal person would. He just kept going. Like he was trying to carry me through the door. And then he did. He went through it like smoke, like a ghost, like the door was water. But my hand was still on his head, and my arm followed, straight through the solid door, up to my elbow. That was the moment my whole system went into full-on panic mode. Suddenly my legs came alive, and I started kicking like crazy, thrashing, trying to twist off his back, trying to wrench myself free, anything to get away from whatever the hell this was. For real this time. Same position I fell asleep in, same bed. Marin right there, Eli right there. Everything exactly the same as when I opened my eyes in the dream. I grabbed my phone and I swear I said to myself, watch it be 3 a.m. It wasn't. It was 2:07, and I felt this weird little wave of relief, like, okay, maybe that means something. Maybe I'm safe. I don't even know why I thought that, but I did. And I remember whispering out loud, half to myself, half to the dark. So, that was the Hat Man, huh? What's wild is I didn't feel wrecked the way I thought I would. I didn't feel traumatized. I was more annoyed and alert, like my brain had been jolted but not shattered. I even had this passing thought like, man, I haven't had anything like that in a long time. And honestly, it didn't feel like classic sleep paralysis. It felt like a hyper-real, lucid nightmare wearing sleep paralysis as a disguise. I rolled over to face the other direction, because, I'll admit it, I didn't want to open my eyes again and see him standing there. And I was asleep again in a couple minutes. Still kind of unfazed, which is crazy. But I'll tell you this. I really hope I don't see the Hat Man again. Although, if I do, he's gonna remember me. So, this all went down over a few years, around 2011 to 2014, give or take. I was working overnights at a residential school for kids on the autism spectrum, plus a bunch of other support needs. And just to be clear, I've always loved paranormal stuff. But I was that annoying kind of skeptic who'd say, I don't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. Yeah, that attitude didn't survive that job. Overnight staff got rotated constantly. Only a couple senior people had their units because they'd proven they could handle anything at 2 a.m. without losing their minds. Me? New guy. I was everywhere. And because I was everywhere, I started hearing everybody's ghost stories. But here's the thing. I only ever personally experienced weird stuff in 2 specific places. I'm not going to call anyone else a liar, but I can't vouch for the other stories. These 2, though? These were mine. For privacy, I'm going to keep it vague and call them Unit M and Unit R. I'll start with Unit M because it's the lighter one. Unit R is the one that... yeah, that one did it. Okay, Unit M. Picture a long hallway, 6 bedrooms on each side, like a weird overnight dorm vibe. One end opens up into a living room/kitchen area where night staff would camp out. The other end of the hallway had this door to a stairwell, and it was the kind of door that would beep if you opened it. Safety rules, alarms, the whole thing. This was my first overnight job, so at first I kept blaming everything on being exhausted. But the thing I saw on Unit M was so consistent, it got hard to write off. Out of the corner of my eye, constantly, I'd see what looked like a kid-sized shadow, like this black shape, darting from the last bedroom down toward the stairwell door. Quick, fast, low to the ground, like a little kid running full speed. And here's what messed with me. The stairwell door never moved. It never beeped. But I'd still see that shadow streak right toward it like it vanished through it. And it wasn't once or twice. On a good night, I'd see it 10 times, sometimes more. Just zip, there it goes again. So eventually I finally said something to one of the older staff, and he barely even looked up. He just goes, like it's the weather forecast. "Oh yeah, that's the sprinter. He doesn't hurt anyone." The sprinter. Like this was a coworker I just hadn't met yet. And apparently the regular overnight people on that unit had basically accepted it. Some staff never saw it. Some saw it constantly, and it was always overnight, like it had a schedule. Then there were a few nights where, right around 3 a.m., the plastic containers in a kitchen cabinet would start rattling, like someone was nudging them from inside. And it would keep going until I stood up. Then it would stop. Could that be pipes? Heat? Whatever? Maybe. But stacked on top of the Shadow Kid, it felt like the unit had a personality. Still, if that was all I had, I might have stayed a skeptic. Unit R is the reason I can't. Unit R was basically a house, 2 floors, and then this basement that just felt wrong. Like, you know how some basements are just unfinished and creepy, but this one felt aware that you were down there? That kind of creepy. There was a single remodeled playroom in the basement too. Bright walls, kid stuff, the whole attempt to make it feel normal, which almost made it worse, honestly. I later became a restraint specialist myself, and even thinking about it still makes my stomach twist, because it shouldn't happen. But improper technique, bad training, panic, and a kid suffocated. It's horrible. I'm not going to get into details beyond that, out of respect. We'll call the boy Eli. And apparently, Eli stuck around. What people said, half joking, half not, was that Eli liked to mess with staff. Like prankster energy. Not evil, not violent, just a kid who didn't stop being a kid. I actually ended up getting assigned to Unit R more and more because people didn't want it. They'd complain, "That place is cursed." And I, being me, would jump in like, "If it's haunted, can I go?" Everybody would stare at me like I was volunteering to get hit by a car. But it worked. I kept getting sent there until it basically became permanent. The first thing I remember was walking in one day and hearing a loud slam upstairs, like furniture. I step inside and ask a staff member, "Who's up there?" She goes, "Nobody. We moved everyone downstairs because it's the holidays." You know that moment when your brain goes, "Oh, cool." I dropped my bag and ran upstairs. In an empty bedroom, an empty dresser had been tipped over. Drawers out. Like somebody had shoved it. Weird, sure. But I didn't see it happen, so part of me still kept that little skeptic shield up. Marianne had told me early on, if he ever starts creeping you out, just say, "All right, Eli, that's enough." Sometimes he'll stop. And I remember thinking, yeah, okay, I'll tell the ghost to cut it out. Sure. Most of the activity happened around Christmas time, and it kind of made sense in a sad way. Holidays hit the kids hard, especially the ones who couldn't go home. Emotions ran high, and I started wondering if that kind of energy, I don't know, stirred things up for Eli too. The living room in that house was huge. On one side, there was a Christmas tree the kids had decorated. On the other side, near this pass-through window into the kitchen, there was a trash bin. And the distance between the bin and the tree wasn't small, like 20 feet easily. One night, I hear this little sound from the living room, like a sharp tink, then a faint rattle. I go in there, and one ornament, one of those ball ornaments, was still wobbling a little, like it had just been tapped. And under it, on the floor, was a chicken bone. I just stood there, staring at it, completely confused. I walked the bone over to the trash and realized the kids had had chicken for dinner earlier. So I'm standing there like, did somebody throw this? From the trash? Across the room? At the tree? And again, annoyingly, I didn't see it happen. So my brain kept trying to bargain with reality. Then another night, I'm sitting at the end of the hallway with Marianne. It's like 1 a.m. She stayed late doing paperwork. We're just talking about nonsense, life stuff, random stuff. And there's a pause in the conversation. And from down the hall, I hear my name. Not a kid yelling, not a staff member, just my name. Calm, clear. And here's why that mattered. My name gets mispronounced constantly. It's spelled weird, and I stopped correcting people years ago. So the kids? They all say it wrong. Even most staff did it first. But whatever said my name said it correctly. I look at Marianne, waiting for her to freak out, and she just goes, without missing a beat, "That was Eli," and goes right back to her paperwork like she just told me the printer was jammed. At that point, I'm like, okay, either I'm losing it or something is genuinely happening here. So I see what looks like a kid, small, cross from the hallway into the safe room with a blanket over their head like a little ghost costume. And my first thought is, oh, someone's up. I better check. What was weird was the way it appeared, like it kind of stepped out from the wrong spot, almost like not from the doorway exactly. But I still just did my job. I walk down, flip on the safe room light, and I go, "Hey buddy, you all right?" Empty. Nothing. No kid. No blanket. No movement. Just a bare room. So I go to the bedroom I thought the kid came from, flip on the light, and the kid in that room bolts upright, furious, because I just woke him up. And I'm standing there like, then what did I just see? When I told Marianne, she got this look on her face and said, really quietly, that the bottom floor used to be laid out differently, that the doorway to that room had been moved in a remodel. And she points to the spot I described, where I saw the kid appear, and she goes, "That's where it used to be." So basically, I saw someone come out of a doorway that doesn't exist anymore. That's the moment my skepticism started cracking for real. But the thing that finally made me believe, like full stop, wasn't even the biggest thing. It was just interactive. One night around 3 a.m., I decided to be nice and do laundry on my break so the kids would have clean towels in the morning, which meant, of course, going down into that basement when the whole building felt like it was holding its breath. I'm loading the washing machine, half tired, half focused, and I start hearing this slow creaking behind me. I turn around, and the door to the basement playroom, the one tied to that old tragedy, was slowly closing on its own. Not slamming, not drifting from a draft. It was like a deliberate, steady closing. And for some reason, that was the first time I felt genuinely creeped out. Like my body reacted before my brain could talk me out of it. So I did it. I used the line. I went, trying to sound casual even though I absolutely was not. "All right, very funny, Eli. That's enough." And the door stopped. Immediately. Like it hit pause. I just stood there, staring, and then I did the most logical thing I've ever done in my life. I left the laundry and went upstairs. Because once something responds to you, that's different. That's not maybe pipes. That's not corner of my eye. That's not I'm tired. That's a conversation. And after that, I couldn't pretend anymore. Whatever spirits are, whatever the explanation is, something was happening in that unit. And other people had stories too, the kind where it wasn't just spooky, it was responsive. Like Eli picked who he wanted to mess with. Unit M still felt questionable. Weird, consistent, but maybe explainable if you really stretched. Unit R? No. I genuinely believe Unit R had the presence of a boy who stayed the age he was when he died, like 8 or 9, despite the fact he would have been an adult by then. Over time, things on Unit R calmed down a bit. Like maybe he got used to me, or maybe I finally showed enough respect that he didn't need to escalate to get my attention. Every now and then, there'd still be little stuff, his shenanigans. And honestly, I didn't even mind. It was just that basement. It's always the basement at 3 a.m. that makes you go, okay, I'm good. I'm done for tonight. So, this happened a couple nights ago, and I swear I can still feel it in my chest when I think about it. My partner and I were staying at his dad's place because we'd gone down for the holidays. You know that kind of sleep where you're not fully out, but not really awake either. Everything feels muffled and slow. At some point in the middle of the night, I heard him get up to use the bathroom. It woke me just enough to see him leave the room. I remember watching him go, blinking into the dark, and then I started noticing how freezing it was. Like, the kind of cold that seeps right through the blankets. I could tell a window was open. I lay there, arguing with myself. Don't get up, you'll fully wake up. But also, you're actually shivering. I finally gave in and got up to close it. I even remember thinking, half asleep, Noah's going to be annoyed. He likes the fresh air. But I was too tired to care. I climbed off the bed, padded over, and shut the window. Then I crawled back in and settled down again, that heavy, sleepy feeling pulling me under almost immediately. And then, this is where it turns. A few seconds after I got back into bed, right as I was drifting off, Noah reached an arm out toward me. We do that all the time, like this quiet little habit. He stretches his arm out and I kind of hold it or stroke it until I fall asleep. It's comforting, automatic. So I started caressing his arm like normal. And then my brain caught up. Because he had literally just walked out of the room. I felt this instant electric fear shoot through me, like my body realized it before my mind did. I sat up fast, grabbed the arm harder, like pure fight or flight kicked in, and I looked. And I swear to you, the arm wasn't attached to anyone. It was just there. An arm reaching from the side of the bed where he should have been, but he wasn't. The rest of him wasn't. Just the arm. My mouth started moving before I even thought about it. I said, "Grandma?" Which makes no sense because my grandma passed away years ago. Then I said another name right after, and I can't remember it now, but it was strange. Like a name I'd never heard in my life. Almost like my brain made it up on the spot. And the moment I said it, something shoved me. That's the only word that fits. It felt like a force pushed my shoulders down, and I slammed back onto the mattress. And then it was like I got switched off. I didn't get to look closer. I didn't get to scream. I just blacked out. And then I woke up. Fully woke up this time. Heart pounding, body hot, that awful sick terror feeling like I'd been dropped into ice water. I shot my head toward the window because I needed proof I wasn't losing my mind. And the window was still open. Wide open. Which meant I never got up. I never closed it. That whole part, the getting up, the shutting it, even the thought about Noah being annoyed, none of it actually happened. But here's what makes it worse. I could still hear him in the bathroom. He was still in there. That part was real. That part was what woke me up in the first place. So I'm lying there staring at the open window, listening to him moving around in the bathroom, and my brain is trying to stitch it together. How I could be awake enough to see him leave, awake enough to feel the cold, awake enough to remember the room exactly right, and still have something that vivid and physical happen that wasn't real. It only lasted a few seconds, but it felt endless. In the moment, I honestly thought I was about to have a heart attack. I've never felt fear like that in bed, in the dark, when you're supposed to be safe. Noah's sister later told me it sounds like sleep paralysis, but I don't even know. Because I always thought with sleep paralysis you can't move at all. And I did move. I sat up. I grabbed the arm. I spoke. So I keep looping on it, trying to make sense of it, because I really just want to stop replaying it every time the room goes dark. I don't know. Maybe it was some weird half-dream state. Maybe my brain basically loaded a version of reality while I was still asleep. But whatever it was, it scared me so badly that even telling you now, I can feel my pulse pick up again. Hey everyone, welcome to the Paranormal M channel. Thanks so much for your continued support and for tuning in to our daily paranormal stories. I genuinely love doing this. And a huge thank you to everyone who's been sending in your own experiences. Don't forget to drop a comment below and tell us where you're listening from. Now, without further ado, get cozy under your blankets, pop on your headphones, and let's dive into today's paranormal encounters. And if you haven't already, please subscribe and turn on notifications. So, I've got two stories from growing up that still sit in the back of my mind like a song you can't quite place. I'm not someone who goes looking for paranormal stuff either. I've always been pretty practical about it. But these two moments, they happened in a way that still feels weirdly solid. First, a little setup. I grew up in this really old house, old enough that when my family added on to it, we had to deal with historic paperwork and all that. It wasn't like the place was constantly creepy. No cold spots, no slamming doors, none of the classic haunted house stuff. Honestly, it mostly just felt like a house that had been around a long time. When I was in second grade, my bedroom was at the end of a hallway. My parents' room was right beside mine, with our doors almost touching at the corner. Down the other end was my little brother's room. He was in preschool then. The bathroom sat between us, kind of like the hallway's midpoint. And for whatever reason, I always slept with my door open. I hated the feeling of a closed door at night. Even as a kid, I couldn't explain it. It just made me anxious. One night, I woke up to the sound of a toilet flushing. Not like a vague noise either, like the full, unmistakable whoosh of it. I rolled over, expecting to see my dad or my mom, or maybe my brother stumbling back to bed half asleep. But instead, this girl stepped out of the bathroom. She was taller than me, wearing this simple white nightgown that hung kind of straight, like something you'd picture in an old movie. She didn't shuffle or creep. She just walked like it was normal, like she belonged there. She came down the hallway toward my room, and then, right before she reached my doorway, she turned to face the wall and stopped. And then she just stood there, breathing. But not normal breathing. It was heavy, deep, rough breathing, like she'd just run a mile, or like every inhale took work. Like she was pulling air in and pushing it out with everything she had. I remember lying there watching her, trying to make sense of it, and my brain basically landing on the only explanation it could tolerate. That must be my brother, even though it obviously wasn't. I got out of bed anyway, slowly, like I didn't want to startle her, or whatever she was. I crept toward her and waited for her to react, turn her head, glance at me, anything. But she didn't. Just kept staring at the wall, breathing like that. I kept inching closer until I was right there, close enough that if I leaned forward, my forehead would almost touch her shoulder. And I remember staring at her hair, the fabric of the nightgown, the way her posture was stiff but not tense, and that breathing filling the whole hallway. Then I lifted my hand. I watched my fingers move toward her, like I was doing it in slow motion, like I was proving to myself she was real. And right before I touched her, I panicked. Not a screaming panic, more like my body suddenly decided, nope, absolutely not. I yanked my hand back and bolted into my parents' room. I woke my mom up in this frantic whisper, like, why is he standing in the hallway? Why is he out there? And my mom, still half asleep, just went, what are you talking about? Because my little brother was right there, in their bed, sound asleep. My mom got up and searched the house, bathroom, hallway, closets, kitchen, the whole thing, like a parent going through the motions even when they're pretty sure it'll be nothing. But it was nothing. And even now, she doesn't have an explanation. What messes with me about that one is how clear it is. I wasn't a toddler. I was old enough to know what dreaming feels like. And this didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I woke up, heard the flush, saw someone step out, and then stood 3 feet away from them. I didn't see through her. She wasn't glowing or floating or anything. She looked like a regular person. And the strangest part is, I wasn't even terrified afterward. It was more like my brain filed it under, that happened, and then just kept going. Okay, the second story is different. Less hallway ghost and more, what the heck is this? A few years later, around 5th grade, I got my first little music player, one of those early iPod-style ones, and I kept it charging next to my bed at night. I was obsessed with it. Music, games, photos, everything. One day I was showing my cousin Mariah some pictures on it, just scrolling through like normal, and I noticed 2 photos I did not remember taking. The first one was time-stamped a little after 5 in the morning. It was super blurry, basically useless, but it looked like it had been taken in my room, like the camera had moved mid-shot. The second one was taken a minute later, and that one was sharp enough to make my stomach drop. It was a photo of me asleep, taken from above, like from a top-down angle, looking straight down at my bed. You could see my face, my blanket pulled up, and both my hands tucked under the covers. I was clearly out cold. But the angle made no sense. It looked like whoever took it had the camera held a few feet above me, high enough that it wasn't just someone leaning over from the side, more like someone standing there with their arms stretched up or something even higher. I stared at it, and Mariah stared at it, and neither of us knew what to say. It was one of those moments where you're both silent because saying it out loud makes it worse. I remember promising her we wouldn't tell anyone. And then, this part still bugs me, I deleted the photos. I don't know why I deleted them so fast. I think I just wanted it to stop being real. Like if the evidence disappeared, then it could go back to being nothing. Later, I tried to reason it out. The obvious suspects would be my family. But why would my parents use my device to take a picture of me sleeping at 5 in the morning? If they wanted a photo for some reason, which they never did, they had their own phones. And honestly, they weren't the type to do that at all. And my little brother? He was shorter than me by a lot back then. That camera angle would have been hard for him to get. Plus, why would he even do that? He wasn't sneaky like that. He was just a little kid. So I've basically sat on that story for years and never brought it up again. It feels strange to tell people as an adult, like they'll either laugh or immediately assume I'm exaggerating. But yeah, those are the 2. And the funny thing is, I still live in that same house. I'm literally telling you this from the same bedroom. And no, I don't feel unsafe. I don't feel watched. None of my friends have ever come over and said the place feels weird. Day to day, it's just home. But every once in a while, I'll think about that toilet flush, and the breathing in the hallway, and that photo looking down at me like someone was standing above my bed. And I get this little chill, like my brain is reminding me, some things happened that you still can't explain. Hey, so I've got to tell you about this place that's been living in my head ever since I started asking questions. My husband's grandma, let's call her Ms. Inez, grew up in this modest little house sitting on a big stretch of land just off an old highway. Not Old Highway 90 exactly, but one of those long, sun-faded roads that feels like it's seen 1,000 lives. She didn't just visit there, she lived there forever. Decades, nearly her whole adult life. And the only reason she ever left was because the property got sold and the new owner basically forced the whole family out. Like, just ripped the ground out from under them. But what really gets me is that, for as long as I've known my husband, Caleb, he's talked about that house in this very particular way. Not like, oh yeah, my grandma's old place, but like, it left a mark on him. He told me that when he was a kid, all the cousins would sleep together out in the living room. Blankets on the floor, bodies everywhere, that kind of chaotic family sleepover vibe. And he said he'd wake up in the middle of the night and see it. A huge black shape. Not a person exactly, not an animal either. Just this heavy, solid darkness hovering above him. And the creepiest part is how long it would stay. Like it wasn't a flash, it wasn't a nightmare moment. He swears it would hover there for hours, and then it would disappear right before sunrise. Like it had some kind of schedule. And listen, Caleb's not easily rattled. He's the type who stays calm in situations where most people would panic. So when he tells me this is one of the only things that still makes his skin crawl, I take it seriously. So of course, once I heard that, I couldn't leave it alone. I started gently asking around, like, hey, did anything weird ever happen in that house? And his mom, Marisol, gets quiet immediately. And she tells me that when she was about 12, she saw a dark figure shaped like a man standing in the doorway by the kitchen. Just standing there, like it belonged there. And then she tells me something else. Years later, as an adult, she woke up one night and saw something hovering over her bed. Same kind of experience Caleb described. That hovering feeling. That presence just over you. At that point, I'm like, okay, this isn't just one person's imagination. So I keep going. I talk to one aunt, then another, and eventually I sit down with Ms. Inez herself. And she's interesting because she's calm, almost stubbornly calm. She tells me her oldest son, Rafa, once fell asleep on the couch in the living room and woke up with this pressure on his chest, like something was pushing down on him. And she said he told her he saw something, but he never explained what. Wouldn't. Like even saying it out loud would give it more power. Then she looks at me, steady as anything, and she goes, people say they saw things there, but I never did. I was never afraid. And she starts talking about how she kept saints and candles around the house, how she prayed her rosary, how she believes nothing could come near her because of her faith. And you can tell she truly believes that, like it's not a performance, it's her armor. But then, she tells me the part that chilled me more than the hovering thing. She says she used to hear footsteps. And then she drops this detail so casually, like it's just part of the weather. Before her father bought the house, he told her the previous family had left because their son had died there. Now, I don't know if that part is true. It's the kind of story that gets passed down and warped over time. But what everyone describes, the heaviness, the hovering, the watching, none of it feels like a child to me. It feels older, sharper, like a presence that isn't lost, but rooted. After that conversation, I tell the rest of the family what Ms. Inez said, And one of the aunts, Dahlia, immediately goes, "Oh yeah, I used to hear steps on the gravel outside." And she didn't just mean she heard it. She said she could literally see the rocks shifting, like someone was walking toward the house. That visual detail made my stomach drop, because that's not the kind of thing you half imagine. Either you see gravel move or you don't. And Marisol, sitting right next to me, suddenly says, almost like she'd been holding it in for years, "One time, when I was little, I heard someone outside calling my name." And she said she went to the door to see who it was, and there was nobody there. That's the kind of thing that makes you feel sick, you know? Because calling your name is personal. It's intimate. It's bait. Later that same afternoon, Caleb and I drove by the house. There's a different family living there now, and the place has been fixed up. Fresh paint, cleaned up yard, like it's trying to look ordinary. From the road, it almost does. Almost. But the living room window, where all those kids used to sleep, looked darker than it should have. I know that could be a million normal things: tinted glass, heavy curtains, bad lighting. But standing there with all those stories in my head, it felt like the house was still holding something behind that pain. And here's where it gets complicated. Because once I started connecting dots, I couldn't stop. This family, Caleb's family, has lived through so much loss. Strange illnesses, a long stretch of tragedies that seem to pile up. Ms. Inez herself has been bedridden for years with an illness nobody can fully explain. And recently, one relative has been dealing with serious kidney problems. Another became a widow out of nowhere. It's like grief has been orbiting them for a long time. And I keep wondering, does that presence have anything to do with it? Or is it the other way around? Like the house, the land, the old highway. Maybe it's a place where sorrow passes through, and the family just happened to live there long enough to become part of the story. I've also thought about the location. Being so close to an old highway means accidents, history, people passing through. And there's a church nearby too. Close enough you could probably hear bells on a quiet morning. Sometimes places like that feel layered. Like the living and the dead are both leaving fingerprints. I don't know. I really don't. But what I do know is this. Whatever was in that house seemed to keep to the living room, seemed to come in the darkest hours, and seemed to leave right before sunrise. Like daylight was the one thing it respected. So, what do you think? Does that sound like a haunting tied to a death? Something attached to the land? Something that feeds on fear? Or something that just watches, waits, and repeats what it's always done, no matter who's sleeping under that roof? So before I tell you what happened, you should know this. I'm not new to weird stuff. I'm the kind of person who wants there to be a normal explanation first. I'll reach for logic, science, sleep deprivation, anything, before I start calling something paranormal. But what happened this morning, I'm still unsettled. Like I can feel it in my body even now. I live in this pretty average apartment complex on the edge of a busy city. Nothing remote, nothing spooky on paper. Just parking lots, street lights, people coming and going. Still, I've had these small, unsettling moments in my unit over the past year. Little things that don't add up. A shadowy figure I caught in the corner of my eye once. The sound of something pacing when I was alone. And this one time I swear I saw a cat in my kitchen that wasn't mine. It looked at me like it belonged there, and then it was just gone. No sound, no scrambling under furniture, nothing. Anyway, this morning, well, technically still night, I jolted awake around 3:40 a.m. because of this long, drawn-out meow. Not a normal meow. It was stretched, loud, repetitive, like something calling out without stopping. It sounded scared, or hurt. We have 2 cats. One usually sleeps on the bed with us, the other likes curling up in the living room. So my first half-awake thought was, oh no, one of them is in trouble. And I know cat noises. I've had cats my whole life. This wasn't a heat yowl. It wasn't playful. It had that edge of panic. I checked on both of mine, both totally fine. Which is when I realized the sound was coming from outside. I went to the window and leaned out just enough to listen. The sound was coming from directly below, like right under our unit. We're on the 2nd floor, and the porch below us belongs to this guy named Marcos. Quiet neighbor, keeps to himself. I stood there for a second debating whether I should even go down, because it was early and I didn't want to be weird. But that meowing wouldn't stop. It didn't sound like something you ignore. So I slipped on shoes and crept outside. When I reached Marcos's porch, the porch light was already on. That made me pause. Like, why is your light on at almost 4 in the morning? But the meowing had stopped the second I got close, which somehow made it worse. You know how silence can feel louder than noise? I peeked over the little porch wall and saw a cat sitting there, pure white, almost glowing under the light. At first, I couldn't see its face because it was angled away from me, staring at the corner like it was watching something I couldn't see. I tried to get its attention like you normally would. The little pss pss pss, tongue clicks, soft talking. Nothing. Not even the tiniest ear flick. That's when I went back to my unit and grabbed a couple treats, thinking, okay, maybe it's hungry, maybe it's stuck, maybe it's somebody's cat that got locked out. I came back down and gently tossed a treat right in front of it. It landed so close it could have bumped its whiskers. Nothing. No head movement, no sniffing, no blink. Not even that little shift cats do when they're pretending not to care, but they totally care. It was like it didn't register the treat at all. And then I noticed it was trembling. A steady shake through its body. It was chilly outside, mid-50s, but not freeze and shake like that cold. Still, I told myself, maybe it's sick, maybe it's injured, maybe it's terrified. So I stayed, even though something in my chest was starting to tighten. I kept talking to it, soft and slow. Hey, sweetheart, it's okay. Are you lost? Are you hurt? Slowly. Too slowly. Not its body, just the head, like it was being rotated, like it had to think about how to do it. The shaking got worse as it turned, and I remember this really specific, awful thought popping into my mind. Please don't look at me. Please don't look at me. But it did. It turned just enough for us to make eye contact, and I swear to you, every instinct in me screamed. Because its eyes were wrong. Not kind of weird for a cat. Not dilated pupils. Not maybe the light is hitting them strangely. Wrong in a way my brain did not know how to file. They looked human. Full-on human. The shape, the round pupils, the way the iris sat, bright, clear blue. Like someone had taken human eyes and placed them into a cat's face. And I know how dramatic that sounds. I hear myself saying it and I hate it. But that's the closest I can get to what it felt like. I froze for a couple seconds, 2, maybe 3, and I couldn't move. It was like my body just hit a hard stop. Then it opened its mouth and let out one single sound. A meow, technically, but not really. It was raspier, heavier, almost like something doing an impression of a cat. Like when you hear a bird mimic something and it's close enough to fool you until you actually listen. And that sound went straight through me, like it hit something deep and primal and flipped a switch. I backed up without thinking. I didn't say anything. I didn't even breathe right. I just turned and walked, ran, back up the stairs, back into my apartment, and I locked the door like something was about to follow me. I shut the blinds. All of them. Every window. Then I sat on the edge of my bed, shaking so hard my teeth felt loose. The adrenaline was insane. The same kind you get when you almost fall, when your body thinks you're about to die. My stomach turned. My skin felt hot and cold at the same time. I started getting nauseous, like my system didn't know what to do with how much fear I'd just dumped into it. Eventually, I took a cool shower and forced down some water and waited for my heart to calm down enough for me to function like a person again. But even now, I can still see it. Those eyes, the slow turn, the way it held the gaze like it knew I was there the whole time and was only pretending not to. I keep trying to explain it. Maybe it was sick. Maybe it was injured. Maybe the lighting made it look wrong. Maybe my brain filled in gaps because I was half asleep and stressed. But the problem is, the image hasn't faded the way a dream does. It's stuck in my head with this sharp, crystal clarity. And I don't know what to do with that. So this happened last summer, and I'm not exaggerating when I say it still creeps me out in a way I can't quite shake. I was on a road trip with my sister Marina, her partner Jules, and their dog Otis. We were driving through southern Oregon into northern California, those long stretches of trees and mountain road where it's gorgeous, but it can also feel weirdly quiet. Too quiet. We just peeled off I-5 outside Medford and started heading west on Highway 199 toward the coast. And pretty early on, I got this feeling I can only describe as heavy, like someone put a blanket over my brain. Nothing had actually happened. The weather was perfect. Bright sun, blue sky, that whole postcard vibe. But my body was acting like it knew something I didn't. Then we rolled through Cave Junction, and suddenly that weird feeling wasn't just in my head anymore. All three of us felt it. The town had this rough, unsettled energy, like you could tell there'd been a lot of hard living there. We actually decided not to stop for gas or even use a bathroom, even though we needed to, because none of us wanted to linger. A little while later, we crossed into California, went through this tunnel, and right after it, we pulled into a rest stop, the one by the tunnel off 199, because at that point, we had to. No more toughing it out. When we pulled in, it was broad daylight and the whole rest area was pretty empty. I remember thinking, okay, good. Quick stop, in and out. Except the first thing we noticed was this white dog. It was wandering around the pet area alone. No leash, no collar. Kind of a stocky mix, maybe pit bull, maybe something else. And there was no owner in sight. Otis is usually thrilled to jump out of the car anywhere, but we didn't want to let him out with this random off-leash dog roaming around. So we all just kept watching, waiting for somebody to appear and claim it. Marina and I went to the restroom, and right near the entrance, partially blocked by this divider wall, there was a van with its side door open. A woman was leaning into it, digging around like she was looking for something, and a man was yelling at her. Not joking yelling, angry, sharp. And there was music blasting, loud enough that it felt like it filled the whole building. What's wild is I remember the song clearly. It was a familiar rap track, the kind you instantly recognize, and I remember thinking, of course this is the soundtrack to this vibe. Inside the bathroom, while I was washing my hands, my sister stood in the doorway holding it open. From there, you couldn't actually see the van because that divider blocks the view, but the music was still just as loud. We were in there for maybe 10, 15 seconds longer? Not long at all. We step out, and the music is different. Not faded, not quieter, just different, like it had jumped tracks mid-thought. I didn't even look back toward the van because I wanted to be done with the whole rest stop energy as fast as possible. We go back to the car. Jules heads into the restroom while Marina and I stay in the front seats watching the dog area like hawks. And that's when we noticed the only other vehicle parked near us. This older sedan, idling. A man got out. To me, and to Marina too, he looked older. Big white beard, plaid shirt, kind of weathered, like someone who'd lived outside a lot. He stood there calling for the white dog like, come on, that kind of thing. But the dog didn't even react. Not a glance. Nothing. Which made both of us immediately think, that is not his dog. He went back to his car, grabbed a dog bowl from the back seat, and walked toward the restroom like he was going to fill it with water. Then he came back, sat with his car door open, and kept calling. And then, this is the part that makes my stomach flip even now. We start to pull out, and suddenly, the white dog is gone, the man is gone, and the car is gone. Just gone. No engine sound, no backing out, no driving past us. Nothing. And here's why that matters. The rest stop is basically a big loop. To exit, you have to drive around and come out the same way you came in, which means that if that car left, it would have had to pass right by us. Marina and I both reacted at the exact same time, like, out loud. Where did he go? I was literally watching him. Because we were watching. We'd been waiting for that whole situation to clear up so we could let Otis out. Jules, trying to keep things normal, drove us back around to the pet area since, technically, the off-leash dog problem seemed solved. And Otis, who normally tries to launch himself out of the car the second a door cracks, refused. Not hesitated, refused. Jules had to physically coax him out, and even then he moved like his paws didn't want to touch the ground. Once he was out, he started sniffing like crazy, fast and frantic, like he was tracking something invisible. Then he startled, actually jumped like something spooked him, and he wouldn't potty. Just wouldn't. Meanwhile, that heavy feeling in my chest was climbing. It wasn't panic exactly. It was more like my body was ringing an alarm and my brain couldn't find the fire. We got back in the car and drove in silence for a long stretch after that, like none of us wanted to say anything and make it more real. That night, at the hotel, we finally started talking about it, trying to piece it together. Marina and I told our version first, and we matched perfectly. White dog alone, older bearded guy in plaid calling for it, dog bowl, then everything vanishing. And then Jules went really quiet, and she said, "That's not what I saw." She told us that while Marina and I were inside the restroom, she saw a young guy get out of that same car. Not older, no beard, black t-shirt, short hair, clapping his hands and calling for the dog like he was trying to hype it up. And she was dead serious when she said it, like there was no uncertainty, no maybe, just certainty. We all stared at each other because here's the thing. We all agreed there was only ever one person connected to that car. One person calling for that dog. But somehow, not the same person. And then Marina said something she hadn't said earlier, and it made it worse. She goes, "Also, the van was gone when we came out." I swear to you, I still felt like I could hear music as we walked back to the car, like it lingered in the air. But Marina insisted the van wasn't there anymore, and the sound had stopped completely. So now we're sitting in a hotel room trying to make normal sense out of a rest stop where a dog was there, then wasn't. A car was there, then wasn't. The only person around somehow looked completely different depending on who was watching, and a van with loud music vanished in a gap of seconds, all in bright sunlight. No fog, no darkness, no maybe we were tired. Just a weird, clean slice of daylight where reality didn't line up. And the part I can't stop thinking about is how Otis reacted. Because people can rationalize almost anything, but dogs don't do that. They just respond. and he responded like something in that place was wrong. Okay, so this happens to me all the time, like daily. But let me just tell you about this week, because it's such a perfect little highlight reel of the universe going, "Oh, you thought you were safe? Cute." So the other morning, I'm in this ridiculously good mood over something so small. I'm thinking about my tea, just a basic black tea, nothing fancy, made in this random winter-themed paper cup I grabbed from the cabinet. And I'm weirdly excited, like genuinely excited. I'm standing there thinking, why am I this happy about tea? But I'm not questioning it because, honestly, a good morning is a good morning. I get to the car, and of course the lid doesn't fit the cup. Of course it doesn't. And I'm like, no worries, babe, I came prepared. I have a backup tumbler in the passenger seat, because I'm learning, I'm adapting, I'm thriving. And the universe is like, love that for you. 1 minute later, my cup develops this steady leak that turns my cup holder into a tiny, sad bathtub. Just quietly, persistently, like it's doing it on purpose. Later that same morning, I'm feeling cheerful again because I found leftover mango in the fridge. Perfectly ripe, sweet like candy. And I'm like, yes, I'm going to freeze this for smoothies. I pop it into a freezer container, snap the lid on, feel all accomplished, and literally have this happy little thought like, yum, future me is going to be so grateful. I open the freezer again maybe 20 seconds later and, tell me why, the container launches itself out like it's been waiting for me. It hits the floor and shatters, like it's glass. Pieces everywhere. Mango chunks skidding across the tile like my life is a cartoon. And the thing is, I still had an amazing day. Like, truly. One of my best in a while. I picked up the kids, and we went to the store for exactly one thing. Protein powder. That's it. In and out. I'm feeling productive and unstoppable. We get home, I open it, and there's a rip in the inner seal. And I just stare at it for a second like, okay, fine. I set it aside for a return. No drama. I'm still riding the high of being capable. Then I get into this cleaning and cooking mode that only happens once in a blue moon, and when it does, I feel like a superhero. I decide to make a freezer stash, pancakes and waffles for the week, and somehow I'm doing it all at once like I have 8 arms. I've got 2 pans going, the waffle iron going, batter here, batter there, flipping, pouring, stacking, like I'm running a breakfast restaurant. And it's going so well. I'm moving fast, I'm organized, I'm not overwhelmed. I'm honestly impressed with myself. And I have this thought, this tiny, innocent thought, like, wow, I am absolutely crushing it. I feel like an octopus right now. And immediately, one of the kids yells, "Mom, the toilet is backing up." Of course it is, naturally. So now we're dealing with that. It's annoying, but whatever. We survive. Kids go to bed. I shut down the kitchen. I'm tired but proud. Normally I do this quick little check into the garage before I lock up, but that night I didn't. I just locked the door and head upstairs feeling so satisfied, like I did so much today. The toilet can be tomorrow. The protein powder return can be later. We're fine. We don't even need groceries because I totally handled everything. Next morning, I wake up early to make lunches. I go into the garage to grab something from the fridge out there and the garage is lit up, bright, like a spotlight. And inside are the groceries we got from Costco. Thankfully, I had frozen most of the meat, except the sausage pack I was saving for breakfast. And all the dairy was done, like, fully lost. And I just stood there in silence, staring into that fridge like it was personally mocking me. because this is the pattern. I will think something, anything, and within seconds the opposite happens. It's like the universe is waiting for me to have even a flicker of confidence so it can kick my ankle out from under me. I told my husband that morning, I swear I'm jinxed, or haunted, or I'm accidentally a witch who keeps casting spells on herself. And I'm laughing, but I'm also not joking, because I've always been sensitive. Since I was little, I've had weird experiences, paranormal-ish stuff, that feeling like you know something before it happens. And sometimes I wonder if I'm predicting things, but in the most unhelpful way possible. Like I'll think, okay, don't turn left or you'll knock the sponge into the sink. So I turn right instead, and somehow the sponge still flies out like it got launched, and it lands right in front of my feet like, nice try. And it's driving me nuts because now I don't even want to think things. I don't want to say them out loud. I'll literally stop myself mid-thought like, nope, don't jinx it, don't summon it, don't invite it. It honestly feels like the universe is a snooty, jealous older sister who can't stand seeing me content. So it's like, oh, you're proud of yourself? That's adorable. Here's a flooded cup holder. Growing up, I used to think things and then they'd happen days later, weeks later, months later. Now it's like the universe downs a drink, cracks its knuckles, and responds in real time. So I don't know. Is it coincidences? Is it anxiety? Is it pattern recognition? Is it me being overly tuned in? Or is something else going on? I just know I'm tired of thinking, yay, I'm having a good day, and watching the universe immediately reach for the chaos button. Hey, thanks for being here with me. I've never really known how to tell this story out loud, but I'm going to try. Like I'm sitting across from you, and you've got time, and I can finally breathe through it. A couple years ago, back when I was about 30, I hit a point where my mind wasn't a safe place to live in anymore. I tried to hurt myself. It's hard to even say that sentence without my throat tightening. I ended up in the ER, and after that, everything came back in fragments, like broken glass you're afraid to pick up. The first clear thing I remember is flashing lights and confusion. Someone in uniform trying to calm me down, trying to get something dangerous out of my hands. It all felt unreal, like my body was there but my spirit was floating above it, watching. After that, things got complicated. I spent a short time in a psychiatric unit, and then I landed in a holding facility. I'm not going to dig into every reason I got to that point. Just know this. Life had gotten heavy in a way I didn't know how to carry. I was exhausted from being myself. The first few days inside were the worst. Not because of the place itself, though it wasn't gentle, but because I was trapped with my own thoughts. I kept circling the same dark question. How do I make this stop? They knew I was at risk too. Guards kept checking in, the door slot opening every so often, that quick look, that quick question. It was like being watched and still feeling completely alone at the same time. Then the third night came. There was a storm. You could hear it in the building. Wind worrying at the corners, rain hitting metal like handfuls of gravel. I was on the top bunk, and near my head there was this window that didn't seal right. Cold air poured in like it had somewhere to be. I was shivering so hard my teeth ached. And I remember thinking, so clearly, I can't do this. I can't do one more minute of being me. I tried to shift around, pulling my thin blanket up, turning on my side. And as I closed my eyes, this is where it gets strange. My whole vision went white. Not like a light bulb or a flash, more like being inside a soft brightness. And in that brightness, I saw something that looked like a cushion or a veil, silky, pearly, moving as if it was floating in water. It had that shimmering color you see on seashells. Draped over it were these delicate silver threads all woven together, and every so often there were little stones set into them, like tiny drops of emerald, ruby, and crystal catching the light. It was rotating slowly, like it had its own calm gravity. And the wild part was, it felt like the light was responding to me, like I was part of it, not just looking at it. I opened my eyes fast, like, okay, what was that? And in the spot where that glow had been, there was just a plastic bag caught in the bars. The wind kept tugging at it, stretching it into different shapes. For a second, it looked like a figure with open arms. Now, I'm not a religious person. I'm not here to preach anything to you. But I've always been open-minded, and in that moment, I just stared. My brain tried to file it away as coincidence, as stress, as my mind misfiring. I closed my eyes again, and it was still there. But this time, it wasn't only light. This time it felt present, like something had leaned close. And the cold, listen to me, the cold actually left. Not gradually, not I calmed down a bit. It left, like somebody had wrapped warmth around my ribs from the inside. I felt heat, real heat, spreading through me. And with it came this sensation I don't have better words for. It wasn't happiness. It wasn't relief. It was love. But not the kind people argue about or bargain for. Not the kind that comes with conditions or history or debt. It was so pure it made me realize I'd never fully felt it before. The only comparison I've ever been able to come up with is this. Imagine someone who's been blind their entire life and suddenly, they can see. Not just shapes, colors, depth, faces, the whole world. That's what it felt like in my chest and my soul, like a missing sense turning on. And it happened fast, maybe 20 seconds total from start to finish. But in those seconds, something in me rearranged. Then it vanished. I opened my eyes again, and the bag was still snagged there, now twisted into some other random shape, just plastic and wind. The storm kept raging like nothing extraordinary had happened. The room was the same. The bunk was the same. My life was still a mess. But I wasn't the same. Because here's what changed. Before that night, I carried so much anger. I'm talking about the kind of anger that feels like it's keeping you alive, like it's the only thing that makes you strong. I held grudges like they were shields. I was always eye for an eye. I'd rehearse old betrayals like they were scripture. After that night, it was like I suddenly understood people. Not in an excusing way, not in a naive way, but in a deeper way. Like I could see how pain travels through families and strangers and generations, how people do terrible things while thinking they're surviving. And I forgave. Not because anyone deserved it, because I finally understood what forgiveness is. It's not saying what happened was okay. It's deciding you're not going to keep bleeding for it. Weeks later, after I got out, I was sitting with my mom, her name is Marisol, and I had so much explaining to do. She'd been terrified. She's always been the spiritual one between us, the kind of person who keeps a little candle and a small image on the dresser. And she told me something I still think about all the time. She said that the night of the storm, she woke up early, saw the rain, and felt this panic rise in her. She started crying and praying, really praying, asking the lady, as she called her, to protect me and give me strength. So what was it? Was it my mind trying to save itself? Was it some strange thread between a mother and her child? Was it the Virgin Mary? Something else? Something I don't have language for? I honestly don't know. But I know what it did. Those seconds didn't magically fix my life. They didn't erase consequences. They didn't make everything easy. but they turned me around. They gave me a direction I didn't have. Forward. And whenever the world gets loud again, whenever my thoughts start trying to drag me back into that old darkness, I remember that warmth. I remember that love that didn't ask me to earn it. So yeah, I don't know what she was, but I still call her her because that's how it felt. And I still believe, somewhere deep down, that I'm not alone in this life, even when it feels like I am. And if you're listening to me and you're in a place where you don't feel safe with your own thoughts, please don't carry it by yourself. Tell someone. Reach out. You deserve help that's real and human, right in the room with you. So, this happens to me daily. And this week was basically the universe saying, "Oh, you thought you were having a nice moment? Cute." Let me start with Monday morning. I'm standing there feeling weirdly, genuinely excited about my tea. Like, giddy. It was just a plain black tea, nothing fancy, sitting in one of those disposable winter-themed cups with snowflakes on it. And I'm smiling like I've won an award for having a good morning. And then my brain goes, "Aw, this is nice. Today's gonna be smooth." I walk to the car, and the lid doesn't fit the cup. I'm like, no worries, I'm ready, because I've got my backup plan. A little cooling down tea situation, right? I'm prepared. I'm adaptable. I'm thriving. And the universe goes, 1 minute later, "Great, now it's going to leak, slowly, politely, continuously, until it fills your cup holder." Just a gentle little betrayal, a steady drip of chaos. Later that same morning, I'm in the kitchen and I spot leftover mango, so sweet it tastes like candy. And I'm happy again, because my brain is like, "Oh, freeze this and you'll have smoothie magic later." So I put it in a freezer-safe container. I even check it later like a proud little squirrel. Yep, frozen. Perfect. Back into the freezer it goes. I'm actually feeling accomplished. I'm thinking, yes, look at me, planning ahead, nourishing my future self. And then, like 20 seconds later, I open the freezer and the container just launches out, like it has an attitude. It shoots out, hits the floor, and shatters like it's made of glass, sending frozen mango chunks everywhere. I just stood there blinking like, are we serious? Is someone pranking me? Do I have a ghost with good comedic timing? And here's the part that's extra confusing. I still had an amazing day. Truly, one of the best days I've had in a while. I picked up the kids from school, my daughter Isla and my son Rowan, and we ran to the store for exactly one thing: protein powder. That's it. I'm doing this whole freezer stash thing, pancakes, waffles, all the easy breakfasts, because I'm trying to set future me up for success. We get home, I open it, and there's a rip in the seal. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll return it. No big deal. Because at this point, I'm practically training for the Olympics of not losing my mind. Then, something possessed me in the best way. I go into full cleaning mode. I'm multitasking like I have 8 arms. I'm cooking 6 things at once: 2 batches of pancakes, 2 batches of waffles, and 2 batches of these Odie pancake things. Everything is running smoothly. Nothing is burning. I'm flipping, stirring, wiping, organizing. I'm moving with purpose. I feel unstoppable. I'm literally thinking, wow, I've never felt so capable. I'm like an octopus. I'm doing it all. And the universe goes, toilets clogged. Just immediate. Like it heard me getting confident and was like, let's humble her. And honestly, even then I'm like, okay, that happens. It's fine. We deal with it, we get the kids to bed, I shut everything down, and I'm exhausted but proud. Before I go upstairs, I do my usual quick mental checklist. I normally peek into the garage, but that night I don't. I just lock the door and think, look at everything I got done today. The toilet can wait till tomorrow. The return can wait. I don't even need groceries because, listen, I got it done. Next morning, I wake up, go downstairs to make lunches, head into the garage to grab something from the garage fridge, and the garage is glowing because the fridge door is open, not wide open, just enough, like a 1-inch gap, like it's been sitting there all night, whispering, you should have checked. And the Costco groceries I bought? Yeah, most of it is done. Thankfully, I had frozen most of the meat already, except the bacon. So the bacon died for the cause. But all the dairy? Gone. A tragic, expensive puddle of regret. And that's when I'm like, okay, I know coincidences exist. I'm not ignorant. I'm not trying to be dramatic. But I swear to you, I think something, and within seconds, the opposite happens. I even told my husband Elias this morning, dead serious but also half laughing, that I feel jinxed, haunted, or like I'm a witch accidentally casting spells on myself. And the thing is, I am sensitive. Always have been. I've had creepy little paranormal experiences since I was tiny. So now I'm sitting here wondering, is this just me noticing patterns? Or is it something weirder? Because sometimes it feels like I'm not jinxing things. Sometimes it feels like I'm predicting them. Like I'll think, don't go left, you'll bump the sponge. So I turn right instead, like a perfect 90-degree turn away from the sponge. And somehow the sponge still flies over my head and lands right in front of my feet. How is that even possible unless reality is playing games with me? And now I'm at the point where I don't even want to say things out loud, because I'm afraid if I do, it'll happen. So I just keep my thoughts quiet, but it doesn't matter, because it's like thought, immediate opposite. I keep joking that it's the universe proving me wrong, like a snooty, jealous older sister who can't stand seeing me feel happy for 3 seconds. And what's wild is, when I was growing up, it was more delayed. Like I'd think something, and then it would happen days or weeks or months later. Now, it's like the universe took a sip of beer, cracked its knuckles and said, watch this. So, I don't know, does anyone else get this? Like your brain speaks and reality immediately heckles you? And if you do, what am I supposed to look into here? Is it anxiety? Pattern recognition? Some kind of intuition? A mischievous spirit with a flair for timing? Because I'm telling you, it's driving me nuts. Hey, okay, so please be gentle with me here, because I'm honestly not even sure I believe what I'm about to say. I moved into this house a couple months ago, and I've been renovating it basically non-stop. It's an older place, early 1940s, maybe late 1930s, and it's definitely been updated over the years, so it's not like I walked into some creaky, cobwebby horror movie set. It looks normal. It should feel normal. But it doesn't. I've lived in a lot of different places. I'm used to the weird little new house adjustment period. Different noises, different layout, your brain learning what's safe and what's just unfamiliar. Except this is different. It's the first time I've ever felt genuinely uneasy in a home, like the space itself is watching me learn it. The first thing is this sound, this really specific flop noise, like something heavy being pushed through a mail slot and landing on the floor. You know that dull smack paper thud? That exact vibe. Except every time I go to check, there's nothing. No flyer, no envelope, not even a draft moving a loose bit of paper. And here's the part that makes me feel a little ridiculous. The sound doesn't seem to have a fixed location. It kind of moves. If I'm on the stairs, it sounds like it came from the hallway. If I step into the hallway, suddenly it's like it came from the stairs. Like it's always just out of reach, always landing in the next place I'm not. I've tried to recreate it. Doors, floorboards, pipes, the radiator, everything. Nothing matches. And then there's the feeling. I'll just be walking around, holding a paint roller, carrying a box, doing completely normal things, and it hits me. That prickling sensation that someone is standing behind you. Not in a dramatic way, in a quiet, steady way, like eyes on the back of your neck. So I do the logical thing. I turn around. I check rooms. I open cupboards. I prove to myself over and over that there is nobody there. And still, I can't shake it. Sometimes it's strong enough that my body reacts before my brain does. Like I'll get this sudden shiver, full body, involuntary. Or that heavy pressure behind your eyes, the kind you get right before tears show up, except I'm not sad. Nothing happened. I'm not even in a mood. It's just this weird physical response, like my system is bracing for something it can't explain. And the cold. God, the cold is unreal. I've stayed in places with terrible insulation, old windows, drafty everything. I'm not precious about it. Normally, I'm a put on a hoodie and get on with it person. But this house is different. Even on mild days, it feels like the warmth gets swallowed. The heating works, sure. When I crank it, it heats up. But the second it's off, the chill sinks back in like it was waiting. It's not just winter cold. It's that kind of cold that feels personal, like it's wrapped around the walls. Now, I know what you're probably thinking, because I've said it to myself 100 times. You're spooking yourself. And honestly, that might be true. I love creepy content. Those narrated scary stories, the true accounts, the late-night rabbit holes. I fall asleep to them sometimes. My friend Mr. Ballin is always like, "You're basically inviting your imagination to go wild." And maybe they're right. But then I learned something that messed with me. Behind the house, there's a lake. More like a wide pond, really. And I'd always thought it was just scenic, quiet, the kind of place people walk dogs around. And apparently there's a local story about it. When I first heard it, I rolled my eyes. It sounded too neat, too classic ghost, like something from a cartoon. Pale lady, floating near water, tragic backstory, the usual. But after that, I started noticing how often I avoided looking out toward the lake at night. Not because I saw anything. I haven't. Not once. It's more like, part of me is afraid that the first time I do look, I'm going to see something I can't unsee. And that's where I'm at right now. Stuck between this is just stress and nerves and creepy podcasts, and why does it feel like the house knows when I'm alone? So tell me, what would you do? Because I'm trying to be rational. I'm trying to laugh at myself, but I'm also standing in this freshly renovated hallway, hearing that soft flop sound again, and feeling like I'm sharing the space with something patient. And I don't know if I'm scaring myself, or if I'm finally paying attention. So, back when I was in university, I lived in this little private dorm that was run by nuns. It wasn't fancy, but it was cheap, safe, and close enough to campus that I could roll out of bed and be in class in 10 minutes. The building was simple. 2 boarding floors, maybe a dozen girls on each one, and then the ground floor where the 2 sisters lived. I stayed on the top floor, second level, down a narrow hallway that always smelled faintly like floor polish and laundry detergent. There was a strict curfew, 9 p.m., except for one night a month when they pushed it to midnight so everyone could go out and cut loose. Most of the girls treated it like a mini holiday. Clubs, parties, late-night food, the whole thing. Me? I was not that girl. I had a mountain of coursework and zero interest in drinking or being out late, so I stayed behind with my laptop and a stack of notes, feeling pretty smug about my productivity. That night, right around 9, I'm sitting in my room with the door locked, deep in a project, when I hear this awful sound. Metal chairs scraping hard against the dining room floor. Not one chair, a bunch of them. Like someone was dragging chairs back and forth for no reason at all. It goes on long enough that I finally set my pen down and just listen. 30 seconds, maybe more. No voices, no laughter, just that relentless scraping. So I get up, open my door, and peek out into the dining area. Pitch dark, empty, no one. I flip on the light, expecting to catch someone messing around, or maybe a girl sneaking a late snack. But the room looks normal. Chairs tucked in neatly, tables exactly where they always were. Nothing out of place. It's the kind of normal that makes you feel silly for being nervous. I tell myself it's probably just pipes or the building settling. Old buildings make weird noises, right? And I go back to my room, shut the door, and try to focus. And then it starts again. Same scraping, same intensity. This time I'm faster. I open my door almost immediately, like I'm going to catch the sound in the act, and the second I step out, it stops. Just gone. Like someone hit mute. I walk over, look around again. Still nothing. Still neat. Still empty. Now I'm officially unsettled. I knew most of the girls had left earlier. I'd seen them heading out in groups, fixing their hair in the hallway mirror, laughing, calling out quick goodbyes. But I still went up and down the second floor to check. Every door was closed. Quiet. Except for one other girl who had stayed behind to study too. Her name was Maria, sweet, shy, always polite. I knock softly and ask if she's been moving chairs around or heard anything weird. She just stares at me, genuinely confused, and says, "What chairs?" Not in a joking way. Not teasing. She looked like I'd asked her if the ceiling was on fire. When I described the noise, her face changed. Like she didn't want to believe me, but something in her was connecting dots she didn't like. She admitted she hadn't heard a thing, but she asked if I could stay with her for a little while anyway. Like she suddenly didn't want to be alone. So I did. We sat in the hallway for a bit, whispering about assignments, pretending everything was normal, both of us listening too hard to every tiny creak. Eventually, she went back into her room, and I returned to mine. I tried to laugh it off. I even managed to get a few solid hours of work done. Then midnight came. I hear 3 knocks on my door. I figure, okay, the girls are back. Someone needs something. Maybe they lost their key or want to borrow a charger. I open the door. No one. The hallway is dark. Every other door is shut. No footsteps. No giggling. No distant chatter drifting up from the stairs. Just silence. I stand there for a second, kind of holding my breath, then close the door and go back to my desk because, honestly, I had deadlines and I didn't want to spiral. A little while later, 3 knocks again. Same pattern. Same calm, intentional rhythm. This time I call out, "Yeah?" Nothing. I open the door again. Still no one. Now I'm irritated and nervous at the same time, because the most logical explanation is that someone is messing with me. But the hallway is empty, and I don't hear anyone running away, and the building is quiet in that heavy, late-night way. So I lock the door. And of course, because life loves timing, the 3 knocks come again. Knock, knock, knock. I sit frozen for a moment, then I lean close to the door and say, "Who is it?" No answer, not even a breath. I don't open it this time. I just put my headphones on, even though I wasn't really listening to anything. I just wanted a barrier between me and whatever was happening outside that door. I stayed in my room the rest of the night. No bathroom trips, no hallway checks, nothing. I just waited for morning like it was a finish line. A few hours later, I started getting this awful stomach pain, sharp and rolling, the kind that makes you feel nauseous and clammy. I remember thinking, great, as if I needed one more thing. But I was too scared to step out into the hallway, so I curled up in bed and tried to breathe through it until I fell asleep. After that night, nothing happened again. But a few days later, something did change. Our dorm had a tiny chapel, and once a week a priest would come for a short service. That part was normal. What wasn't normal was what happened afterward. The sisters invited him upstairs, like all the way up to the boarding floors. I'd lived there over a year by then, and I had never seen that happen. Not once. I didn't know what he did up there. I was on my way out to class, and I didn't want to sound dramatic or superstitious, so I didn't ask. I just watched him pass by with the sisters, calm as could be, like this was just another item on the schedule. And that was it. No more chair scraping, no more knocking, no more weird, heavy silence pressing against my door. I stayed in that dorm for the rest of my time in university, years, and nothing like that ever happened to me again. But I still remember how it felt in that hallway at midnight, staring into the dark, realizing there was no one there, and knowing, deep in my stomach, that something had still knocked anyway. So I was probably about 7, maybe 8 when this happened. Little enough that bedtime still felt like a whole event. And honestly, nights were rough for me back then. I was terrified of the dark in a way that wasn't just, I don't like it, but like, my whole body would brace for something bad the second the lights went out. I'd lie there with this heavy, sinking dread because sleep didn't feel safe. Part of it was the darkness itself, but part of it was my dreams. Super vivid, hyper-real dreams that felt like they followed me even after I opened my eyes. Sometimes I'd wake up and just know something was wrong, even if nothing looked wrong yet. And I'd be too scared to even sit up and turn on a little lamp, because what if the moment I moved, I'd see something I wasn't supposed to see? My room had a setup I can still picture perfectly. On my left was the window. At night, I wouldn't even glance in that direction, like the glass could show me something looking back. The blinds stayed shut every night, no exceptions. On my right was this big desk, kind of old and heavy looking, with shelves above it. My mom kept a few decorations up there, including some dolls. And there was one in particular that made my stomach twist every time I remembered it existed. It was this little girl doll sitting on a tiny wooden rocking horse. The doll had pale blonde hair in 2 neat pigtails, tied off with little ribbons, and she wore this old-fashioned dress, dark green, like something out of a history book. It looked like it belonged in another century. I hated it. Not because it was ugly or broken or anything. It was just too lifelike. I was always scared that I'd look up and catch it rocking, just slightly, or see its head turned when it hadn't been turned before. And the creepy part is, that doll wasn't just a random toy. It had been a gift from my mom's aunt, Aunt Darlene, who'd passed away not long before that. So it already had this weird, heavy feeling attached to it. even if nobody said it out loud. Anyway, I don't remember falling asleep. I just remember waking up. It was the middle of the night, and I snapped awake like someone had yanked me up out of a dream. My heart was already going, already panicked, like it knew something before my brain did. I was lying flat on my back, staring into the darkness. I tried to do the normal kid thing, like, okay, calm down, roll over, get comfortable, go back to sleep. So I slowly turned onto my left side, and the second I turned, there was a girl standing right next to my bed. Not a kid-sized shape, not a shadow. A life-size girl, right there, so close I could have reached out and touched her. And she looked exactly like the doll. Same hairstyle, same old-fashioned dress, same small, rigid posture. She wasn't moving, just standing there, watching me like she'd been there the whole time and I just finally noticed. There was this strange light behind her, like a dull yellow glow seeping through the blinds, even though my blinds were shut. It didn't make sense, but it was enough to backlight her. Her whole front was in shadow, so I couldn't see her face at all. Just the outline of her head, the pigtails, the shape of the dress, the rocking horse doll silhouette, but full-sized. And I swear to you, the fear that hit me was like my blood turned to ice, like my body stopped being mine. I didn't scream. I didn't even breathe right. I just reacted. I yanked the blanket over my head as fast as I could, like if I couldn't see her, she couldn't finish whatever she came to do. That was the thought. Not a clear sentence, just this animal feeling. Don't look, don't move, don't let it know you're here. So I stayed like that. Eventually, I could tell morning was coming. Not because I saw light, but because the air felt different. The silence felt different. And when I finally worked up the courage to lower the blanket, there was nothing there. No girl, no glow, no sign anything had ever happened. The room looked exactly the same. Desk, shelves, the dolls all sitting where they always sat. But I didn't feel relieved. I felt violated, like my room had betrayed me. And I kept that to myself for a long time. Years. Because how do you even say it out loud without someone brushing it off or laughing, or, maybe worse, looking worried? Now that I'm older, I can look back and connect the dots. I'm pretty sure I was dealing with sleep paralysis starting really young, before I even had words for it. And I also get those weird in-between hallucinations sometimes, the ones that happen when you're falling asleep or just waking up. The brain's sort of half dreaming, half awake, blending reality with something else. As a kid and teenager, it was always the same kind of theme. Dark shapes in corners, something on the ceiling, the sense of a presence, sometimes even figures around the bed. And the worst part wasn't just seeing things, it was being trapped. Like your body won't listen to you, like you're screaming internally but nothing comes out. I barely get the paralysis itself anymore, thankfully. These days, if anything, I'll get those awful, false wake-ups where you think you've gotten up and escaped, and then you realize you're still in bed, still stuck, and it loops again. It's exhausting. But that night, back when I was little, I didn't know any of that. I only knew what I saw. A life-size version of that rocking horse doll, standing beside my bed in the dark, watching me. And even now, part of me still wonders, was it only my brain misfiring in that half-awake state? Or was it something that chose the shape I'd fear the most, because it knew exactly what would make me hide? So I bought this place in September of 2018. A big, creaky, Victorian-ish farmhouse that was built back in 1919. The kind of house that looks like it's holding its breath half the time, you know? Beautiful, but always settling. Always making little noises, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this. About 10 days after I moved in, I had my first real moment. I was sitting at my desk, just scrolling on my laptop, totally alone in the house. And I felt a hand rest on my right shoulder. Not a brush, not my shirt shifting. A hand, heavy enough that my body reacted before my brain even caught up. I spun around like, what the? And there was nobody there. Just empty space, quiet. The house doing that thing old houses do where it feels like it's listening back. After that, it was smaller stuff for a while. A bedroom door I know I latched would be cracked open in the middle of the night. A kitchen cabinet would be hanging open like someone forgot to close it. And honestly, I told myself all the reasonable things. Old hinges, uneven floors, wood expanding and contracting. Anything to make it feel normal. But the part that didn't feel normal was the feeling, especially upstairs. If I went to the second floor alone, there were times I'd get this steady, prickly sense of being watched, like I'd stepped into someone else's space and they were waiting to see what I'd do. And the basement had this little coal storage room, more like a tight, unfinished pocket off to the side. And every time I even stood near it, my stomach would drop. Like my body was warning me, no, don't go in there. Not fear exactly, more like a deep, sour, you shouldn't be here. Things didn't really ramp up until 2020 when my partner, who's now my wife, moved in. Her name's Mara, and Mara is the kind of person who notices everything. Not long after she moved in, she started telling me she could hear voices in the basement. Two people, a man and a woman, talking like they were having a normal conversation, not yelling, not whispering dramatically, just talking. Like the basement was a living room, and they were down there keeping each other company. Then she started seeing movement out of the corner of her eye, like someone stepping out of a doorway or crossing a hall. And when she'd turn her head, nothing. And here's the part that got under my skin. One night, kind of casually, she admitted she suspected the house had something going on before she even moved in. Turns out, she'd known people who knew the previous owners. And apparently the owner's kids used to talk about Granddad, like he was just around. Like he was another member of the household. They'd say they played with him. And they'd laugh about how he always talked about treasure hidden upstairs, like there was something tucked away in the walls. I remember Mara telling me that and kind of smiling, trying to keep it light. But I also remember thinking, okay, so it's not just me losing it. And what's strange is, not everything about it has felt malicious. Some of it has been weirdly helpful. Mara has this habit, she used to anyway, of falling asleep on the couch and waking up with her back all twisted up. One day she told me, I can't keep doing that, I'm wrecking myself. And after that, a few different times when she dozed off out there, she got shaken awake. Not gently, not like a dream jolt, like someone actually put hands on her and went, hey, get up. And the timing, it was only a couple minutes after my alarm should have gone off. Like somebody noticed. Like somebody was like, you're late. That was the first time I heard them clearly enough to know it wasn't pipes or the TV or my imagination. There have been other moments too, moments that make your skin go tight. One night we watched Mara's purse get launched off this little shelf in the dining room. And I mean launched. It didn't just slip and fall. It had this upward arc to it, like someone flicked it up and over, and it went sailing across the room before it hit the floor. We both just stared at it like, did you see? Yeah, I saw it. Another time, I was sitting by the front door putting my boots on, and I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Clear as day. Heavy enough to make the boards talk. I looked up expecting to see Mara. Nobody. Not on the stairs, not at the landing, not anywhere. Mara hears those footsteps more than I do. She's told me sometimes, in bed, she'll feel someone lean in, like a presence hovering close, checking on us. And she'll just say, softly, "We're okay." And then she'll feel it pull back, and she'll hear the steps go back down. Like whoever it is just making sure we're safe. And then, this is where it gets even stranger. Around late 2021, we started seeing a cat, but not a real cat. It was this gray-black blur at first, always in the corner of my eye. I'd think, oh, it's the cat, and I'd turn my head and there'd be nothing. But Mara saw it more clearly. She swears she saw it fully sprawled out near the hallway like it owned the place. A couple of times, lying in bed, I felt something jump up onto the mattress and press against my side, like an animal curling up. I even reached down, half asleep, to pet it, expecting fur, warmth, that familiar little shift of a body breathing. Nothing. Just air. Mara told me when that happens, she feels the temperature drop on that side of the bed, like cold spilling across the sheets. And once she said she could feel it purring. Not with sound exactly, but with that vibration you feel through a mattress when a cat settles in and gets comfortable. And here's the weirdest detail. Our TV sits on a dresser, and sometimes the screen will start to sway, just slightly, like something is rubbing behind it. Like an animal slipping back there the way cats do, brushing and bumping and making things wobble. Since that cat showed up, since the ghost cat, I guess, I don't get that heavy, negative feeling as often. The house still has moments. Every now and then you'll walk into a room and the air will feel off, like you walked in mid-sentence and the conversation stopped. But it's different now. Less sharp, less hostile. And I don't know how to explain that without sounding completely ridiculous. But sometimes, it honestly feels like the cat changed the mood of the whole place. Like it softened something. Like whatever tension used to sit in the corners got chased out, the way cats somehow make a home feel lived in just by existing in it. So yeah, that's where we're at. We live in a beautiful old house with creaky floors, a basement that still makes me cautious, 2 quiet voices that seem to keep their distance, and a cat we can't prove exists, except for the way the bed dips, the air goes cold, and the whole place feels a little calmer when it's around. Okay, so I don't really know how to tell this without sounding like I'm trying to convince you of something. I'm not. I'm just laying it out the way it happened, because it's been years now, and I swear the house has a personality. Or something in it does. So, quick setup. My place was built in the early 70s, 1972, I think. It's a small, 1-story bungalow in a quiet neighborhood of Jensen Beach, Florida. 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, a little over 1,200 square feet. Nothing fancy. I'm the 4th owner. I live alone, and my fiancée, Maya, she's overseas right now, so it's just me in the dogless silence most nights. The house was renovated right before I bought it. Fresh paint, new floors, the whole move-in ready thing. It had been a rental at some point too, which always makes you wonder how many different lives have been lived in the same rooms, you know? Anyway, about 3 weeks after I moved in, the first weird thing happened. Every night I closed my bedroom door. Not slam it, not dramatize it, just close it. Normal. But once in a while, I'd wake up in the morning and the door would be stuck. Not like swollen wood stuck, like latched stuck. Like the lock had been turned just enough that I couldn't open it without forcing it. It doesn't happen as much anymore, but it used to freak me out because, I live alone. Who's locking me in my room? Then about 6 months after moving in, it started doing this thing with the door to the garage. That's my main exit. I never lock it because the garage itself is secure, and my washer and dryer are out there. But sometimes I'd open the door to step through, and the second I crossed the threshold, bam! The door would slam back like it was offended I was leaving. And when I'd turn around, the deadbolt would be fully extended, smacking into the doorframe like somebody had thrown it out on purpose. I'm telling you, I just stand there in the garage, staring at it, thinking, how? Because I didn't touch the deadbolt, and I'm not the kind of person who sleepwalks and locks doors for fun. Then there's the attic. The attic is basically useless. Super low, all trusses, barely any room to move. But a few times a year, 3 or 4 maybe, I'll hear it. It's this rhythm, like footsteps but muted, like thump, 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 moving across the ceiling from one end of the house to the other. And it's not quick like a squirrel. It sounds deliberate, like someone taking their time, pacing, up and down the length of the house. I've climbed up there with a flashlight before, and there's never anything. Just insulation, beams, and that heavy, don't stay up here too long feeling. Now, more recently, like the last month or so, I started noticing something at my bay window in the living room. It's frosted glass, so you can't really see clearly outside, but you catch movement. People walk their dogs on my street all the time. Joggers, kids on scooters, the usual. Except sometimes I'll see a shadow sweep past the window, human-shaped, like a person walking by, and I'll immediately get up to look because I'm nosy like that. And I swear to you, most times there's no one there. Not, they already passed. I mean, the street is empty like it got wiped clean. One time there was someone, a guy walking a dog, and I felt relieved like, okay, I'm not losing it. But the rest of the time? Nothing. And here's where it gets a lot. I plugged them in around dusk on the first night. I remember checking my phone while I did it because I was proud of myself. Like, look at me, festive. That night, at exactly 7 p.m., one candle turned on, then another, then another. By 7:01, they were all on. I'm not exaggerating. It was like they were taking attendance. And then in the morning, exactly 6 a.m., one would click off, then another, then another. By 6:01, they were all off. Every night, every morning, like clockwork. I got so creeped out I took one apart. I'm not an electrician, but I expected to find some obvious little timer component hidden inside. There was nothing. Just a bulb, wiring, the plug, basic parts. No smart features. No reason they should have been doing that. Last Christmas, I didn't even put them out. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I just didn't want to invite that back. Now, this next part is the one that really messes with me because it's physical. Ever since I moved in, off and on, my bed will shake at night while I'm in it. Not like an earthquake, not violent, just side to side, maybe half an inch. But it's instantly recognizable because it feels exactly like when a kid grabs the mattress and shakes it to wake you up. Just enough movement to be unmistakable. Sometimes it lasts 30 seconds. Sometimes it lasts 3 or 4 minutes. And here's the weirdest detail. It happens more when I run my little rain sound machine, like white noise. If I have the TV on, it almost never happens. But the rain machine? That's when it shows up, like it prefers the dark and the cover of sound. Then, last year, 2025, it escalated. This happened 3 times, and every time it was the same. I sleep on my side because my back is messed up from old injuries, usually my right side. And I'll feel the mattress dip behind my legs, like something has just sat down. Not a full person, more like a concentrated weight. Like someone placed a heavy medicine ball on the bed, maybe 20 pounds or so. My legs get this hollow space under them because the mattress is pushed down, and then This is the part that makes my skin crawl. My legs go cold. Not I kicked off the blanket cold, like the warmth gets pulled out of them. It lasts a few minutes, and then it's gone, like nothing happened. And then, once, only once, mid-December 2025, around 9 p.m., I had the rain machine on. A couple minutes in, the bed started doing the familiar shake, side to side, that wake-up motion. Then the weight pressed down behind my legs. My legs went cold. And then I heard it. A growl. Low, throaty, like a dog warning you. It only lasted a second or two, so quick that if I'd coughed, I might have missed it. But I didn't miss it. I felt it in my chest more than my ears. I turned on every light in the house. I walked through every room like I was doing a security check, even though I didn't really believe I'd find anything. I checked the closets. I checked the garage door. I stood in the hallway listening to the silence like it might explain itself. And then I slept on the couch, lights on, because I just couldn't climb back into that bed like everything was normal. So yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. I'm not asking you to tell me it's a ghost. I'm not even saying I believe it's a ghost. I just know what I've experienced, and I know how it feels. Like the house is doing little things to remind me it's there. And sometimes it's not just the house.